good news, certainly from a weather point of view. It's glorious sunshine here. We are set dry for Well, a very good morning to you from the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, where the sun is out. It's a beautiful scene here, in stark contrast to what we had on the first day of the game of Kent against Northampton yesterday, when it was rainy, a bit squally, and we just got 26 overs in. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Andrew Radnicki Chowdhury, making up our commentary triumvirate today on the second day of Kent against Northamptonshire, the opening game of the season, of course, for both these sides. Fair to say, Kent won the... Well, it is very fair to say that Kent won the toss, but also had the best of conditions yesterday. Bowled pretty well. They were very pleased with the areas they bowled. For Northampton, it was a tough day in those conditions where the light was variable. They find themselves 89 for 7. Andrew, you were talking to the Northampton camp after yesterday. What did they make of the first day of the county championship this year?
Morning, Matt. Morning, everybody. I think they felt that it didn't really get the rub of the green, which I think it probably goes without saying. It was an important toss to win. Kent won it. That said, we've seen sides win the toss in similar conditions and not put the ball in the right areas. So you have to give full credit to the Kent attack. Aided a little bit by, I felt, a couple of slightly loose shots, and the fact that both Joey Everson and Grant Stewart picked up wickets with their first ball made it just a terrific day for Sam Billings. Everything he tried seemed to work. I was trying to sort of wheedle out of John Sadler, the head coach, last night, what he felt par score was in these sort of conditions. And I was sort of suggesting, well, 3 wickets left, still a bit of batting. Maybe if they could somehow double the score, get it up to 180. And he said, well, 200, we'd absolutely bite your hand off. He said his words were 150 and we're in the game.
Right.
Now, that's still a little way away, of course,
yeah.
But they have got Gareth Berg and James Sayles, who are both capable batters. They've got Chris Tremaine, one assumes will be in next. Now, he obviously very much an unknown quantity as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. This is his debut. Experienced player back in Australia. He has got a first-class 100, but averages around about 13 with the bat, so probably not expecting too much. And then Jack White. And when Jack White goes into bat, anything could happen, and often does. So they probably realistically need these two, I think, to take it on a little bit if they're going to get up towards that 150 or even beyond.
So these first few overs will be interesting, won't they, to see if the atmospheric conditions are making any difference to what we had yesterday. But so the contrast in conditions is marked.
I mean, the pitch itself didn't do a huge amount. It wobbled around a little bit, as you would expect. The one batter I think was genuinely unlucky was Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was the pick of the batters yesterday. Played very well for his 39, and got one, I think, that kept a little bit low just before they came off for bad light. But otherwise, there's nothing wrong with the surface. It's doing a little bit, but it's April, you expect that.
Absolutely. And we're going to have Matt Quinn from the Nackington Road End to start, and he'll bowl to Sayles now. Leaves it outside the off stump. Comes back a little bit from Quinn outside the right-hander's off stump towards Sam Billings, which gets an appreciative ooh and ah from the slip cord. And just 3, I say just 3 of them because they went to 5 at one point yesterday, Kent. So attacking were they. So Billings with Jordan Cox beside him at first slip, second slip Zach Crawley, and third slip is Jack Leaning. Joey Everson is warming up his bowling arm at point. An extra cover. I have a mid-on as well. Well, that's extra cover, sort of wide, mid-off. I'd say more of an extra cover. Anyway, here comes Quinn then bowling. Wraps him on the pad and he's gone. It looked good from here. We are behind the batter, but no weight from Sayles, who just shouts something to himself as he goes. He's cross. That didn't look to get up tremendous amount, but I think it was a pretty full ball from Quinn as well. So looked pretty plumb from here, Adders, I'd have to say, even though we are behind the batter. 89 for 8 though, and not the start the Northants wanted.
Certainly not. I think we were giving it from here, weren't we? Yeah, we'll have a look obviously on the replay as we do, but it just looked right, didn't it? And it was pretty full. And that was, as you say, just the start that Northamptonshire didn't want. I mean, James Sayles is a more than capable batter. Played a very important innings in the whole context of the championship campaign last year down at Cheltenham, when he came in and made 70 odd and marshalled the tail, built a lead that ended up being very significant, because Northamptonshire went on to win the game, one of only 2 games that they won in the championship, the other one being here. So he's a capable batter, but not his day today. And now Well, we shall find out a bit more about the batting of Chris Tremaine as you update BBC Radio Kent.
We certainly will, yeah. Update coming shortly. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton bringing you this joint commentary. Local radio on BBC bringing you every ball of every game. Once again, throughout the season. Very proud to do it. I was going to say, it's a great job and someone has to do it. So I'm not going to say it's a dirty job because it's not. An absolute pleasure to bring it to you. Thank you for all your emails yesterday, but I'm aware that because of the nature of the on-off nature of the game, we didn't get to all of them. So I will try and get through to some of those yesterday. If you're still listening today, crowd's still coming in. It's a pay what you want day today. So if you are local to Canterbury or within striking distance, you can come and just pay £1 or more to see county cricket. And this could be a very interesting day as well. Good sunshine out there as well. There's been a lot of uptake overnight for that, which is fantastic. Initiative from Kent. So Chris Tremaine then to face his first ball in county cricket. The Australian takes a good look around, wanders away from the crease. Right-hander, tall as well. Quinn steadies himself. Comes in, bowls now. And just very gently pushed up to mid-on. Look, pretty well organised that. Again, a full delivery from Matt Quinn.
Just watching the replay of the Sales LBW, I don't think he's got any complaints about that one, to be honest.
You never quite know when you're behind the bat,
No,
do you? But
no.
as you say, everything looked
He just looked right.
pretty much, yes, pretty much in line. Little bit of guarding at the far end by Gareth Berg, just looking at this pitch, chatting to Ian Backwell at the far end.
Well, I'm hoping we might get 41-year-old to 42-year-old if Hogan opens the bowling.
Indeed so, yeah. As Quinn bowls to Tremaine now. And Tremaine defends that comfortably into the onside, fielded by Joe Denley, who is a sprightly 36. Just signed a new long-term contract as well with Kent, which will take him to the brink of 40. But I have to say, if cricketers weathering well, Joe Denley is still very lithe in the field, very fast across the ground. So why wouldn't you keep going? Is my question. I think the answer is he will. Update coming for our online listeners with Lydia Rodford on our morning programme this morning. Well, Northamptonshire as well, 89 for 8. So they are this morning the visitors. Great news for Kent, that is, Lydia, because they've taken a wicket in the very first over of the day. After a rain-truncated first day of this match, Kent really had the best conditions to bowl, and they won the toss, put Northamptonshire in, and had them in all sorts of trouble overnight. They've taken one more wicket as well, closing in on getting them all out for a low score. That's what Kent will hope, and then bat as long as they can today to build a first innings lead. What I can say, I should have started with, Lydia, it's beautiful sunshine here, which we definitely didn't have yesterday. It's a proper cricketing day. Good crowd amassing as well on this Good Friday. End of the first over of the day. 90 for 8 Northamptonshire. And commentary continuing via the BBC website and app.
Yeah, good start for Kent on this second morning. 90 for 8 Northamptonshire with Matt Quinn striking a blow there. Just looking at Chris Tremaine's first-class record. He's an international. He's played ODIs for Australia a few years ago now, but played 79 first-class games. This is his 80th. He's scored just shy of 1,200 first-class runs with 100 and averaging just a touch under 14. So, well, if you scored 1,200 runs, including 111 in one innings, then this is his 109th innings in first-class cricket. Suggests there's not a huge amount else, but we shall see. Northamptonshire will be very grateful for a few runs here, and if you just hang in there with Gareth Berg for a while, it will be useful. It's Tremaine on strike, and it is Michael Hogan who's into the attack from this end, as we were hoping.
Can I suggest another fascinating battle? Well, I mean, that'll be the listener's choice whether it's fascinating or not. But we could have Italian international to Italian international.
Yes, indeed.
Grant Stewart to Gareth Berg, who is chief recruitment officer, I think,
Yes,
as well, for
yes,
Italian cricket.
He does all sorts of roles, and yeah, he's very, very passionate about cricket in Italy. He's watching from the non-striker's end because it's Hogan coming in to bowl to Tremaine. 4 slips in place in bright sunshine, and Tremaine on the back foot plays it out into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. and there's no run. Started off my morning with a little trundle up to Herne Bay, which is not too
Very
far
pretty.
away from where I'm staying, and put a picture of it on social media. Very, very pretty place, and got a reaction from well, a former player of both these counties, Niall O'Brien, who's described it as Herne Baydos.
Herne Baydos indeed. I bet it was up near the
It was
90
lovely.
degrees, was it?
Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Tremaine, and that again doesn't bounce a great deal. Hogan a little bit caught on the Tremaine rather a little bit caught on the crease, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Well, Nikki was saying her drive-in was, and I'd agree with that. My drive-in was lovely coming up here, which is, you know, the M20 is not always the most picturesque thing, so doesn't quite compare to Herne Baydos certainly. But
How was Royal Tunbridge Wells this morning?
well, regal.
Regal.
Yes.
Could it be anything else? Here's Hogan running away from us from this pavilion end and bowling to Tremaine outside the off stump. I think we'll give Tremaine the benefit of the doubt. I think he played inside the line. It just seamed away and goes through into the gloves of Sam Billings. Crowd, I'm sure, will build later on when word gets around that the weather is playing ball, and we're just talking to some of the Kent officials upstairs, and they seem to think that there's certainly a bit of interest overnight. Obviously Kent having had a good day yesterday, or bit of a day, and the prospect of watching Kent, they will hope, bat for much of today. Here's Hogan in bowling to Tremaine, back of a length, and punched off the back foot by Tremaine, so his second run rather for Northamptonshire, second and third runs. They're going to come back for three, are they? Yes, they are. So they're going to come back for three. His second scoring shot punched away through the vacant mid-off for 3 runs. Tremaine is 4, and Northamptonshire to 93 for 8.
Wasn't much wrong with that, was there?
No,
Quite sure.
it was like Bradman through half-closed eyes. But Chris Tremaine, especially if Kent listeners wondering who he is, he's an Aussie who's going to be playing the first 3 championship matches for Northamptonshire before Lance Morris takes over. Another Aussie. Here's Hogan in bowl, short of a length, pulled away by Berg, and that's 4. Nothing wrong with that. More of a pick-up than a pull, just back of a length on leg stump, and Gareth Berg pulling that one away for 4. Takes him up to 7, and Northamptonshire, well, 3 figures beckoning, 97 for 8. Hogan's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 43. Picked up the wickets of Hassan Azad early yesterday, and then that important wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who I have to say was a little bit unlucky on a couple of counts. I think with that one he got one that did keep a little bit low, and also, of course, then 2 balls later the umpire decided it was too dark and we trooped off. But that's the game. 97 for 8. Berg is 7. Tremaine is 4.
Yeah, and fine margins in terms of bowling. If you bowl minutely short here, Berg latching onto that quickly. That's Tremaine looking to punch that through the offside. It reaches Daniel Bell-Drummond, just wheeling his arm over. It's possible he might bowl today. I'd imagine that there'll be 4 ahead of him.
Yeah, a little run yesterday, and 1 over yesterday. And talking to Paul Downton, who was up here yesterday, and lovely to see him up here and get his insight into things. And off air, he was saying, you know, he's a handy bowler. They perhaps like him to bowl maybe a little bit more.
I think for a time he was struggling with a back injury.
He said that. He said his body objects sometimes if he bowls too much.
And obviously the form he's in as a batter, they don't want to risk it, do they? But, it's quick as a delivery from Quinn outside the off stump. It looked like Tremaine flirted with that outside the off stump, but through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Again, murmurs of approval from those behind the stumps. 97 for 8.
I don't know if Chris Tremaine's got his Northamptonshire number on. He'll be 539 in terms of first-class appearances. One of 3 debutants in this match. As we were saying yesterday, the first time that Northamptonshire have given 3 debuts in a championship match for 17 years, when actually they had 4 at the start of the 2006 season.
It's Quinn now to Tremaine on the back foot again, punching that up to mid-off this time, and there's no run. Quite getting enough on it. Joe Denley's at a shortish position, shortish mid-wicket. So he's on the 3rd cut strip away from the one we're on at the moment. The ground, if you weren't listening to us yesterday, and you may well not have been, where have you been? Is, as we,
There's no excuse.
if you know this ground, well, if you don't know this ground, we're still looking from the pavilion end. The strip is to the right of centre, I could put it that way. So the leg side for the right-hander as Quinn comes in bowling from the Nackington Road end is a wide expanse, even though the rope is in from the advertising hoardings. This one's left alone by Tremaine through to Billings, and there's no run. So a shorter boundary on the offside as the right-handers look. That's Matt Quinn coming down the hill. The hill, sorry, that's probably over-egging it. It's a slope. 64 on his back turns. He's got the white sweatband on his left forearm. Just drags that across the forehead. Bowls now to Tremaine outside the off stump. Leaves that slightly quicker, it looked like, from Quinn at the effort ball, one might say, from a spinner, but just relayed from wicketkeeper to slips. Jack leaning. Never short of a word or two. A bit of a chat to Daniel Bell-Drummond as he throws the ball to him.
One thing we must say, Matt, is to congratulate the ground staff again. I mean, they had one of those frustrating days yesterday when the covers were on, the covers were off, and I must admit, when I was parked up at the far end of the ground, it's still fairly boggy underfoot, but they've done a terrific job to get the ground playable for the start, so well done to them. Yeah,
you're right, outside the boundary rope, there's still some sogginess, isn't there? Some bogginess almost in the walkways around. End of the over again, back foot, a maiden for Quinn, and just up to mid-off, played up to mid-off by Tremaine, and it is 97 for 8. I came counterclockwise around the ground from our parking spaces at the Nackington Road end, and just near pylon 2, if anybody knows that one, near the scoreboard, I should say, the new scoreboard. Just a little bit heavy there. It's certainly they've done a very good job getting it off the playing surface anyway.
I still have memories of pylon 4, which is where we had to do we had to do the interviews during COVID, when we weren't allowed to have any sort of contact with the players, particularly close contact with the players. It was pylon 4 for the interviews. Here's Hogan starting another over, and is driven uppishly by Gareth Berg, but he's got hold of plenty of it, and Hogan sticking out a left hand, but it didn't stick. There's no mid-off, and it's raced away to the boundary down below us for 4, retrieved by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and it brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire, so at least 3 figures on the board after resuming at 89 for 7 and losing James Sales immediately. That was 89 for 8. It's now 101 for 8. Berg into double figures. Moves on for 11. Recently became a dad again. And he was saying yesterday he just still loves this game, and he's always said, as soon as he stops loving it, that's the time he packs up. But fortunately, that's not yet. He's facing Hogan and repeats the stroke, and this time with a little bit more control. That was all along the carpet, and that's 4 more. Now, it's interesting because we were saying last night, Matt, when I came back after doing the interview with John Sadler, he was saying, Northamptonshire obviously disappointed with the losing Baskin Sales just before the light closed in. But the feeling was that last night, if they'd managed to carry on or got back on, then Berg and Sales would have been looking to counter-attack a little bit and just not be bowled at and try and get something on the board by being positive and take advantage of attacking fields. Well, that's clearly what Gareth Berg is doing this morning. He's up to 15, back-to-back boundaries, and Northamptonshire 105 for 8. Change in the field as slip comes out, and they have now a man at sort of a straight, short extra cover on the drive as Hogan is in bowls, and that's edged away by Berg. More runs for him here. It could be 4 more as it's running away down towards the boundary. We're saying a little bit wet down there, but enough on that to find the rope. Retrieved by an obliging spectator. Underarms it back to, it's Joey Everson down there. So 3 fours in 3 balls, 109 for 8 Northamptonshire. Berg up to 19.
He was just caught in that area of uncertainty, Berg, there, wasn't he? But a good delivery from Hogan. Was, I think, trying to get forward, then found himself rocking back and pinned. But, 109 for 8. They'll have plenty of bad luck during the season, I'm sure, these batters, so a bit of good luck doesn't go amiss.
Not after yesterday, no, absolutely. Here's Hogan in again, bowling him this time. Berg defensively pushes it up to that man in the catching position on the drive. Daniel Bell-Drummond still fairly wide mid-off, come extra cover. They have a mid-on in there, but now down to 3 slips. No third man, so the pitchforks and flaming torches will be out, Matt, for the Third Man Preservation Society.
I do like to mention it because people get angry.
They do. They certainly do. Sun out again. Gorgeous morning here at Canterbury as Hogan is in. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Berg. Goes through to Sam Billings. Gareth Berg making his 149th appearance in first-class cricket. He's playing his 220th innings. He scored just over 5,000 runs. He's averaging 28 across his career, a couple of hundreds, and 316 wickets in first-class cricket. Very handy performer for Middlesex, Hampshire, and now Northamptonshire. And Hogan is in. 41-year-old to 42-year-old, and Berg plays that up to mid-on, and that's the end of a productive over as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. 12 runs off it, and Northamptonshire are 109 for 8. Berg is 19. Tremaine is 4, and Hogan 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. We will, of course, keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the circuit, not least. I was just looking to see if they've actually managed to get underway at Taunton, because they had that awful experience yesterday with play being called off for the day at around about 9:30. They are due to start at midday, Matt, according to what we have in front of us, so that's good news for fans down there.
Absolutely, and the chief executive was saying absolutely no way of getting it on yesterday, was there?
No.
And Quinn now bowling to Tremaine. They put a pad there going down leg side anyway, and it's deflected down the leg, and they'll take a single. Ian Blackwell was already, I didn't say already on one leg, but he was certainly was. You can't wander off with one leg as he was doing, but very much was signalling that leg by as soon as it had left the batter. And so one more to the total, 110 for 8. So loads of emails came in yesterday, so I might try and super soak these up. Is that right?
Very good.
Or hover cover them. I'm not quite sure. But
Super sopper.
Super soft, that's right, sorry, yeah. Is Quinn then bowling to Berg. That's a nice looking shot. He's caressed that through the onside, and he'll come back for a 2 through mid-wicket. It's gone past the man at short mid-wicket. Joe Denley. Neil, if you're still listening, thank you very much indeed for getting in touch. Watching a great start of the County Championship via the link today, but very much looking forward to going to the Spitfire Ground tomorrow. So that was yesterday. You're there today. You may be listening to us on via headphones or earphones if you are. Our greetings to you. Apologies not getting to your email yesterday. With the chaps from Snodland Community Cricket Club. Snodland I know well indeed. Great to hear from you, Neil. If you are listening in the crowd today, I hope you're enjoying the cricket too. It's Berg. Just a gentle push back to the bowler. Quinn gets a touch on it in his follow through, and it's fielding completed by Hogan at mid-on. Rob saying, I'm a Kent member living in Northampton. This was yesterday. Hope you're listening again today, Rob. He says, tell Radders I'm umpiring at Oundle on the 22nd of April in the Northants Premier League.
All right, who's that?
That from Rob Jansen.
Oh, right, yes, okay. Well, I'm sure we'll have a very nice tea for you, and hot and cold running tea and all the rest of it. So,
is Quinn to Tremaine to Berg. I tell you what, I've got the wrong end, haven't I? This is Quinn to Berg through to the wicket-keeper. I get distracted by these emails. My apologies. It's through to the wicket-keeper. 112 for 8 is the score. I can tell you that with some clarity. David got in touch yesterday as well. While Sussex are often considered traditional rivals to Kent, the earliest recorded match between the recognised county teams is Kent against Surrey, the oldest rivalry. You're absolutely right, David. I think they use that as a hashtag, oldest rivalry. 1712, Kent played Surrey.
You were doing that one, weren't you?
Bless you. Yeah, it comes to something when people start asking you how long, as they were yesterday. How long have you been doing this, Matt? It's like, yes. They've not got rid of me yet. Bouncer from Quinn. It's a fairly easy duck underneath that from Gareth Berg, who just goes off for a short wander towards square leg and a bit of a think. Elizabeth was on the emails. Oh, this was yesterday as well. I'm sorry I missed it. She said, speaking from a rainy and cold 21 degrees centigrade, St Kitts. Well, Elizabeth, you do have our our sympathies for being in St Kitts and it only being 21 degrees.
Ask you money back.
It's still great watching Ken play. Could you give a shout out to my boy Alex, who was 9 today? I was 9 yesterday. I'm so sorry I missed it, Elizabeth, but I hope you had a fantastic day. Alex 9, crikey. Are you 9 already, Alex? Can't believe it. Here's Quinn to Berg into the offside end of the over. Bit of a shot, I think, from the bowler, maybe. I'm not quite sure. Is that just an explosion of effort from Quinn? He's taken the 1 wicket to fall so far today in the first over of the day. James Sales going LBW 4-5 at 89 for 8. 112 for 8, though. They've taken it on these two. Gareth Berg with 21. He's been pugnacious occasionally. Chris Tremaine has just 4 from 15 balls. It's BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton. I think this is the last of yesterday's emails. Great to have the cricket back, says Steve. Tuning in from Chile. Crikey. Are you tuning in again today? It'd be great to hear from you if you are. I was able to get the over to the UK last October. A quick look at the St Lawrence ground. Looking lovely, he says. Hope to be able to get over there and see a game one day. Wishing you the best for the season ahead. And to you, Steve. Thank you very much for getting in touch from Chile.
Just looking up at the Chris Tremaine 100, which I'll have details of in a moment, as he's on strike at the moment, facing his fellow Aussie, Michael Hogan, and very full length ball that's just pushed up to the man on the drive on the offside by Tremaine, and there's no run. It was, and Alex at the County Cricket Club tells me it was against a Duke's ball as well, but it was a long old job. It was 111 for Victoria against Western Australia back in 2017 in the Sheffield Shield at Alice Springs. And he was in there for 5 hours, 111 off 232 balls. Here's Hogan in, bowling to Tremaine, plays it up to mid-on comfortably enough, and there's no run. And had a long partnership for the 8th wicket, 108 for the 8th wicket, with James Pattinson. So he has a little bit of pedigree, but as I say, he's only ever made one other score in excess of 50 in first-class cricket, apart from that 100, so... Well, from Northamptonshire's point of view, this would be a very, very good time to make it another one, but we'll see. Here's Hogan in bowling to him, comes across his stumps, works that into the onside for a single, fielded just in front of square. I have a funny feeling, Matt, if he hadn't have made contact with that, there might have been a little bit of a shout, because he did come quite a way across, but got bat on it, worked it just in front of square for a single. He goes to 5, and Northamptonshire up to 113 for 8. Still a long way to go before they would reach the threshold for a batting point, which of course this year has gone up to 250.
That's inflation for you.
Such is life. 3 slips in place as Hogan's in bowling to Berg, and Berg pushing that out into the offside, fielded at point, and there's no run. Yes, so 250 for the first batting point, inside 110 overs, of course. If you get to 450 inside 110, so going at 4 and over, then you will get your maximum 5 batting bonus points. Bowling points are as per 3, 6 and 9. So Kent have 2 of their 3 available bowling points so far. And here's Hogan from the pavilion end in bowls, and I thought he'd got through there. He just about managed to. It was a full length ball, almost a Yorker, and Berg, who was looking to play it away on the onside, just I think got the toe end of the bat on it. And there was a certain amount of interest as to whether he got some bat on it, whether it might be LBW, whether it had got through him. In the end, no harm done. And Gareth Berg has a little chat with Chris Tremaine. He's not quite in the league of Richard Levy when it comes to chatting between deliveries. Levy was an absolute master, never shut up. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Berg, plays it nicely out into the covers, but there's no run to be had. I remember asking various players what Richard Levy found to talk about, because not very often he'd be, almost halfway down the pitch after every ball, and I, thought it would be something. Was it something tactical or whatever? And the general consensus was it was never anything hugely germane to the match in progress.
Just passing the time.
Just passing the time,
yeah.
I think. But
him and Nick Cook getting together. Imagine
oh my goodness,
that would have been Would you get any cricket played at all? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was.
He's a loquacious umpire.
Well,
Nick
Nick just loved to chat, and he was the same when he was playing, the same when he was coaching. Great man of cricket, the beast.
Yeah, we poke gentle fun at him because he's, as you say, a lovely bloke. Here's Quinn then bowling to Tremaine outside the off stump, just sort of blocks that out for 4. If that makes any kind of sense. He's just angled the bat. It's full outside the off stump, and that's gone away on the short boundary for 4 runs for Tremaine. I quite like the look of this fella, actually. I'm not going to commentator's curse him, I'm sure, or I hope anyway, from Northampton's point of view. But just looks well organised, very unfussy.
It looks to be the stroke of a man with quite strong forearms there. He just came down on it hard and he's got enough on it. And he raced away for 4.
So Quinn with some thinking to do. It was all Kent yesterday with the ball. Now they have to try and whittle these out. So Tremaine defends that in front of his middle stump. He does get well across, as you're saying. If he's beaten for pace, he won't be hanging around long, I don't think. Mike's talking about rivalries as well. This might have been yesterday as well. Surrey, he says. Kent rivals. After that, Surrey, also Surrey. There we go. Those are the 3 top rivals for Kent. Surrey, and Surrey, says Mike. Yes, Middlesex also exist. He says, we're getting tired of knots here. Also, actually, Middlesex doesn't exist, says Mike, but it's not their fault. Right, here we go. This is Quinn bowling to Tremaine. This is what I love about Mike. Even early season, he's trying to tie me in knots, and he knows how easy it is to do. Sussex are also next door, he says. There's that soggy lot in Essex who have to swim the river to play us, he says. But the first ever inter-county match there, he goes back to 1709. Crikey, it feels like we're doing some sort of reverse auction here. Kent versus Surrey, 1709 at Dartford. You don't get older than that, he's right.
Well, Northamptonshire, I suppose the oldest local rivalry has to be Leicestershire, on the basis that when the present Northamptonshire club came into being in 1878, they played Leicestershire that year and came a fairly distant second. But, of course, this year, and we touched on this yesterday, didn't we? Northamptonshire won't actually be playing Leicestershire in the Championship at all, and haven't done for a few years now.
Quinn to bowl to Tremaine, playing a miss, or has he edged it? He has. Finger goes up, and he did have a waft outside the off stump for that one, straight through to Sam Billings, the Kent wicketkeeper and captain, and Northamptonshire lose their 9th for 117 here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. And did just wait to see the finger. I didn't hear the contact, certainly, but the umpire and the wicketkeeper evidently did. Tremaine goes for 9, and Quinn has both wickets to fall this morning, and that is his 3rd for 25.
Yep, a maximum 3rd bowling point for Kent. Just not a lot of foot movement there, was there? It was a little bit of a waft, and outside edge, as say, he hung around and just waited to see if he got away with it, but when the finger went up, he just turned and went off promptly. So Jack White will come to the crease. Jack White usually is fairly entertaining with the bat. He has a good eye. It's a question of whether he can make contact with any, but his reverse sweep to get off the mark in the run chase at Cheltenham remains a vivid memory of last year. Almost equally vivid to him getting out about 90 seconds before the heavens opened down at Southampton, which would have been a draw otherwise, but we'll see what mode he's in today.
So what comes out? Last man out as well. So Quinn has 3 wickets now for 25. Stewart's a 3 for 6. Bowled yesterday. Update coming from BBC Radio listeners with Lydia Rodford on the other morning programme. The sun beaming through the windows here. Yeah, second day it is, 117 for 9, Northamptonshire. Matt Quinn has taken 2 more wickets for Kent this morning, putting Kent, well, very much on top in the early part of this game. A rain-truncated day yesterday, but Kent managed to get through 7 Northamptonshire wickets, 89 for 7. They resumed 2 more for Quinn today, 117 for 9. Looking forward to getting rid of one of this last pair and bat as long as they can. The most important thing for Kent supporters, and, well, I suppose for all supporters of cricket, is the sun is out this morning. It's absolutely beautiful at Canterbury, in stark contrast to what we had yesterday. Looking forward to a long, full day's cricket here, and hopefully, from a Kent point of view, you. Obviously, a big first innings lead. 117 for 9, Northamptonshire then on the morning of the second day here. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And there goes White, first ball, it's clips the off stump, and Matt Quinn has 2 in 2 balls to end the innings, and they're all out for 117, a diffident kind of shot there, it's clipped the off stump, and there we are, the innings is finished, 117 all out. Well, Radders was saying, you never quite know what you're going to get from the Northamptonshire number 11. We don't get anything at all. 117 all out, and Matt Quinn finishes with 4 for 25, the top wicket taker in the innings. So there we are. We're going to have an innings break here. Nikki Chowdhury is poised to come on. She's been robbed by Messrs Quinn and White, which I think is very, very rude. But 117 all out. There were signs there at us just before we go off broadcast to come back after the innings break here. There were signs, particularly from Gareth Berg, obviously, that could have wagged a little bit the tail, but in the end, just not enough support for him, I suppose.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think if it had been a question of, and I guess ifs and ands, isn't it? If they hadn't lost Vasconcelos last night, I think if you hung around for another couple of balls and they'd come off a bad light and Vasconcelos had still been there this morning, then Northamptonshire would obviously have fancied their chances of getting up possibly towards that 200 we were talking about. Or even, at very least, the 150 that John Sadler said would put them in the game. But full credit to Kent. It's been an excellent effort from the bowlers. Matt Quinn finishing with 4 for 25. Grant Stewart 3 for 6. Michael Hogan 2 for 56. Joey Everson 1 for 15. And 1 over for Daniel Beldrum. So first part of the job done for Kent. And now can they press home their advantage with the bat?
We'll be back with you in around about 10 minutes to see exactly what Kent can do and how Northamptonshire can strike back with the ball on a pitch which still looks like it's giving a little bit of help to the bowlers, albeit the sun is out here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. You'll hear from us soon. Welcome back. So a short changeover, and it is Kent to come out to bat with Ben Compton and Zach Crawley. You may have heard of the latter. If you're a Kent fan, you certainly would have heard of the former as well. Ben Compton with his heroics last year, century after century at the beginning of the season. But they are tasked with, on a pitch that seems to be doing a bit nibbling around, of trying to build a first innings lead for Kent against Northamptonshire. We're all out for 117. Northamptonshire are in a huddle at the moment. No great noise from it, but they are now breaking up. Luke Proctor. It's some well-chosen words. You're with Matt Cole and Nikki Chowdhury joining us for the first time this morning. You were somewhat delayed, slightly delayed by Northampton, very rudely getting all out for 117, just as you're about to come on, Mike. But good morning, and what have you made of it so far?
Good morning, first of all. It's great to be back, and it's a lovely day to be back as well. I don't know. I think it's too early, but obviously, can you expect high scores at the beginning of the season? We're in early April, the wicket's still not as true to the surface as it should be. Yeah, it's questionable, but Kent do have a job to do here.
I was saying to Radders, I don't think it's doing masses for the bowlers, but almost that's to their advantage. It was just doing enough. Kent don't have any out-and-out pace in their attack, and I think, as I said, experience of Matt Quinn just nibbling the ball around at the fast medium has helped them. Yesterday, definitely winning the toss helped them, because it was gloomy, and almost from one moment to the next the light was changing. So it's going to be Jack White from the Nackington Road, and he's going to come round the wickets to Ben Compton. As I said, had that incredible run at the start of last season, his first for Kent, where 4 centuries in a row, all sorts of record breaking for him. Let's see how he starts this season. 3 slips and a gully in behind him. He pushes forward, looks very aggressive, like he's going to take a run to a shortish point there. Decides against it, and there is no run.
That was rather aggressive, wasn't it?
I was going to say, just perhaps the adrenaline of the start of the season for Ben Compton. St Patrick Hewitt yesterday was asking me, well, with the new rules of, in terms of quick scoring gets you more points in the county championship this season, do you think it'll change the way Kent play? And I said, I can't see it with Ben Compton. He's very much a throwback to a bygone age. He likes to occupy the crease. His coach Matt Walker, as he turns this one to the onside, defensive shot for no run, had said much the same. We're not going to rip up everything Ben Compton's done in his career and just say you've got to go from ball one,
because the rule has changed.
Fences. Yeah. So.
And I think especially at the beginning of the season, where you really have to take that time to build that innings because of the quality of the wickets, I think obviously that's going to be much harder.
Yeah, you would think. Yeah, I think so. 3 slips in the gully, as I said, in behind. Compton, was that a play and a miss? He looked like he'd gone forward to that one, off at the back, coming back at him as the bowler Jack White coming round the wicket. I think they'll be pleased with that. A little bit short, perhaps, but beating the outside edge through to the wicket keeper. I'll be interested to see, because there are fewer points for a draw this year, so it's 5 rather than 8, so they're trying to reward attacking cricket in terms of getting results, but you have to score more runs to get yourself batting points these days. So in this season, rather, White to Compton. It does change every year, to be frank. He defends that one to the offside, but so it'll be interesting to see how that affects side, I suppose, in their approach to cricket.
There's a lot of rules changing happening in cricket at the moment anyway. I noticed in the IPL this year, they've got some new rules where you can swap a player at the moment. Once you've had your toss, you've decided you could bring 2 team sheets, and then you can change a player during the middle of a game. It's rather interesting.
Yeah. They do, I think, the IPL, certainly, in terms of, as White to Compton, pushing through the offside, finds the gap, and Keogh's rushing after it, but they'll come back for a comfortable 2 in the end, just a push into the offside. And thank goodness my memory serves me correctly. Number 21 is Rob Keogh. There we go. Hoping for a nod from Radders when I said that, but he's gone after it, fields it for 2. The IPL is constantly innovating, though, isn't it? I suppose that they want to keep the product fresh, almost, don't they, for the audience? But such a massive success already. But is it 3 slips and 2 gullies? No, or 2 slips and 2 gullies, 3 and 1 then. Left outside the off stump, straight through to the wicket keeper. A bit of a shout, I think, from the keeper, Lewis McManus. But that is the end of the over. 2 for no wicket, steady as they go, I suppose, for Kemp. But one definitely that beat the bat halfway through that over from Jack White to Ben Compton. 2 for none. It feels more with, and I don't mean to disparage the England and Wales Cricket Board. It feels more that they're constantly tinkering with the county championship. I think these rule changes or point changes are in reaction to the Andrew Strauss review. This is the sort of cricket the international team want to play, so we want to encourage counties to be aggressive. But the substitution rules, I wonder if those might come to be.
Yeah, so apparently rather than having your normal 11, you could be having 16 boys on the bench who should be ready to play.
It's getting a bit football, isn't it?
Yes, I did think that. It did begin to think that. And here we've got Begg from the pavilion end in to Crawley, who just leaves that outside the off stump and straight into the hands of the keeper. Begg, my pardon, sorry.
Yeah, through to Billings. And so this is the point I was going to bring up about Zach Crawley as well, and reading articles about, you've got the Duke's ball with a prominent seam, you've got English conditions in April. Zach Crawley will be encouraged, as at the moment having one of the England Open positions, to attack, surely. Is that going to be, is it going to work?
In comes back to Crawley's forward, defends the ball, and that's going to be a dot. Yeah, I think it's important to find that balance, especially knowing your own game and then obviously adapting to the conditions as well. I think it's important to find that balance, and once you're comfortable within yourself, then obviously exploring what the team wants and going after those requirements then.
Yeah, I take that point entirely. For Crawley, I suppose, I'll hold that thought.
Yeah, here comes Berg from the pavilion and bowled. Crawley's on the front foot, leaves it outside the off stump into the hands of the keeper, who is, if you could remind me, is Lewis.
Sorry, I said Sam Billings, didn't I? Goodness me, I'm completely obsessed. Lewis McManus.
Lewis McManus, keeper, there we go.
But yeah, Crawley, I suppose. I mean, certainly from press reports, we love Zach Crawley at Kent, obviously, so we're fiercely loyal to him, but he is probably the most vulnerable of that England top 6 at the moment, I would say.
Here comes Berg from the pavilion end, bowls. Crawley's forward, just plays that to the mid-wicket region again, a dot.
Or it's perceived that he's the most vulnerable, I suppose some might say, but I think Brendan McCullum, Rob Key, Ben Stokes all like Crawley, but his form has been a little bit patchy, I suppose. But he does go very hard for England, doesn't he, from ball one, and that is what they're telling him to do, or that's what the team ethos is.
That's what the message is down the system. Here comes Berg again, bowls, and Crawley's forward leaves that one. That's ball's really not carrying much, but I'm not expecting it to on the 7th of April, really.
He's not a huge pace Berg either, is he? But you're right, it's not. And I have to whisper this in case the ground staff are listening, but traditionally Canterbury is not the bounciest or the quickest. So, and certainly, as you say, not in April. It's
yeah, definitely just not as true as you hope compared to an August wicket. As in comes Berg, bowls, Crawley's forward, plays that to mid-wicket again, dot. And I believe that is the end of the over. Kent currently 2 for no loss, being a maiden over by Berg.
So there I am, going about Crawley's aggressive England approach, and he's played out a maiden there. First over, as you say, you've got to react to conditions as well, haven't you? In those terms,
100%. And I think it's funny you mentioned that actually, because some people might assume that being defensive is also not aggressive, but I think there is an element, especially in the longer format, where being defensive has got a sense of aggression in it as well. So there's a lot of people out there who might think, oh, but they just blocked it out, it's been played a maiden, but there is some aggression behind it, obviously.
I suppose in terms of shine off the ball,
yep,
bowlers tiring as well. As White to Compton, hasn't quite timed that, but it's the same place he put his first scoring shot through, between the man at point and cover. And again, it's a little push into the offside, just to farm those runs. And well, Ben Compton racing away compared to Crawley at the moment. He's 4 from 7, 4 for none for Kent. Just one, as I said, I think one beat the bat from White in the first over, so just slightly back of a length, and Compton looked like he played inside it. But no massive alarms for Kent to start. 117 all out if you're just joining us. Northamptonshire finish. That one comes across to towards the leg stump, turned into the leg side by Compton. Played it late, bit of a shout and a groan from the bowler. But the field then is 3 slips gully. There's a man at point as well, mid-on, mid-off, or probably cover and mid-off, mid-on rather, as Keogh's just shining the ball to toss back to Jack White. And a mid-wicket. Is there a deep fine as well? Not sure if I've counted all of them there. This one's inside part of the bat from Compton, but he's trying to just deflect that past the fielder at mid-wicket, Luke Proctor, the Northants captain. Can't pierce the field this time. A few big fluffy clouds. We're not promised any rain. Actually, the forecast is rainless for the rest of the game through Sunday.
I think you had your quota yesterday, didn't you?
It felt like we had quite enough yesterday. Yeah, it was, I say on and off, it was as White bowls to Compton, defends that back, just a little shuffle of the feet as it goes back to White. But yeah, we didn't start until 2:10 yesterday. We had a delay around tea, a short delay around tea, and then we were done effectively just 1 over after tea, and that was really tough on Northamptonshire because the one batter that got in, Ricardo Vasconcelos, went in that 1 over after tea when conditions were pretty gloomy, I think it's fair to say. White, it's a great delivery. That has left Compton. That's pitched around off and left him around a 4th stump line outside the left-hands off stump. That's a beautiful delivery. Doesn't get a wicket though. 4 for none. Liking the look of White from this far end to start. It's quicker than Berg. It's a fast medium, if not an out-and-out quick. Spectators, good smattering on the...
There is a decent crowd,
yeah,
isn't there?
A Good Friday. It's a pay what you want day today. Kept encouraging people to come in, and it's another great delivery. It's a play and a miss. That's closer to the off stump, and White, as many fast bowlers do when that sort of thing has happened, just puts a hand to his chin and angrily grabs his jumper off the umpire at the far end. It's tough for bowlers, isn't it?
It is. I think it is definitely tough, especially early on. I think it's tough for everyone, to be honest. Even the fielders, because it is rather chilly as well. It might be sunny, but don't let the sun fool you. There's still a nip in the air.
So do you have the hand warmers out at this time of year?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
You can't start without them. In comes Berg from the pavilion end, and Crawley's forward again, leaving that outside the off stump. Balls tend to die. Can't get my words out. Balls tend to die as it reaches the keeper.
We have a comment a few seasons back about all the slips and some of the outfielders just having their hands in their pockets, and it didn't look terribly good.
And I think especially
and that's
there
the
are
hand warmers, isn't it? They've got them in the
100%.
pockets.
Hand warmers in your pockets, and especially there's some fielding positions where you're definitely going to take more impact than the other. So I think being at extra cover would probably be rather painful, especially if it was cold conditions. And I think there is someone behind.
There are 2 members of the Kent staff just below us. They're behind the sight screens because they...
Interrupting the batsman's vision.
I should probably sit down as well, as we're not far off the angle.
And here comes Berg, in he comes bowls, and Crawley's forward drives that to short extra cover, who just picks that up.
A bit more aggressive intent that look from Crawley there, as you say, trying to drive it past the man, but not quite timing it.
I think it's important that as much as there needs to be some aggression and intent, there's no forcing. I think that's important, especially playing the ball on the merit, because as you can see, the ball's doing all sorts. You can't really trust it with its bounces. In comes Berg, Crawley's forward, defends that strongly to mid-on. No run. But yeah, you can say the 2023 County Championship season is well and truly underway. The glorious sunny day is Good Friday, bank holiday weekend.
You've definitely picked the right day, Nikki, I have to say.
Yeah, I checked the forecast in advance. Don't worry, Matt. I checked. I've driven down to Canterbury and it's been called off without even having a ball bowled, as in comes Berg to Crawley. Crawley's forward again, works this to the leg side, being chased by square leg. He's just got off the mark with a single here.
comments, I think that's from the players' balcony, encouraging Crawley on for his first run of the day.
Kent are 5 for no loss at the moment. We've got Compton on strike. Field is just making their adjustments with the left-hand, right-hand combination.
So yeah, this will be the first ball he'll have faced Compton from this pavilion end with Berg, experienced campaigner, 42 years old. I mean, it still seems fairly young to me these days, but
Yeah, but 42's not old.
no. Thank you, Nikki.
Not these days, especially. As in comes Berg to Compton, bowls. Compton just playing that off the back foot to mid-wicket, no run.
But certainly cricketers, I suppose, in times past, there were cricketers who were, 40s and 50s, perhaps when the demands, dare I say it, in the previous century weren't quite as high as cricketers and athletes. But I think
nowadays, with how the game's advancing and how strenuous it can become, as in comes Berg and Compton's forward leaves this outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. Kent 5 for no loss.
Yeah, I do wonder if sports science is starting to balance that out. So athletes generally, sports people get better care of themselves, so they can have a longer career. But cricket tends to be one of those sports, doesn't it, where you can play for long. Well, I mean, Darren Stevens being a perfect example, much as we miss him.
And I think especially with obviously there being so many more formats and with the franchise leagues around the world, I think players are able to pick and choose when they're playing, what formats they're playing, obviously looking to preserve their bodies a lot longer as well. So
yeah, it's a good point. I mean, there are players that own bowlers that can't bowl more than 4 overs in a day who are still playing and exciting fans around the world. Think about Tamal Mills, who's had terrible injury problems, but it's fantastic to see him in a form of cricket, isn't it? And
they're still supremely skilled, so
yeah.
Obviously if they can still perform well in...
So White coming over the wicket to Crawley. He faces his first ball from this end. It's 4 orthodox slips now behind the England man, and there's no run as he just studiously defends that. So 5 for no wicket. Pleasant sunshine. The ice cream van was here all day yesterday, Nikki, and we admired them for their optimism. I think they sold one around about 2:15, just after the start of play. So
I'd say he's a glass half full kind of guy,
yeah.
then, for sure.
For them, I have to say. As White bowls, we just took a little bit of pace off that one. I think it's a leg by. No great shout from the bowler, always going down the leg side. Umpire Blackwell signals that. They're 1 to the total. Kent a 6 for none in reply to 117 all out for Northamptonshire. If you're just joining us, Matt Quinn took the 3 wickets remaining in the Northampton innings. They resumed on a 89 for 7. Sales LBW for 5. Then he took 2 in 2 balls to finish off the innings in the 33rd over. Tremaine caught behind, and then Jack White lasted just the 1 ball, having his off stump clipped neatly by Quinn, who finished with 4 for 25. Leading wicket taker in that innings. Coming up to midday here as White comes around the wicket to Compton. Compton again is just deflecting that, just closing the face on the bat out to Proctor, the captain at mid wicket. No run. You can see some children in there running away, running around, running away, running away from their parents. That's the way it works. But yeah, on the green spaces to the right-hand side of the ground as we look near the Les Ames stand, and plenty of people coming in for Good Friday cricket. And this Kent initiative to pay what you can on a.
I think that's
Good
great,
Friday.
actually.
It's just good to get people watching the game, isn't it? Just to maybe even having their first taste of it. As ball's played into the offside. You know, as we as radio stations, we're trying to convert our colleagues to cricket as well. Start the season, the questions always come.
Have you managed to do that? That's the question. Have you managed?
I do my very best. I've tried all different ways of describing it, but yeah, one or two have come to Canterbury and found they liked it. But yeah, that's the question on the first day, isn't it? For those of our listeners that are general listeners to the radio station who don't really get cricket, maybe is just to try and encourage them. Compton pulled out very late there. That's not going to please the bowler. I'm not sure there's anything moving there. Perhaps Compton.
I think he's got maybe a fly
I
or
think you're
something
right.
in his grill. Yes.
He's just apologising to all and sundry. But I mean, Jack White had a bit of steam coming out of his ears after the last over when he passed the bat a couple of times. That's not going to help his mood, I wouldn't have thought. It's BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton with Matt Cole and Nikki Chowdhury at the moment. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners on the radio shortly, and Andrew Rabb will come in and replace me from BBC Radio Northampton alongside Nikki. Lovely sunshine. Got a bit of a greenhouse in the commentary box. Very pleasant at this time of year. Full-length delivery, and that's just pushed back past the bowler, and that'll be 4 runs. That's very well timed by Compton.
It's a lovely shot.
It is indeed, isn't it? Outfield's had a bit of rain, but that's really well timed. 4 runs. First boundary of the innings.
Great, and it's nice to see he's really waiting for the ball to be in his arc and in his area, really, I think, before really trying to play those aggressive drives. I think it's great to see that intent, waiting for the ball and delivery in your slot, where he's also very comfortable with executing those shots. Otherwise, it's a bit play and go at the moment in terms of really playing each ball on the merit.
I think that's, very much what we saw
And
from Ben
until-
Compton last
yeah.
year.
And being very self-disciplined.
Round the wicket comes White. Oh, it's a little bit outside edge. He keeps it down, though, to point, controls it enough. End of the over at 10 for none. I think there were sort of comparisons last year. Not that he's quite reached that status, but Sir Alistair Cook, in that he hasn't got an array of shots that he wants to play. Almost Ben Compton. He's very self-contained, as you say. He'll accumulate runs from balls that he wants to play rather than he feels forced to play. So 10 for none at the end of the 5th over. Going okay for Kent, though. They have been a couple of plays and misses from Compton in this first few overs. 8 for him, 1 for Crawley in reply to 117 all out for Northamptonshire.
And we've got Berg continuing from the pavilion end. Crawley on strike. In comes Berg, bowls. Crawley's forward, drives a beautiful on drive, which is definitely making its way down to the boundary. 4 runs. That was a bit of a stand and deliver, really. That was a beautiful looking shot.
Crawley's tremendously powerful in that respect, isn't he? Anything full, he's looking to hit straight back past the bowler. He goes on to 5.
I believe your update's due any second.
It is, thank you very much, yeah. So I'm going to rudely bustle in and then leave you and Radders to it after the update. So, lovely shot from Crawley, almost characteristic. I say almost, it is characteristic of the way he bats, but Berg bowls to him. That's full again, and this one's angled through mid-wicket. Didn't quite time it, or middle it actually, but he's going to get 2. Said he's tremendously powerful. Long levers, of course, at 6.5 feet tall. Zach Crawley. If you've watched him play one of his longer innings for England, you'll be aware, if it's in his arc, he's capable of dispatching the ball at great speed. So 6 off the first 2 balls, a 4 and a 2. Kent on 16 for none. It's their job to eat up that 117 and bat long today. As Berg bowls to Crawley, right in line, as we can see. We're almost down the barrel of this pitch, not quite, but very correct defensive. And criticism Crawley is that sometimes he has got slightly out of shape when he's trying to defend the ball or even go hard and drive past the bowler, but that's very much in line. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners, 16 for none. Here is Berg to Crawley, full again, driven up to... Yeah, good news for Kent as well, Lydia. They finished off the Northamptonshire innings 1 ball after I did my last update. So 117 all out for Northamptonshire. Kent did most of the damage yesterday on a rain-truncated day, but Matt Quinn took all 3 remaining wickets in their first innings to finish with 4 for 25. Now, Kent are batting in the sunshine. They started okay. England man Zach Crawley has just hit his first boundary. He has 7 so far. Ben Compton has looked very composed. His opening partner, 8 not out so far, although Compton has played and missed at a couple, so there is something in this pitch certainly for the bowlers. Kent going all right at the moment. Their task is to bat as long as they can today, well, even tomorrow if they want to, and build a first innings lead against Northamptonshire. They've had the conditions to do it. Can they make true on that? Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And a final ball. Berg bowls to Crawley, just takes his bottom hand on as he tries to work that into the onside, and there is no run to end the over. 16 for no wicket. Kent in reply to 117 all out for Northamptonshire. Andrew Radd is going to join Nikki Chowdhury at the commentary position as think it's a bit of Depeche Mode in the background. Nikki's loving it.
It's great.
I'm a big fan as well. I might get them to cut QT though, if that's... unless you want a musical accompaniment to your next bit of commentary.
No, it's all right.
I shall fade into the distance.
Great, so we've got White continuing from the Nackington Road end. It's a glorious sunny day here at Canterbury. You've got 3 slips, a gully, point, extra cover, mid-wicket, square leg who's in front. And that's all that's in my vision at the moment, as in comes White, bowls, and Compton is forward. That's coming into him a bit. There's a bit of a scream from the fielders, but nothing really there concrete enough to be screaming about. And I've still got the... Oh, there we go. I've been having some music behind me the entire time. Yeah, it's gone now. I was getting used to having a bit of a boogie whilst I was doing the comms. Got White coming in to Compton again. In he comes. Compton's forward, leaves this one. Although that ball took a little bit of height quite close to the gloves, but just managed to escape that.
Morning, Nicky. Have you lost Depeche Mode now? Has it disappeared? As it has. I can't hear it now. So.
Oh, it's gone now. It's
Jolly
gone.
good.
But it was rather entertaining. I was quite enjoying the music.
I could have. If it'd been Matt Monroe, I'd have been all right. A bit of Perry Como or something. But something suitably middle of the road, suiting my age. But Northamptonshire need a wicket here, don't they? They really need to pick a couple before
They
lunch.
do,
Just
yes.
get back into the game.
For sure. As in comes White. Compton's forward, just playing that to mid-on, who's chasing it side-on. Maybe that could have been a single there. Just mid-on, running along with the ball there. How have you been, Andrew?
Yeah, good, thank you. I haven't quite as well travelled as you have over the winter months, but I did go to Wellingborough a couple of times, and I think trip to Kettering, and other than that, I haven't ventured too far away from base, but lovely to be down here at Canterbury.
Yeah, it's been great. So what have you been up to? As in comes White and Compton's forward, plays that to point, looking to try and get a single, but there's definitely no run there as the fielder's very quick and prompt on the ball.
Well, it's what my wife calls the 6-month sulk. When there's no cricket to watch or talk about.
There's
But yeah,
been plenty of cricket
well,
to watch.
there
Maybe not county cricket,
no,
but
some of it it's not particularly stuff I would want to watch. But no, I've
Fair enough.
had a couple of books to do and get all the stats up to date, and then the day job reading the news on BBC Radio Northampton.
okay, lovely. And here comes White and Compton's forward. That's beaten outside, just on the outside there.
Jack White's been far and away in the pre-season programme. He's been far and away the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers. Bowled beautifully against Worcestershire and Leicestershire, and they had warm-up games at Northampton. Though warm-up was probably not the operative word, because it was perishing for most of it. Picked up 5 wickets in the friendly against Oxford University students. Bowled really well when they bowled the students out for 90 before lunch, and in a bit of form.
In comes White again, bowls. Compton just plays that slightly off the back foot to point again. No run. That is going to be the end of the over. Kent are currently 16 for no loss. Another maiden over.
And of course finished last season strongly. Had that 6 for against Essex in the last game of the season at Northampton, which looked for a while as it might have earned victory. In the end it didn't, but Northamptonshire having high hopes of him this year. Of course, going into this match without the talismanic Ben Sanderson, who's been far and away Northamptonshire's leading seam bowler for the last 6-7 years. They feel he's not quite there yet. They want to sort of make sure he's fully fit when he does come in. I think he had a little bit of one of those exploratory knee jobs when they just cleaned it out a little bit and just make sure that he's okay. But I think they wanted to give him another game just to get himself back into the swing of things. So I'll be surprised, we were saying yesterday, if he doesn't figure in one or both the home games. Northamptonshire have got 2 home games to come after this against Middlesex and Hampshire. Tom Taylor also not fit at the moment, so a little bit of an experimental look to the attack, although Gareth Berg experimental. Hits Crawley on the pad as he aims to work it away in the onside. Strangled appeal, but just bounces down into the gully, and there's no run. Berg, of course, 42 years old, as we've been saying. Jack White sharing the new ball. The other seamers, and Chris Tremaine presumably will be in the attack fairly soon, making his debut. the Aussie. So interesting to see how he shapes up. Luke Proctor, one imagines, will have a little bit of a bowl. James Sales. And the spin of Rob Keogh if needed. Here's Berg, in bowls to Crawley, and it hits him on the pad. Big appeal this time. Nothing strangled about that one. Not out, says the umpire. I just wonder, hard to see from here, if there was a little bit of a nick on it, possibly. But Berg went down on his haunches. He thought he'd got his man. The umpire felt otherwise.
So two rivaling counties both have Australians.
Yeah, well, Northamptonshire have got obviously Sam Whiteman making his debut as well for the club at the top of the order, and then Chris Tremaine in the bowling attack. Here's Berg in bowls to Crawley, who's pushing out into the offside, and there's no run, fielded there by Rob Keogh at extra cover, and they've got Tremaine for 3 games, then Lance Morris for 3 matches, their second 3.
I believe down at Sussex they've got Steve Smith as well prior to the Ashes series starting,
yes,
so I think that's going to be beneficial for him for sure. Yep. I'm not sure how much the England cricket team will like that, but
that's an interesting issue, isn't it?
It is.
Here's Berg in bowls to Crawley, who drives nicely. Back to Berg, who gets a finger on it, slightly painfully. It runs up to mid-off, where his captain Luke Proctor fields. And there's no run. Proctor then has a conversation with Chris Tremaine, who's at mid-on, presumably thinking about when he might come into the attack for the first time.
I think with respect to Sussex as well, they'll be very happy to have signed him.
Yeah, well, it'll certainly bring a few into Hove, I'm sure. It'll be a big draw. Here's Bergen again, very full, driven by Crawley without really timing it. It goes up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Luke Proctor, of course, Northampton's new red ball captain. Been a tough start for him in that role, losing the toss yesterday. A toss that he would dearly love to have won. Sam Billings winning it, and the Kent bowlers taking full advantage, bowling Northamptonshire out for 117. Bergen, big appeal for LBW again, as Crawley's looking to work that away through the onside. And again, I wonder, is Crawley just looking slightly ruefully at the inside edge, if there may have been a little nick on that one. The appeal wasn't as confident as the one earlier in the over, but a testing over from Gareth Berg. It was a maiden, 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 7 for Berg, and Kent are 16 for no wicket, 8 of those to Ben Compton, 7 to Zach Crawley. And I was thinking, Nicky, Ben Compton last year against Northamptonshire having the strange experience of being applauded for his 100 twice, because he made what we thought was his 100 according to the scoreboard. Everybody applauded, cap off, helmet off, everybody joining in the applause, and then they realised that the scoreboard was wrong. And it went back to 99, and he then had to get another run and repeat the performance.
I hope he got that pretty imminently as well.
Did,
okay,
yeah,
that's great.
He didn't have to wait too much longer for it, but it was all a bit strange.
Super. Here comes White from the Nackington Road end in to Compton, who's forward, defends it to extra cover, no run. Strong looking defence.
I enjoy watching Ben Compton bat. There's something rather old-fashioned about a Ben Compton innings. But my goodness, he's been effective for Kent. And
very much so. Very well contained. I think he knows his game. He knows his strengths, he knows his weaknesses, and plays to that. And I think there's a lot of patience involved in that as well. As in comes White at the top of his mark, running in from the Nackington Road end. Bowls to Compton, who is again forward, and that is a play and a miss. Just gone through the inside of him by the looks of it, I think.
It is just doing a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
But if these two could still be batting at lunch, and lunch, of course, will be a little bit later today because we've got extended playing hours and more overs to fit in, 104 overs in the day to make up some of the time that we lost yesterday. They've got about just under an hour to go till lunch. If these two could still be batting then, my goodness, Kent will be well happy with their morning's work.
They'll be very happy. As in comes White, and again Compton just nudges this down through the leg side region to square leg, where he's just managed to get a single square legs on the boundary, putting Crawley on to strike. Kent 17 for no loss.
I'm not sure if you've been following, Nicky, what's been going on down at Taunton, and the fact that obviously they lost the full first day's play yesterday. They are underway there, which is the good news, but they've had to pull the boundary in to try and avoid some of the sandy and soggy areas down there at Taunton. So our colleague Anthony Gibson was saying it's something like a 40-yard boundary in front of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. So
I was aware that it was raining down there, but to be...
Might be a few runs scored.
Yeah, for sure, as in comes White, and Crawley is forward defending it straight back to the bowler. Yeah, I knew it was raining down there, but to be that wet, I didn't expect it, really.
There was one or two pictures that I was seeing coming out of Somerset on socials last week, and it did look very, very soggy. Obviously, had a lot of rain down in the West Country, and it was fairly heavily sanded. And unfortunately, so they called off yesterday's play around about 9:30 in the morning to save anybody obviously travelling to the ground, apart from the players who had to be there.
And in comes White to Crawley, who leaves this outside the off stump, but that is very close to his off stump. Oh, well decided leave, perhaps one would say, but they've just managed to take a single there. It's gone down as a bye.
It swung late.
It swung very late, very close to that off stump.
And it did Zach Crawley, to be fair. I mean, in the end there was no damage done, but it also did Lewis McManus, Northamptonshire's keeper, who suddenly found this one swinging
away from him. Yeah,
quite acutely and late.
Mm-hmm.
And he just got a glove to it, but couldn't gather it in, and it goes down as a bye.
We've got Compton on strike as in comes White through this run-up, bowls, and Compton's forward defends it to point. And that is the end of the over. Kent 18 for no loss of 9. Going steady here, Compton and Crawley. As you mentioned, Andrew, Kent would love to be at the crease with these two in an hour's time. I think they'd be in a super strong position, and really allowing them to get ahead in this innings.
I just had a message from Northamptonshire chairman to say it's the Kent chairman's birthday today, so we'll investigate this. But I assume he would know, and wishing Simon Phillip very many happy returns of the day.
Always love a good birthday.
Well, absolutely. Well, he could well have if this goes to plan, he could have a very good birthday. Well, here we are. Chris Tremaine going to be bowling for the first time in County Championship cricket. First time in a Northamptonshire shirt. Number 20 on his back. 4 slips in place. He's bowling to the England opener, Zach Crawley. And Tremaine is in and bowls, and that's driven out to point by Crawley, and there's no run. Tremaine, as we were saying, in for the first 3 games of the season, has a very solid record in first-class cricket in Australia. He's played ODI cricket for Australia. He's played also in the same Australia A team as Sam Whiteman, who's also in the Northamptonshire side and came highly recommended. And here he is from this pavilion end. Bright sunshine now at Canterbury. And he bowls to Crawley, who drives up to Keogh at wide mid-off. And there's no run.
Very good looking drive, just for no run.
Yes, he's I'm sure if he'll... 7 runs to Zach Crawley off 28 balls. No questions will be asked, won't he? He's blocking it. So I'm being facetious. He's got as much time as he needs.
He's got all the time in the world.
Here is Crawley, bat raised, and facing this next ball from Chris Tremaine. That's outside the off stump again. It's a good leave from Zach Crawley. It was fairly tight on line of off stump, but he will say it was a very good leave. As they say, there are only 2 types. Good uns when you get away with it, bad uns when you don't. But that goes through into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
Keeping it simple. Good uns and bad uns.
Yeah, I'll just run through what's happening elsewhere, because Tremaine takes a little while to get back to his mark. So after this ball, I'll just run you through what's happening elsewhere around the country, because everywhere is playing, which is very good news. Here's Tremaine running away from us in bowls to Crawley and beats him outside the off stump. I say that, I think maybe Crawley pulled his bat inside the line late on. It was a late adjustment, but I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
The whole country is playing. There's cricket all over.
All over the place, yeah. And at Southampton, Nottinghamshire bowled out yesterday for 185, but making Hampshire work for a lead. Hampshire 153 for 5 in reply, so still 32 behind. Surrey just been bowled out by Lancashire at Old Trafford. Surrey 442 all out. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls to Crawley, who drives that out to Zach to Rob Keogh at extra cover, who
Slipped?
he slipped. I don't know if he's got. I hope he hasn't got crepe soles on, but it's probably a little bit damp out there still, just on the edge of the square, and finished up on his backside. He's okay there. Yes, Surrey all out for 442, and Callum Steele finishing 141 not out, and runs pretty much all the way down the order for Surrey there. At Lords, Essex 203 for 4. Of course, they had some rain there yesterday, as we did. Here's Tremaine in bowls to Crawley, who's edged just short of third slip. Kept it down well, but a good testing over from Chris Tremaine. It was a maiden, and at the end of the over, Kentar 18 for no wicket, 7 of those to Zach Crawley, 9 to Ben Compton. Essex 203 for 4, and Dan Lawrence just out for 105. So a good start to the season for him. Another one I'm sure that the England selectors will be keeping an eye on. And then, as I say, they're underway finally at Taunton, where Somerset are 13 for no wicket against Warwickshire. They've been underway about 20 minutes down there after losing the whole of yesterday's play. I'll run you through Division 2 during this over, Nikki.
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of cricket going on. It's good to see. It's nice to have cricket back. I feel like it's been a long winter.
It's felt that way, hasn't it?
It's felt that way. It's been a long winter. Yes, there's been every other type of cricket to watch on TV, but I feel like county cricket does have a soft spot in my heart. As White comes in and Compton is forward, defending that straight back into the hands of the bowler.
So at Derby, Derbyshire all out for 321 against Worcestershire, with 28 for no wicket in reply. At Cardiff, Gloucestershire all out for 165. Glamorgan lost 3 early wickets, but they're recovering a little bit, 55 for 3 there now. Down at Hove, or along at Hove, I should say. Durham 376 all out. Sussex just started their reply, 23 for no wicket. And Yorkshire 412 for 6 against Leicestershire.
And in comes White. Compton's forward defends it again strongly to extra cover, no run.
And another Ashes candidate, David Milan, made 132 there. So Yorkshire going along very nicely.
He hasn't played a test match in a while, has he?
Well, it does make you wonder why.
It does. I was actually thinking about this the other day, because obviously he's been performing very well.
Well, he's got to be in contention, hasn't he? Every time he seems to be given an opportunity, doesn't often let England down, but he seems to be the first one out the door.
It is indeed. As in comes White, and Compton just trying to flick this down the leg side, but just like breezing past him into the hands of McManus.
Must have felt like a sort of what a difference a day makes for young Josh Hull. I was saying the young left arm seamer from my club, from Oundle Town, who made his first class debut for Leicestershire, picked up the wicket of Adam Lyth in his first over yesterday, his first over in first-class cricket.
Oh, wow.
Which was a terrific start for him. He's got through 15 overs, 1 for 64, which is pretty tidy, I would say, on debut for a young left-armer.
That's not bad. As in comes White to Compton again, who's just played this down to square leg, taking a single here. Not exactly a clean hit on the bat, I would say, but a single is a single.
Of course, Finn Bean made 100, his maiden first-class 100 or championship 100 for Yorkshire yesterday, so the Tykes going well. And they, of course, will have a big point to prove in terms of looking to get straight back out of Division 2, which with the resources they've got, you would think they must be very strong favourites to do so.
We've got Crawley on strike now. 4 slips in place as White's into the attack, running in from the Nackington Road end. In he comes, bowls. Crawley's forward, defends, looking to go for a single, but there is not a single there at all. Picked up very promptly by extra cover. Good intent, though, by Compton and Crawley, really looking to push those runs and pushing the fielders when there is that gap and that opportunity.
Yep, looking to be busy, looking to be purposeful. And well, as we were saying earlier, Nicky, just got as much time as they want. We've got all of today, another 85 overs left in the day's play, all of tomorrow and all of Sunday.
In comes White to Crawley again. This one just hitting him on the thigh pad, I believe. And that is the end of the over. No run, Kent a 19 for no loss of 11 overs. And
we mentioned earlier, right at the start, Nicky, that we were thinking that it was going to be hopefully a few come in when news of the fact that Kent were doing well and the weather, combination of that and pay what you can day, and the crowd is certainly building. It's very good to see. Good smattering all around the ground now. In fact, I imagine one or two will be maybe a little bit sunburnt, which is something we would not have been talking about yesterday. And the ice cream van that was here at 9:15 yesterday morning, in the definition of optimism, is actually doing a bit of trade today, which is nice to see. Didn't seem to be too many people queuing up for ice cream yesterday.
I'm sure he'll make up for it today.
Yeah, might have been any hot bovril on offer. They might have had a few takers. Here's Tremaine coming round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Compton. 3 slips and a gully in place. And Tremaine in down the leg side. The radar not quite adjusted there. Compton shaping to play it down the leg side. Doesn't make contact. Good to take by Lewis McManus down the leg side. McManus, Northamptonshire's red ball vice-captain this year. Having only joined the club at the start of last season from Hampshire, where he found himself potentially not having first-team cricket when they signed Ben Brown. And Northamptonshire then looking for a keeper when Adam Rossington had the captaincy taken away from him, decided to make a move down to Essex. And McManus came in and certainly made a very, very favourable impression last season at Wantage Road. Leg slip going in for Compton, and it's outside the off stump, left alone by Ben Compton. Tremaine probing away on the off stump. But it's interesting because the leg slip idea was tried out yesterday by Sam Billings, and it should have had Luke Proctor out for naught. It was dropped. Difficult catch, but one that you normally expect at this level to see taken before Proctor had scored. Wasn't costly, of course, in the scheme of things for Kent, but I think Billings had certainly done his homework. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls, and that's a thick inside edge for Compton, and it's squirted away into the onside, and they're going to come through for a single. Not entirely where Ben Compton was looking to play it, but one more onto the board, onto the score. 20 for Kent for no wicket, and Compton goes to 11. Field changes over for the right-handed Crawley. Really is a glorious morning. Some plenty of cloud around, but it's fluffy white high cloud. Forecast is pretty good for the day, just the outside chance of a shower later on, but I think we shall get through. 4 slips in for the right-handed Crawley as Tremaine is in bowling to him, and Crawley just dropping that down calmly into the onside for an easy single. One more to his total. He goes to 8 and Kent to 21 for no wicket. As you say, Nicky, good purposeful stuff from these two. Just looking to keep the board going, rotate the strike. Don't need to take any risks at all. It's not easy out there.
Not easy at all, and yeah, just rotating the strike and playing the ball on its merit, which obviously has been working so far so good for them.
Here's Tremaine. Sun goes behind a cloud for a moment. And Tremaine in bowls to Compton down the leg side again, and taken by Lewis McManus, who just about has time to exchange pleasantries with leg slip, who is in there for Ben Compton, who had such a terrific season last year. Kent supporters hoping very much for more of the same. A gentleman walking his dog round the boundary at the far end of the ground, Lackington Road end. Here's Tremaine. Yet again, bowls to Compton outside the off stump, left alone. Goes through to McManus, and that's the end of another over. 21 for no wicket, with Zach Crawley on 8. Ben Compton is on 11. Nicky's just going to make way for Matt Cole, who's going to come in and update listeners to BBC Radio Kent in a second. And so we have around about 40 minutes to go until lunch. Nicky will be back with us this afternoon. Some say behind a cloud at the moment, but the conditions fine. Such a contrast to yesterday when it was fairly vile, to be perfectly honest. Well, yeah, and it's no reflection on this lovely and historic ground, but it just really wasn't a very nice day. Much better today, and here's Jack White running in from the Lackington Road end. 4 slips in place, bowling to Zach Crawley, who's forward playing it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run, Matt.
Yes, I went out for a little bit of a stroll around the ground, which is lovely. Talked to Martin, who, as I always say, basically runs the ground.
Yes.
There's one at every club.
Now, is it true
He's
that
working from dawn till dusk and beyond?
Is it true that it's the Kent chairman's birthday today?
Oh no, I don't know that.
I've had a message from
Oh,
the
there you go.
Northamptonshire chairman,
Didn't get
Gavin
him a
Warren,
card.
saying it's Simon Phillips' birthday
Ah,
today. So
well.
wish him well from everybody at Northamptonshire.
And from us as well. Happy birthday, Simon. As white bowls to Crawley, just closes down on that, defends it into the offside. But I did notice Ben Compton, there was a shout for an LBW, was there also a shout for a possible catch in the same delivery?
Yes,
there?
there's also that shouting that Berg had against Zach Crawley that looked a decent shout, but umpire felt otherwise. But Gareth Berg down on his haunches and almost giving it the third act of Hamlet.
Now that I didn't spot, but just going to take over the commentary here is white bowls to Crawley. Just turns it into the onside, and there's no run. It's fielded there. Keogh was fielding there. That doesn't look like Rob Keogh though on the onside.
No, that's Josh Cobb.
Thank you very much. That square leg, 3 slips, a wideish gully, almost a backward point. No, it's coming back to gully now. Orthodox covered point, mid on, mid off. At mid wicket, Josh Cobb, as you said, a long leg as well. Chris Tremaine, updating our radio listeners right now. Yeah, going well for Kent as far as it goes at the moment. Bright sunshine here at Canterbury in stark contrast to yesterday's grim and fairly vile day in terms of weather, as my co-commentator Andrew Radd has just said. They did bowl out Northamptonshire, though, taking the remaining 3 wickets this morning. They had them 7 down overnight, and then Matt Quinn took the remaining 3 wickets in short order. 117 all out then for Northamptonshire. Quinn 4 for 25, and Kent batting steadily here. England man Zach Crawley has survived a massive shout from the Northamptonshire bowler Gareth Berg. I'm told he went down more or less on one knee, gave it the Shakespeare to the umpire and was turned down. Ben Compton has also flirted with a couple of balls outside his off stump, but still there on 11. So Kent doing okay at the moment, trying to bat as long as possible today, and maybe even tomorrow if they can do that as well, to build a big first innings lead. They're 21 for none in reply to Northamptonshire's 117 in their first innings, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So, wherefore art thou Ian Blackwell, he was saying. Is that defended by Crawley to the offside. No run at end of the over. They are 21 for none. Another maiden. Been impressed by Jack White this morning.
Yeah, it's been good, isn't he? He
Bowled
was
7 on the bounce.
saying to Nicky, he's been, certainly in the pre-season, the build-up, he's been the pick of the Northamptonshire seamers. He was very good against Oxford University. I know obviously it's maybe not the strongest of opposition, but he was putting the ball consistently in the right place. Did the same in the pre-season friendlies against Leicestershire and Worcestershire as well. He generally looked in good nick, picking up where he left off last year when he had a sort of very strong finish to the season. And it's going to be Chris Tremaine, the Aussie. He's about to start his 3rd over from the pavilion end. 3 slips in place, bowling to the left-handed Compton, and puts one past the outside edge. It's just Tremaine toiled a little bit to find his line against Compton so far, but that was absolutely in the right place. The leg slip is still in for Compton, as we were saying yesterday, a ploy that Sam Billings employed when Luke Proctor went in, and well, it should really have had him out without scoring. Didn't prove very costly in the end, but catch went down. Here's Tremaine running in again, round the wickets to bowl to Compton, who works that nicely away through mid-wicket. Runs for him here, runs out towards the boundary and the Freeman House apartments. They've come through for 2. Will they risk a 3rd? No, they won't. Chased there by Northamptonshire's captain Luke Proctor. Sends in his return and they settle for a couple. Takes Compton to 13 and Kent to 23 for no wicket. I think you were having a walk around the ground. We were talking about what's been happening down at Taunton. The fact they are playing, but they've had to bring the boundaries in to make it so that they can actually avoid the particularly boggy and sandy areas. So some short boundaries there at Taunton. Here's Tremaine in again, back of a length, and Compton plays it back down the pitch, half stopped of his own bowling by Tremaine, just deflected up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there's no run. So
it's not the biggest ground in the first place.
Well, it's not.
It?
And I was saying, our colleague Anthony Gibson has just noticed a message from him saying that the straight boundary in front of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion is about 40 yards. But presumably the authorities have said it's okay just to get the game on, which is sensible. Same for both sides. Here's Tremaine in again, bowling to Compton outside the off stump. Left alone, goes through to Lewis McManus. But yes, I can think of a few club grounds that I know. One of the loveliest club grounds in Northamptonshire at Findon Dolben at Avenue Road, reigning Northamptonshire League champions, and Northamptonshire have played there, of course, played Sunday League there in the 80s, and because it's in a bowl, sometimes they've had a few issues with water gathering, and in every club matches they've obviously very sensibly pulled the boundary in and made sure the game goes on. And in good company. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls to Compton once again across his stumps, very well organised, as we know Ben Compton is, plays it up to mid-on where Proctor fields. Tremaine's going to switch to over the wicket, just informs the umpires. Zach Crawley moves across, still the 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, Hassan Azad at second, Berg at third. Leg slip is coming out. Jack White is grazing down on the boundary at long leg in front of the main scoreboard, and now Josh Cobb is in at short mid-wicket, catching position. Square leg and a mid-on is fairly wide as Tremaine over the wicket to Compton, who drops it down in the offside. Lovely batting, sensible batting, just pushes it out in the offside for a single. Well counted as well, because it was the last ball of the over. And 24 for no wicket. Kent at the end of that over. Compton is 14. Crawley is 8. Tremaine 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5 in his first bowl in the county championship. And Kent, with around about half an hour to go until lunch, will be very well satisfied with their morning's work so far, Matt.
Yeah, it'll be frustrating for Northampton, the sort of half chances they've had, if you can call them that. It's a bit of a football term, isn't it? But they haven't made the breakthrough as well. Gareth Berg is swapping ends. He's going to come on from the Nackington Road end down the slight incline.
Talking of football, you're going to be up in my neck of the woods, aren't you?
Yeah, we're doing a sort of, I was going to say it's like an exchange student. It might be a prisoner exchange. I'm not quite sure the way that it works like that. Will I be released from Six Fields at the end of Monday night?
Well, there's no guarantee.
This Berg to so I went a bit dark there for some reason. Compton just trying to tuck that through into the onside again, but fielded, and there's no run. But yeah, excuse me, I'm just going to grab my scorecard. But yeah, I'll be there for the Gillingham game.
Oh, right, yes.
See our respective top teams or highest ranking teams in football for our 2 radio stations are playing each other. Northampton on the promotion trail.
Absolutely.
Fantastic for them.
Super sore away cobblers.
Gillingham have had very much a season of 2 halves as Berg bowls to Compton. And there's no run. They scored. It still beggars belief. They scored 7 goals in, I think, the first 22 games. I mean,
somebody bricked up the goal.
It was just look back on it, and every time I we read out that stat or read it out during the first half of the season, it's like, no, I still don't think that can be right. But yeah, they've been a revelation. Obviously, new owners there, new players coming in January, and whacked on the pad, and it's just nipping down leg. Was it? Looked like it might have hit him on leg stump, and there's no run. If you're a cricket fan, you don't want me waffling about football. But yes, anyway, should be an entertaining afternoon. Our respective sports shows, of course, are going on.
Yes.
On the bank holidays as well. So I think it's fair to say I'm not entirely sure when we're going to be updating listeners to those, but it'll be.
I should be dipping into our programme this afternoon as well.
In between the other delights on the Sports Hub from 2 o'clock with Matt Davison. And the onside. There's no run. Again defended by Compton. Good full length ball from Berg. 24 for none. But yes, I'll be in your neck of the woods for at least a couple of hours watching the footy.
Well, I think because Northamptonshire have got 2 home games coming up now. So what's where are Kent next up?
Kent are at Edgbaston next week.
Right.
Again, this is played defensively by Compton's been tested by Berg in this over. Ball to come, none for 7. 5 dots so far. Kent beat Warwickshire last year. It was one of their very few wins. In fact, that's I'll be very happy to double up. And back-to-back victories against the Midland side if they can do. But here's Berg to Compton. Runs that down past third slip. There's almost a grimace, a growl from Gareth Berg as that goes through for 4. Quite deliberately played by Compton, keeping the ball down low past third slip. And he ends the over of 5 dots with a 4. And Compton goes on to 18 from 49. Crawley 8 from 41. I was saying to Nicky from Zach Crawley's point of view, I'm not sure if he is under pressure from the England team, because they seem to really like him, and there's for understandable reasons why I've seen he's played, or whether the pressure is all coming from outside spotlighting, saying he's the most vulnerable in that batting line.
It was really interesting. I thought the conversation you were having with Nicky, and I think you used the operative word, which is perceived, and I think there is perceived pressure, but whether it's actual pressure, really only Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes know for sure, I suppose. Here's Tremaine starting another over to Crawley. Outside the off stump, flicked the pad on the way through, which prompted an appeal as there was no stroke played. It was a fairly half-hearted effort, and the umpire, Ian Blackwell, is not particularly interested. He's just exchanging a word or two with Chris Tremaine of explanation. I mean, if they were appealing for LBW, it was surely going over the top anyway.
Yeah,
tall man, Zach Crawley.
Wasn't much of a deflection, was it?
No, I think...
and he had the bat withdrawn, didn't he?
Unless they thought he'd have just feathered the blade on the way
as
through.
He took it, yeah, as he withdrew it, perhaps.
Either way, it's not out. And Tremaine in again, bowls to Crawley outside the off stump again. He's let it go, and once again they're appealing. Now, again, whether it just flicked the pad on the way through, but it certainly wasn't going to hit the stumps.
That's curious.
It's all slightly strange, but
the bat was a lot further away from that one than the previous one. So
there was no question of them appealing for anything other than LBW. Anyway, the upshot is that Zach Crawley survived. I was just watching that again. Yeah, there was a bit of pad on that last one going through, but again, it didn't look as though it was coming back enough to hit the stumps, which was clearly Ian Blackwell's view, but there was a little bit of a deflection, small one. Here's Tremaine in again, and that's on leg stump, whipped away down to Jack White down there in front of the Les Ames pavilion at long leg, and they come through for a single. So Zach Crawley gets off strike. He's 9, and Kent 29 for no wicket. If you're just joining us, Northamptonshire resumed this morning at 89 for 7. Were bowled out for 117. Lost the last 3 wickets for 28 in 7 overs. And the man to do the damage was Matt Quinn, who took all 3 wickets to fall this morning, finishing with excellent figures of 4 for 25 from 9 overs and 5 balls, leaving Gareth Berg high and dry, 21 not out. Tremaine in, bowls to Compton, plays it out just in front of square on the onside, fielded there by James Sales. And there's no run. Sales, of course, very much in the action when these two sides met last in the championship here back in July 2022, and Northamptonshire just won that game with a few minutes to spare, and it was James Sales as substitute fielder who held the catch to dismiss Matt Quinn.
It was a fantastic game, that one.
It was a wonderful game of cricket from start to finish. Terrific cricket on both sides. Here's short and wide and 4. And that was a little bit of a lollipop from Chris Tremaine, to be honest. It was short, it was wide, and Compton latching onto it, cutting it away down to the Les Ames pavilion. takes him into the 20s. He's 22 now, and Kent 33 for no wicket. And Tremaine's done, certainly his first 3 overs, pretty good, probing away, building a bit of pressure, but that sort of delivery that just eases the pressure and makes the batters feel a little bit happier about things. Still 3 slips in place. Tremaine round the wicket, bowls to Compton, and that's short, and it's paddled round the corner down to long leg where Jack White fields, and they're through for another single. Compton to 23, and he's counted beautifully again. I tell you what, the counting to 6 at the moment from Ben Compton is absolutely red hot. 23 to him, 9 to Crawley, keeps the bowling. 34 for no wicket at the end of the over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11 for Chris Tremaine. And I was trying to think, Matt, the name Tremaine, maybe featuring in a TV programme, and it did come to me. Do you remember the Champions? It may be a bit before your time, but it was the sort of 3 agents with special powers,
Right.
and their boss, who used to sit in the office behind the desk and give them their assignments, was Tremaine. So that was just came to me the other day when I was pondering on this, as you do.
Yeah, it's not a surname that I've come across very much. But there we are. Well, not sure if he's trying to organise the attack at the moment, but 34 for none. Compton, as you said, is grabbing the strike from Crawley selfishly. 3 slips in now. The gully's disappeared over the past few overs. Man short on the onside though. As Berg bowls to Compton, pushes forward up to mid-off, and there's no run. Whiteman fielding at short position on the leg side, or shortish I'd say, mid-wicket. 34 for none. A couple of emails have come in this morning. Great to hear from you, Simon, from Sydney. There we are. I don't know if he's a countryman of yours, Sam Whiteman maybe, but Simon, I hope you're a Kent supporter or a Northampton supporter from Sydney. But if you're a happy neutral, very happy to have your company as well. Just a gentle nudge past the bowler from Compton, sees the opportunity to take the run as mid-on has to come across to mid-off. And there is a single for him there, 35 for none. I don't know if you'll still be listening actually. 12:47 here. What sort of time is that in Sydney, I wonder? Late-ish.
It's going to be,
Yeah. Great to have your company. Obviously a proper cricket badger. As Sean's been in touch. Sean the Brewer, it's great to have your company as well, Sean. Says good morning, Matt and Andrew. Listening yesterday but couldn't write as I was delivering beer throughout Manchester, Liverpool, North Wales and Cheshire. Lovely to hear the commentary again after so long. I wanted to point out the ice cream van was probably turning up at 9 a.m. yesterday in case Ben was on commentary. You're absolutely right. He doesn't realise that Ben's on paternity leave at the moment, my colleague Ben Watts, because pretty much any time of day or night.
Likes his lolly, doesn't he?
You should probably just stick it outside his house. I'll give you the address. That's a lovely shot from Crawley. Well, a swashbuckling shot, I should say. I'm not sure he quite got all of it, but he's so strong. Whips the hands through it and has gone through for 4 through mid-wicket. Or a wide, long on, 4 runs.
You see that one, Brendan?
I was going to say that that looked like a dispatch, didn't it? But I'm not sure he quite middled it.
I'm not sure he did, but he's so strong. It was perfectly safe and rattled away for 4.
Hits the ball very hard indeed. So he moves on to 13. Yeah, is that what's required from the England coaching staff? Berg once more to him. Oh, has he wrapped him on the pad? He has. Outside the line.
That's what I thought. I think he just about got outside the line, and I think that's all that could have saved him.
He's moving towards off, isn't he? And which I think why they were appealing before was he seemed to be moving slightly across his stumps, Zach Crawley. And is it umpire Hartley at the far end?
It's Hartley at the far end. I'm waiting for the replay to come up.
Very hard for us to tell. I have to say, we're not doing the diplomatic Arsene Wenger here. We're just
no, absolutely right. Hit him outside the line. Played a shot, not out.
So Berg back into him again. Has beaten the bat though on that occasion. Left through to the wicket keeper there, and there is no run. 39 for no wicket. 13 for Crawley. 24 Compton.
I'm just slightly concerned and disappointed that our friend who was delivering beer all over the place. Never got down to us yesterday. I mean,
Well,
might have wiled away the day a little bit.
he's out of crew these days, is Sean. So it's a
fair
bit of a
enough.
but he could have made the effort.
It's a bit of a hike, isn't it?
Here's Berg to Crawley. To the onside, plays at the onside, and there's no run, picked up by the man at square leg. End of the over, 39 for none. Kenton replied to Northamptonshire's 117 all out. Here we go. I was talking about Ben Watts here, is our friend Sean. He was very disappointed when he came to Crewe to commentate on the Gillingham game and found out the Polish bakery on the way to the ground had closed down. There we go. He does like his baked goods as well. I don't want to characterise him too much. Ben's not here to defend himself, but it's fair to say, I think, if an ice cream van any time of the year, probably would just get Ben's address and sit outside, morning, noon or night. You get some custom there.
So we should be operating at the David Cable end of the ground this year for home games at Wantage Road. It's a bit further away from the ice cream van.
Oh, good grief. He might not do that one then.
Here's Tremaine starting his 5th over from the pavilion end, bowling round the wicket to Compton, who nudges that out into the offside. Fielded energetically there by Rob Keogh, just welcoming the opportunity to stretch his legs a little bit, and no run at Cruz. Yes, so it's the sort of wrong end of the ground, really. The ice cream van usually parks up at the other side of the west stand, so if Ben is there for that one, he'll have a bit further to go. Here's Tremaine. Still 3 slips in, round the wicket, bowling to Compton, who comes across his stumps, runs it down towards fine leg, and they come through for a single, fielded down there by Jack White, close to where the gentleman was walking his dog a few moments ago. So a dog walker toddling along that far end of the ground. One more to Ben Compton, who's 25. Kent 40 for no wicket. Really good start by these two. It hasn't been easy, as we expected. Thought it would be tough going, and Northamptonshire ought to make Kent work as hard for their runs as the Kent attack did to Northamptonshire yesterday, but so far the difference is Northamptonshire haven't managed to make the breakthrough. One of the slips, did originally have 4 slips in, and one of them's come out, so now reinforce the cover field area as Tremaine is in, bowling to Crawley. Covers up, pushes it out to the middle of the 3 fielders. There's a backward point, James Sales. There's a man in there at cover, which is where that last one went to, and then Rob Keogh now up at mid-off. Josh Cobb is the middle of those 3 fielders. He did the work there. So they've reinforced the cover field just to try and block one of Crawley's favoured scoring areas. And Tremaine, strong, tall man, running in again, bowls to Crawley, just turns him round a little bit, and he finishes up playing that off, just the semblance of a leading edge up all along the ground, so safely enough to mid-off, but a little bit of a moral victory for the bowler.
Yeah, he was looking to clip that through mid-wicket, wasn't he?
Ben Compton just going down and having a word of encouragement for his partner. Just be updating BBC Radio Northampton into their news bulletin at 1 o'clock.
Bring Nicky in for the final 50 minutes or so, isn't it, before lunch now? It's 1:10 today.
Here's Tremaine, in again, bowls to Crawley on his hip. Now, I don't think he's got any bat on that. It's run down for a single. Behind square, it was Lewis McManus who sprinted round from behind the stumps to retrieve, and indeed it signalled as a leg by umpire Ian Blackwell. One more onto the total, 41 for no wicket. Shame to be here, I suppose, in one respect. When we mentioned yesterday, when the trees at the far end of the ground are fairly bare. It's absolutely beautiful when you come here in the middle of the summer and the trees are in full leaf at the Nackington Road end. Now Tremaine staying round the wicket to the left-handed Compton. Short, and Compton thought about having a little bit of a flap at that. In the end, just managed to drop the hands and the bat out of danger. It's taken by Lewis McManus down the leg side, and that's the end of the over. 41 for no wicket. Compton is 25. Crawley is 13. Tremaine has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. And I shall leave it with you, Matt. I shall go and update BBC Radio Northampton. See you this afternoon, and bring Nikki Chowdhury in for the last few minutes of this particular session.
Fabulous, thank you very much, Radders. Sean also adding, by the way, on the email, how good he thinks this initiative is from Kent today, the pay what you want to come in, and we'll see a lot of families coming in as well. He said he certainly would have done that when he was living back in Kent, taking his kids to see the cricket, making it economically much easier for people to come and just dip their toe into cricket for the first time. Perhaps some youngsters seeing the game for the first time, and spending a good portion of the day in the sun as well, which cannot be bad at this time of year. I was as Berg bowls to Crawley, just behind square this one play, just a little dab on it, low on the bat. He'll take a single into the onside. He moves on to 14. An email as well from Paul. Great to hear from you, Paul. He says, one of the joys of the early summer is when you turn on the radio and hear the Kent cricket commentary. Oh, thank you very much, Paul. I like that. You do realise it's me and not Ben Watts for most of April, don't you? A couple of things he says. What do you consider a successful season to be for Kent for this year? Sorry. He says, is it staying in Division 1 and a run in the one-day comps? Sorry, my apologies there with Nikki Chowdhury, because I realised I'd actually plugged her headset in, but the headset was miles away from her. Is that an edge? It is! He's played and he has edged that one, Ben Compton. Well, Paul on the emails was about to compliment Ben Compton in his economical style, but that one he has, for once, got an edge on. He's played and missed at a couple during this innings of 58 balls he's lasted, and there is I would say jubilation from Northamptonshire, but relief, I think, that they've taken their first wicket. 42 for 1. Compton looks rather ruefully back at the umpire, but the finger went up, and that is the first wicket to 4. Crawley has 14. First wicket, and Nikki Chowdhury has brought it. So you've taken the scalp of Ben Compton there. I was just mentioning that he had played and missed it a few early in his innings, Ben Compton, but it looked a little bit more composed. But Berger's got him to wedge that one behind.
Yeah, he did play and miss it a few. I did see that earlier, but I think obviously when Northamptonshire have been at it as well, and they've been really trying to dig in and obviously get this wicket. Someone's bound to make a mistake at some point, and especially with Compton being so restricted in terms of in his shot variety and playing obviously to his own strengths. I think that breakthrough is definitely gonna give them that little bit of oomph, taking them into lunch.
Yeah, just first session extended because we're making up overs from yesterday, so it will be 1:10 past 1. But as you say, it's great for them to have a breakthrough in this first session. Kent really would have thought it would have been their day so far, with 3 quick wickets taken and then unbeaten until lunch. It's Daniel Bell-Drummond who comes in at 3 for Kent, alongside Zach Crawley for a moment. They just chat, Crawley giving him perhaps some pointers as to what it's doing out there. Relatively slow for Zach Crawley, 14 from 52 balls. But I think they bowled pretty well, Northants, as well. I have to say, I think Kent have batted securely up until now, but I think
definitely
again,
they bowled well.
There's not been much to, notwithstanding a couple of wide balls, one for Chris Tremaine certainly, which Compton treated a couple of overs back, but they've been on the money for the most part. Berg then bowling to Bell-Drummond, takes the bottom hand off as he turns that into the onside. A bit of an ooh and an ah from the fielding side. And the helmet's been called for, I think. I see Luke Proctor. That'd be interesting. They're going to put a man in short maybe on the leg side. But, is Berg bowls to Bell-Drummond. Gets inside the line of that one. I have to say, what they call our cue, the feed we get in our headphones, I think is louder on BBC Radio Kent than any other station.
Loud.
It is. It really is.
I was trying to turn it down. I realised
no,
it's
it's
on
down
the
to
lowest.
the bottom there, yeah. I don't know how that... I mean, I'm not... As you'll understand, I'm not very technical, but yeah. I think wherever we go with other radio stations, when you get feed from the news, it's never this loud, but it's like, it's pumping, isn't it? I feel like we should have some lights on in the commentary boxes.
I know, we need some flashy lights in here.
Here's Berg's... Oh, that's a great delivery. Bell-Drummond just feeling for that outside off stump. It's gone through the wicket-keeper. That was close again, looking a little bit It's Anastasia, there we go. Thought I recognised that. But feeling for that outside the off stump. You can't hear that, listener, so I shouldn't be referring to it so much, to be honest. But 42 for 1. I mean, if Northampton could just strike again here, Berg just having a little bit of hesitation from Daniel Bell-Drummond, that would be put them into lunch with their tails up. Leaves that outside the off stump. Might have left it on length as well, maybe, just bouncing over the line of off stump or just fourth stump line. Good over from Berg. He has got the breakthrough.
Here comes the helmets.
42 for 1 indeed. Oh, it's helmets plural, is it?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
helmets
crikey.
plural.
And
Got 2 being run on by the 12th man.
Yeah, Salazar has taken, I think, safe. Zabe is the 12th man, and Azad has run it. Or is there going to be spin? No, Tremaine is bowling from this end. So where are the 2 helmeted fielders going to field? I think this is the question Luke Proctor is now posing to his colleagues as well. Where do you want me? Are they going to bowl back of a length to Crawley?
So one helmet's going off. It's been chucked to
okay,
Square
there we
Leg,
go.
who's taking it back to the boundary with him.
Don't need that at the moment. Perhaps they are thinking of spin from the other end, possibly. But
Potentially, we've just got points been pushed out, making his way not exactly to the boundary, but rather deep.
so is this going to be a... Oh, wait a minute. And the other helmet's been chucked away now behind the wicketkeepers they were brought on. They're not being used. Tremaine to bowl.
Tremaine from the pavilion end, making his way into Crawley, who's forward, goes, and it's played and missed straight into the hands of McManus, the keeper. Yeah.
That was a lot of to-do, that, wasn't it?
That was a lot of fuss for nothing. There's 2 helmets run on.
So the fielder at second slip now has the fielding pads on, but not the helmet.
Yeah,
And he's at
maybe.
second slip.
Maybe they're thinking ahead. Maybe the spinners are going to come on just before we break
Yeah, perhaps
into
so.
lunch.
Yeah. They're gesticulating towards this end. Is there movement behind the bowler's arm?
There's something
There's
disturbing.
I think one of the stewards is just between the sight screens and is moving away now, I think. Just distracting the batsman, perhaps.
I think distractions have been cleared as Tremaine makes his way from the pavilion end into Crawley, who now is forward and just works this to the onside, taking a single there as deep Square Leg comes in to pick that up. Bell-Drummond now on strike. Kent are 43 for 1.
Yeah, made good inroads, haven't they, to the 117 total of Northants. That's their job today, but have lost that 1 wicket before lunch.
Okay, 1 helmet has come into play.
Oh, at last, there we go. We do have a forward short leg.
Yes.
But for Bell-Drummond,
Bell-Drummond.
rather... Oh, right, there we are. That's interesting. They think he's more susceptible, perhaps, to turning the ball there.
Wasn't for Crawley. In comes Tremaine. Bowls through the crease. Bell-Drummond is forward, trying to work that into the leg side, but it's just picked up by Tremaine on his completion.
So, yeah, has looked a little bit tentative, Bell-Drummond, just in the first few deliveries from Gareth Berg.
He's only faced 5 balls, to be fair, so...
Yeah, I suppose that's... I'm expecting a lot, aren't I, really? He should have played himself in 5 balls, so I know. There you go.
Here comes Tremaine. In he is to Bell-Drummond, who's forward, flicks this in to mid-wicket, looking to take a single, but fielded very promptly by mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, taken by Sam Whiteman there on the ground. I'm just going to butt in for this update for BBC Radio Kent's radio listeners. As the Aussie Tremaine goes back to his mark, making his debut for Northamptonshire, one of the 3 in this match for the visitors. Hoping to take his first wicket in English county cricket as well, the Aussie. Bowling now to Danny Bell-Drummond. And up on his toes there. It's no more than a nudge past mid-off, that one. Just showed the bat to it. And they'll come back for 2. Think about a third there. That was a very aggressive running of the first 2. They ran the first 2 hard. He's off the mark. Kent 45 for 1. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. Still very pleasant sunshine here. And what could be better than a feast of sport on a day with the hot cross buns and maybe a chocolate egg or two? Down the leg side goes that ball from Chris Tremaine for Northamptonshire. Kent doing well here in the sunshine, 45 for 1. They finished off the last 3 Northamptonshire wickets from overnight, with Matt Quinn taking all 3 of those. 4 for 25 he finished with as Northampton bowled out for 117. Kent have made serious inroads into that total already. 45 for 1 they are. Zach Crawley, the England man, on 15, has been tentative occasionally and has survived one massive LBW shout. The man to go, Ben Compton, who looked very composed, very compact indeed, but flirted with the ball outside the off stump, edging behind for the 1 wicket to go so far. Daniel Bell Drummond has come in, he has 2, Crawley has 15, Kent 45 for 1, 72 behind on first innings at the moment. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And that is the update there, 45-1. Lydia Rodford, our presenter, saying, yeah, there is a sports hub, 2 o'clock. There'll be all sorts of sport going on this afternoon. Football taking centre stage.
Didn't used to work on that, especially during the winter?
Absolutely, yes, yeah. I usually present it, yeah. I like the way you said used to. Yeah, you know something I don't?
As in, because you're here right now, right? So you won't be at the football.
I won't be at all surprised. This is Berg. No, you're right in that. Berg to Crawley.
I didn't mean it
to
like
the
that.
onside. Single taken. No, my colleague Matt Davison is presenting the show today. He presented for many years, actually, before I took over. So listeners are breathing a sigh of relief that I'm here, probably, who are listening to the football. But yeah, loads going on this afternoon. The business end of the football season at the moment. But I suppose it's the business end of the cricket season. The start is always a fantastic time, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. As I mentioned, just so great to have started and actually just see people out in whites again. The sun is shining. Perhaps if I was here yesterday, I might be saying something else, but
it felt like a bit of a sort of, I don't know, like a starter yesterday. We didn't get very much cricket. What we had was very exciting, certainly from a Kent point of view, but yeah, this is the day today. As Berg comes in, bowls to Bell Drummond, squeezes back next to pad. There's a hopeful shout, mostly from second slip. Rob Keogh was very excited about that one. The bowler turned around. You pretty much know it's not going to be out when the bowler turns around to the umpire with a sort of quizzical look, saying, possibly, is that out? The umpire's not giving it. 46 for 1. Maybe a hint of inside edge on that as you reach forward. A couple of... as Berg bowls to Bell Drummond, 1 bounce to third slip there. Quick shout of catch it, but it didn't carry.
Seems like he's going pretty hard at the ball at the moment, just kind of jabbing at it, especially when he would ideally want to be letting it come to him, especially with how the wicket is and how it is in April, probably wanting just to play it under him a bit and just going a bit hard at it initially, hence.
Yeah, Josh Cobb at third slip there. Frustration, it didn't carry, but Bell Drummond goes for a pull. Top of the bat there, he's low through backward square, and he'll come back for 2 runs. In fact, hasn't really middled that at all, Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, I felt that was a bit more of a forced pull there, wasn't it?
Almost, yeah. Just making sure it got off his pads, yeah. What a reaction stroke, 47 for 1. Sorry, they did get 2 there, didn't they? Through to the wicket, and there's no run. Scoreboard showing 1. But that looks like Daniel Bell Drummond has come back to the same end.
They got a 2 there, so.
Yeah. So I think it's 48 for 1 then at the end of the over. Left that last ball, but they've redressed it. There we are.
I believe it'll probably be the last over before lunch.
Yeah,
this it's 10 past 1 for lunch today.
Indeed. So yeah, this will be the last one. I mean, traditionally, even at this time of year, there'll be a spinner on just for an over. They're almost, it feels obligatory, but. No, Tremaine's going to continue for Northants.
Yep, he's continuing from the pavilion, and we've got Crawley on strike. Tremaine in, he runs through the crease. Bowls Crawley's forward play, and a miss straight into the hands of McManus, staying quite low. He had to reach down right to his shin for that one.
Yeah, close to the off stump that as well, wasn't it? From where we're sitting, looks pretty...
He's been leaving them pretty close to his off stump this
Yeah.
morning. We've seen quite a few like that for Crawley.
Is it first time of the season I get to say, well, there's only two kind of leaves?
I heard that earlier.
Oh, really?
Andrew
oh, not
said the
first.
same thing.
All right.
In comes Tremaine to Crawley again. This time's forward again. Defends it. It's been picked up by extra cover.
I thought I'd gone a bit early for it, but there we are. Riders has already got it in.
Andrew
yeah.
said the same thing. He's like, they're either a good un or a bad un.
That's it, yeah. There's no middle ground. But they'll be very happy too if, from a Kent point of view, I would say they'll be much the happier of the two sides from this first session of the second day, the match position certainly.
Yes, definitely. Just one down so far at lunch. Not a bad position to be in as Tremaine comes in to Crawley. His forward drives this, but not exactly middling it, towing it, and it's been picked up by wide mid-odd, no run.
Slightly slower ball seemed to float into Crawley there, but he's looking at the toe end of his bat, as you say. Really was jabbing down on that, wasn't he?
Yeah, he put his hands through it, but it just really just caught the toe end of the bat, so it didn't really end up going anywhere. And mid-on could pick that up pretty easily. Didn't really have to exert much energy. Here comes Tremaine into Crawley again. Bowls, and this one's flicked off to deep square leg by Crawley. That's just a one taken. Bell Drummond now on to strike. Crawley looking really comfortable with just working it into that square leg region and just taking a single and rotating. He's currently on 17 of 60 deliveries.
He's very strong off his pad, isn't he, Zach Crawley? So he wants any excuse to put it through the leg side. So Bell Drummond, probably tasked with seeing off these final two balls of the session. But Tremaine is early in Bell Drummond's innings, hoping he can whittle him out.
Tremaine's in again. Bell Drummond on strike. Tremaine Bell Drummond is forward, and again trying to push at it again. He's just managed to squirt that in between wide-ish extra cover. Managed to get a single here, but then still going a little hard at it, I think. Just needs to wait for it a little bit. I know the wicket's not exactly trustworthy, but I think he needs to be able to just play it under his eyes a little bit more, and then he might be able to get more control on where he really wants to place the ball as well.
Yeah, I see exactly what you mean with Bell Drummond. So he's just forcing it a little bit, it feels, but ball to come, so Zach Crawley will have another delivery to face before lunch.
Yes, in comes Tremaine. Last delivery of the over until lunch. Crawley's forward. Again, just towing that, and it's been picked up by mid-on. That is going to be the end of the over and lunch. Kent 50 for 1 off 22 overs. Still gloriously sunny here in Canterbury, and the players are making their way back into the dressing room to grab themselves a bite to eat.
And we'll do the same. Nikki, thank you very much. Nikki Chowdhury, Andrew Rad and Matt Cole with commentary for you today of this game between Kent and Northampton. You're on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton via the BBC Sport website and app, of course, across the whole season. Every ball of every game across county cricket. Kent 50-1 then. 67 in arrears of Northamptonshire's 117 all out. 3 wickets taken this morning, all of them to Matt Quinn to finish off the Northants innings. They struggled to 89 for 7 in pretty poor conditions yesterday. Zach Crawley being applauded off by the Kent supporters. And just one success for Northamptonshire in Kent's reply, that coming from Gareth Berg, who had Compton caught behind for 25. We'll take a break. We'll be back with you at, in 40 minutes' time, here on the BBC commentary of this game between Kent and Northamptonshire, Day 2. think we're back, you know. And
I think we are.
the announcement of Jack White from the Nackington Road End to open the second session of the day here. Kent against Northamptonshire. Kent 50 for 1, 67 in arrears on first innings. If you're just joining us, Northamptonshire bowled out for 117. Matt Quinn taking 3 quick wickets this morning to end up with 4 for 25. Zach Crawley has 17. Daniel Bell-Drummond has 5. The man to go. Ben Compton caught behind off the bowling of Gareth Berg a couple of overs before lunch, which will have given them something, Northants, I suppose, to work with.
Yeah, they needed just to get something on the board, didn't they? Before lunch, they'd have ideally liked a couple, I suppose, but you know, Zach Crawley lived a little bit dangerously at times, but he's still there, and with the rest of the day to bat and all of tomorrow if he wants.
As White bowls to Bell-Drummond, who just closes down on that, angles the bat, and it runs out to point. And Nicky was pointing out early in Daniel Bell-Drummond's innings, he does look susceptible, going very hard at the ball.
Yeah.
And he's played and missed it a few times. She also quite rightly said I was probably getting a bit over nervous. I've been watching Kent a lot. Is that he felt very tentative to start with, but as she rightly said, this is April. The ball is doing something. It's not easy out there. But if Northants don't want him to get set, Daniel Bell-Drummond, that's very deep in the crease. Felt like there was bat on there, or sounded like it. There was a shout. I want to hit toe first, but they'll get a single scuffed away behind square. For 151 for 1. So,
and generally, I thought the Northants team has bowled pretty well in that little session before lunch.
I completely agree. Yeah,
they didn't quite have the rub of the green once or twice, but that said, they've just got to keep believing, I suppose, is the thing, isn't it? And keep plugging away, and it's doing enough that if they do that consistently, then they ought to get some reward.
Yeah, the coaches, the analysts talk about areas, don't they? And the precision's been right there for Northants as Crawley attacks that one, a full ball, a straight drive. They'll know who wants to do that, though. We've all seen enough of Zach Crawley now in domestic and international cricket to know a full ball, he will try and drive that straight back past the bowler.
And they'll have been delighted to get see the back of Ben Compton, because they know only too well last season's experience exactly what he's capable of. I suppose Zach Crawley just be relieved that Ben Curran's not playing today, because it was Ben Curran who got him out, wasn't it? The back end of that championship match at Monty Trode. His first class wicket.
Is White bowling to Crawley, rising slightly, but Crawley's on the front foot. And up to Keogh at wide mid-off. We've got 3 slips in. Point, who is, well, actually with the size of that boundary, almost 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
It's fairly deep, isn't he?
Yeah. Mid-on, mid-off. Closer fielder at mid-wicket with the pads on. Is that Sam? No, it's not Sam Whiteman, is it? I'm not doing a very good job here. Is it? No.
No, I think so.
It's White to Crawley. He's taken that one off. Flamingo-like, almost Kevin Peterson-like, takes the back foot up and dispatches that along the ground through mid-wicket. That's an attractive shot from Zach Crawley.
It's James Sales who left it to the man already out there to go and retrieve that one.
Yeah, is that Josh Cobb?
Josh Cobb,
crossing
yes.
around the boundary. But yeah, that was hit with some force by Zach Crawley. Disappeared off the bat. It's easy, I say easy to forget, but he does hit the ball tremendously hard, Zach Crawley. Here's White over the wicket to Crawley. That's a little bit inside edge, actually, as he plays that one down towards a backward square. Definitely hasn't middled, and that's a single. Now he's nicked the strike. 22 for Crawley, 6 for Bell-Drummond, Kent 56 for 1. Looks like Crawley has come out after lunch and decided that perhaps the defensive approach has served him well enough, and he's looking for runs now.
There's that one blow, wasn't there, before lunch off Gareth Berg that he smacked away over mid-wicket, and he hit that very hard, and you just sensed whether the shackles were just starting to come off there, but it's a difficult one. He knows all the sort of the mood music about the way that the expectation is that England batters will play. That said, as we've been at pains to point out, from the match situation, as far as Kent are concerned, what they don't want to do is to let Northamptonshire back into it. At the moment, they're in a position where if they bat today and bat, say, till lunch tomorrow, they're going to be a long way ahead, and the match really ought to be theirs. what they don't want to do is squander wickets and let Northamptonshire back into the match. Here's Luke Proctor coming in for a bowl for the first time. Medium pace, and first ball is on the money and played defensively back down the pitch by Zach Crawley. And there's no run. And a bit of batting without due care and attention, suddenly you become sort of 80 for 4 or something, and then it's much more of a contest. Kent have the possibility here of just shutting the door on Northamptonshire. Here's Proctor, bowling to Crawley, who's dropping that down into the offside. Runs out towards extra cover. Josh Cobb fields, and there's no run. Already the field is much more defensive, just a slip in. Vasconcelos the solitary slip. There's a gully and a point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a man at deep backward square. Here's Proctor, bustling in, quick arm, bowls to Crawley, who drives crisply up to mid off. Good bit of fielding there by Chris Tremaine, tumbling down to his left, cuts off any possibility of a single. Proctor with a handy bowling record in first class cricket. I know the previous head coach, David Ripley, was mindful of the fact that he probably wasn't bowling enough, but obviously with Northamptonshire's seam bowling strength, and in particular Ben Sanderson, they're bowling a lot of overs, and the likes of Berg and Taylor in the last couple of seasons. He hasn't had a lot of overs. Here's Proctor in again, straight driven back to Proctor, and I was going to say Proctor stops it. To be honest, the ball hit Proctor, as it was hit very crisply by Crawley, and Proctor basically just got in the way of it. But he's bowling in first-class cricket before this season. He's taken 133 first-class wickets at 36 in his career. Obviously starting off with Lancashire, then moving to Northamptonshire, and now finding himself as red ball captain. Sun comes out again as he bowls to Crawley, who runs that down into the gully, and there's no run there. Plenty of cloud around, but it's pretty high. Forecast is good, as Matt was saying earlier, pretty much for the next 3 days. I must reply to our colleague Ben Watts, who's not with us for this game, but he's already taken to social media to wonder if I've put in an offer on one of the Freeman House flats yet. No, I haven't. It's only the fact that it would be a really tough commute. 3 hours up to Northampton and back. Is Proctor in again, and that's hit again crisply by Zach Crawley up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over. A Proctor maiden to start with, 1 over 1 maiden, and 56 for 1 Kent at the end of the over, with 22 to Crawley and 6 to Daniel Bell-Drummond. It was 1 or 2 strokes in that over. It was almost as though Zach Crawley was batting in the nets. It's just like grooving and hitting it so crisply. Didn't manage to miss the fielders, but he looks, after a little bit of a scratchy start this morning, when, as we've been saying, it wasn't easy. It was nibbling around, as you would expect at this time of the year, with the Duke's ball and with some skillful bowlers on display. But he'll be hoping, with the sun out, the ball a little bit softer, that he'll be able to make hay this afternoon. 22 to his name at the moment off 71 balls, so he's been working hard, Matt.
Here's White then to Bell-Drummond. Full delivery again. Bell-Drummond blocks that out. No run. Yeah. It's been, as you say, it's been tough early on, hasn't it? But looks like Crawley, I'm sure his coach or captain didn't need to say to him. I think he's probably thought first session, have a good look, and then try and go through the gears. With White there. Yeah, Ben hasn't mentioned my ongoing and long-term campaign to persuade my other half to move to one of these flats here at Canterbury, but there we are. It's a low pull from Danny Bell-Drummond. That's a good shot. That shows how quick his hands are. Not a great deal of foot movement, but he has just almost swatted that away low. Through for 4, forward of square. And he moves on to 10, 60 for 1.
And it strikes me, Matt, that what the Kent batters have been good at so far in this innings is they haven't, we were saying about them needing to be watchful and play in and play themselves in and the rest of it. But if there has been a scoring opportunity, anything a little bit short, anything a little bit wide, think of that one that Tremaine, after plugging away, just bowled a wide full one to Compton that was speared away. They've put away the bad ball.
Batter on faces, that's a good one again. A good ball on, well, 3.5 stumps line, just outside the stumps, but forcing Drummond to defend that. But you're right, yeah, it's his eyes lit up, but he's pounced on that, hasn't it, to dispatch that to the boundary. And I mean, coming into this game and into this season itself, from a Kent point of view, as White bowls to Drummond, let's hit him on the pad, but always going down the leg, I think. It's certainly just a strangled shout, really. It's a leg by. You look at this Kent, I think, from whatever team that you follow, you look at the Kent top 7 with Billings batting at 7. That is a very strong batting lineup all the way through. Hasn't always worked like that for Kent, I have to say. They've had that sort of perennially for the last almost decade. But they really should be, in inverted commas, doing that. Does that make, if that makes any sense? It's this should be their area of strength. And Crawley straight drives, and that goes away. Stop, actually. It was anticipation almost by the fielder there. It's Luke Proctor, the captain, with 2 on his back, throwing it back in.
It was anticipation, but he's also, I think, what John Arlott would have referred to as respectfully deep there, isn't he? He's certainly not looking to stop the one.
No. Oh, it was just the single, wasn't it? Yeah, in the end. So yeah, I think those expectations are on the batting lineup, certainly, as White bowls to Drummond, rats him high on the pad. I think it's bouncing away into the offside. Height an issue there, maybe?
I would have thought so.
Yeah, just rising delivery. Wasn't the most convincing of shouts, and not given by the umpire at the far end, who taps the pad. Another leg by, 63 for 1. And I feel like throughout this game I've been dismissing the Kent bowling lineup, but I don't mean that at all. But their strength certainly looks on paper like it lies most batters. But a Kent supporter who I know very well actually said to me after yesterday, he was I think queuing with his staying with his daughters to get 1 or 2 autographs or selfies, said, what was that about the Kent bowling lineup, Matt? So I don't know what you're talking about.
But by the law of averages in the course of a season, and particularly when you've got 6 championship matches in the first part of the summer, or indeed the latter part of the spring, more accurately, then you are going to have days when the conditions are going to work in favour of your seamers, and then you need them to come to the party, and that's exactly what Kent did yesterday and this morning. Here's Proctor starting a fresh over outside the off stump, left alone by Drummond. For Drummond, an additional slip in, so 2 slips in a gully. Point extra cover, mid off fairly wide, mid on, mid wicket, and a man at deep backward square down in front of the ice cream van. So we get a message to Jack White, we could actually place the order. Here's Proctor running in again to bowl to Drummond outside the off stump. Late decision to leave from Drummond, but judged it well in the end. Went through to Lewis McManus. We're talking about the Gillingham Northampton game on Monday that I know you're covering, and I gather the Kent chairman Simon Phillip is a Gillingham fan, isn't he?
He's a massive Gills fan,
and,
yeah.
And I know Northampton's chairman, I think, will be at Sixfields on Monday.
Oh, right.
Because he's obviously a big Northampton Town fan. So the rivalry, whatever happens here, the rivalry will extend through to Monday. Here's Proctor, bowling again to Drummond, pushes forward. A little bit of hint of inner portion of the bat, drops out into the onside.
He's just hugely enthusiastic about Gillingham, Simon, and the conversations I have with him are usually, I mean, and I say this with, I don't think I'm betraying any confidence, is usually start with, what's going on with Gills, Matt? This is the...
I'll let you carry on, because I know you've got to update BBC Radio Kent.
This is a situation I've not been in before, I think, reporting into the Sports Hub, but there we go. This is a new one for me. Our afternoon show. This is Proctor to Drummond, as it's usually me in front of the microphone at the other end. 63 for 1. But Ben Watts' absence is my gain on the cricket, certainly. Being able to see out the first month of the season, it's a great pleasure. So I hope it is for you at home as well, with the opening of the cricket season, whether you've been watching a bit, listening to a bit. This is Bell Drummond attempting to drive into the offside. Yeah, they definitely got the best of it yesterday, Matt, with the weather and winning the toss. Ken, they had Northants 89 for 7 overnight, and only 26 overs bowled. They did a fantastic job with the ball, albeit in very good conditions, as Daniel Bell Drummond just defends this one up to mid-on. In reply, after bowling them out for 117, so Matt Quinn took the 3 remaining wickets very quickly for Kent to end up with 4 for 25. In reply, Kent are now 63 for 1, so already making big inroads into that first innings total of Northants. They lost 1 wicket just before lunch. Ben Compton, who looked very composed, very compact, flirted with one outside the off stump from Gareth Berg and edged it behind wicketkeeper Lewis McManus. Zach Crawley, who has been, for him, very circumspect, the England man, in the first session, having a good look at the ball. He's come out and he looks aggressive now. 23 from 72 balls. He's been joined out there by Daniel Bell Drummond, who himself had a bit of a scratchy start but looks to be warming to his work. Make no mistake, Northamptonshire are bowling really, really well. They're bowling some good areas, keeping the ball more or less on that 4th stump line to nag the batters with the movement that they're getting out of this pitch. But Kent, at the moment, are making a really good job of this reply. Crawley takes a single, 64 for 1, Kent, so they're now 53 behind on first innings.
We were talking about rivalries, weren't we, before lunch, and you were talking about, was it Kent Surrey or Kent Sussex or Kent Essex or Northamptonshire Leicestershire. Has been pointed out to me that that this is the Watling Street derby, because there's Watling Street running through both Northamptonshire and Kent. So
the ancient road, yes.
Here's White in again, bowling to Crawley, hits him high up on the pad, on the thigh pad. Mildly interested appeal from Jack White, not a great deal of support from anybody else. The run just drops out into the offside and there's no run. So this is the Watling Street derby.
It is. Got a fabulous message come through to us on text for the Sports Hub show, actually. A message for the guys in the cricket commentary. The name Tremaine originates from Cornwall. Chris Tremaine playing, of course. And this texter, I had lunch with the parents of Chris Tremaine, Peter and Helen, in the Blue Mountains in Australia last month.
Sounds very nice. Here's White in again, bowling to Bell Drummond, pushes it out into the onside, fielded by James Sales in there at forward short leg, and there's no run. And we were talking before lunch, Matt, about the name Tremaine and how it was the boss, the man who used to sit behind the desk in the Champions. That was my recollection anyway. Many thanks to William, who's one of our very regular, very loyal listeners, and has been on to me texts as a tweet to others at 4th slip, and he confirmed that this is indeed the case, played by the actor Anthony Nichols in the drama series of all the Champions. Here's another one outside off stump, padding up Bell Drummond. We had a couple of those before lunch, didn't we, with Zach Crawley? And ball deflecting down into the slip cord, not really much of an appeal.
Yeah, that was more of an obvious pad up, wasn't it?
Yeah. The Crawley one was that second one was an interesting one because it was a smallish deflection, but they did go up and were quite interested. There was an appeal earlier against Crawley from Gareth Berg, and he was adamant was out, but the umpire didn't agree with him. Here's White in again, bowls to Bell Drummond, drops it out into the onside, go through for a quick single, well run. Good cricket, rotating the strike. One more to Bell Drummond, he goes to 11 and Kent to 65 for 1.
He'll be off very shortly, Nicky Chowdhury, to replace me, and then back for, I've got very strict instructions, 2:31, I'm told.
Oh, right, well, I shall make sure I'm make myself scarce. With I have, we're talking about social media, and Ben Sanderson's just put something up on his Twitter feed saying that he's working hard in the gym to get himself fit, hopefully for matches to come. Here's White in again, bowls to Crawley, who plays that up to mid-wicket, fielded there by Sales, who's come out of the forward short leg position, and there's no run. End of the over, 65 for 1 Kent. Bell Drummond is 11, Crawley is 24. Saying he's gutted to missing the first game, working hard to get back fit and backing the boys to get us going in this game. He's being pictured there in the, I assume, the gym at the county ground with the screen in front of him and the stream, and so watching and hopefully listening to us. So, afternoon, Sando. I should have a break if I were you. 65 for 1 here. And it's going to be Luke Proctor to continue from this pavilion end. 2 slips in place, bowling to Bell Drummond, who goes off just a semblance of an inside edge down to deep backward square. Jack White comes off the boundary to field, and 1 more to Bell Drummond. He goes to 12 and Kent to 66 for 1. Afternoon, Nikki.
Afternoon, Andrew.
So you've lunched well.
I've lunched well. Did you lunch well?
I did. Yes, we were. We had our sandwich up in the press box and catching up with a few colleagues up there and trying to find out what's really happening in the game. Here's Proctor in and bowls to Crawley, who plays that down to point where James Sales fields, and there's no run for Crawley, just the slip and the gully. There is, though, as there was this morning for Zach Crawley, the man in on the drive on the onside. So I obviously have a little bit of a plan for Zach Crawley, but I think Matt called it right when he was saying he's just Zach Crawley looking to be a little bit more purposeful this afternoon, a little bit more aggressive. Here's Proctor, and he's beaten by a Jaffa from Luke Proctor, and he's got this rather skiddy action, Proctor, and just occasionally he'll just find one. If there's anything in the pitch, it'll just zip through, and that one did just that and slapped into the gloves of Lewis McManus. And you often hear batters and indeed teammates saying that Proctor's a little bit quicker than he looks. I say he has a very solid record bowling in first-class cricket, and that next ball finds Crawley playing defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I think with being skiddy as well, the ball tends to come on quicker than you actually expect.
Just kisses the surface, doesn't it? But he, as I say, he hasn't bowled, I think, as much as probably he would have liked over the last couple of years. Obviously, others have been ahead of him in the pecking order, but I think think of a game down at Bristol a couple of years ago when he bowled beautifully, when he had to bowl. And once again, Crawley playing defensively into the offside this time, out into the covers, and there's no run. It occurs to me that if, especially Northamptonshire supporters watching the side for the first time this year, if they're watching on the stream, that have noticed that the caps with the stripes on, the gold piping for the cap players are no more. Everybody wearing the same cap. That's a club decision. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Crawley, who drives crisply up to extra cover.
What was the reason behind the decision?
And there's no run yet. End of the over, 66 for 1. Crawley is 24. Bell Drummond is 12. I think if I interpreted this correctly, I think the coaching staff felt that they wanted everybody out on the field to be, by way of everybody feeling the same, to have the same cap. It was something that was brought in, I suppose, about 15 years ago now, where they had the cap with the gold piping on for capped players. But the feeling is that shouldn't be quite as obvious on the field. They want everybody to be the same, and so that's why the gold piping has gone. So if you were wondering, sitting at home and watching why that is the case, that I think is your explanation.
Fair enough. We've got White continuing from the Nackington Road end. It's getting busier and busier throughout the afternoon. More and more people rocking up here in Canterbury as White makes his way through to Bell Drummond, who is forward and plays that rather uncomfortably to mid-on.
And the big news is that there is actually a queue at the ice cream van now. Whereas yesterday it was...
That's where Matt disappeared to.
Yesterday it cut a rather forlorn figure, I have to say. I did feel very sorry for whoever was sitting there. I didn't really have a lot of business, but it's there's a steady trickle today that are actually going up there and getting their cornets or their 99s or whatever, or their mivis if they still make them.
In comes White to Bell Drummond, who is again forward, has just been beaten on the outside edge with that one, kind of following the ball with his bat as well. No run.
Good stuff from Jack White, isn't it? He's just doing what he does and putting it there and playing the sort of the Ben Sanderson role, really, and just plugging away off stump just outside.
Yeah, the ball broke away from Bell Drummond very last minute. He just seemed to went and follow it with his bat, which wasn't really needed. But yeah, do they still... 99p's aren't 99p flakes anymore?
Don't think so. No.
Inflation has really... has a really soft spot here.
I think you're right. Now,
I think there is some disruption behind.
Yeah,
the
I think
bowlers.
there's actually maybe somebody. I think they're actually having a game just quite close to the sight screen at the far end, and they're just being told to move.
All sorted now as White's in again to Belle Drummond, who's a forward, and again works that rather uncomfortably to mid-on.
I think it's. I think there's some rather nice picnic tables at the far end of the ground at the Nackington Road end, but they're quite close to the sight screen, and I think maybe if people are just getting themselves comfortable and sorting out the hampers or whatever, then they may just be getting into the batsman's eye line. Some batters wouldn't notice it, others do, of course.
I think it depends on the individual. Some people are very picky with what comes into their frame, aren't they? In comes White's Belle Drummond, bowls, and Belle Drummond flicks this way and down to fine leg. That's going to be 4, just coming down him on the leg side. And he would have added 4 to Kent's total, bringing them up to 70.
And I think that makes the point, Nikki, that we were saying, Matt and I were saying just after lunch, that what Kent have done really well in this innings so far is if there hasn't been a lot of wayward bowling, of deliveries that needed putting away.
But when
when it has come along and there's something on, outside off stump, bit wide, or something on the legs, or something a bit short, they've put it away and they've made the most of it, and that's why.
Yeah, they
Kent
definitely
just 47 behind with 9 wickets in hand.
definitely cashed in on those slightly wayward deliveries when they've had the opportunities. In comes White, and again Belle Drummond is forward, defending it, and it's picked up by point, no run. But I think it is important, especially this early on in the season, and with this format especially, I think when you are given that slightly wayward offline delivery from the bowler, it's important that you cash in on that, because again, at this level of cricket, you're not expecting too many of those wayward deliveries in the first place. So when it does come around, then making sure you really exploit it and take it on your advantage.
Now, they're still not happy with...
Because I think there's someone there who just keeps walking in and out behind the side screen. I think it's all sorted now. They're out the way. In comes White's Belle Drummond, who's forward, defends it, and point has come steaming in to pick that ball up. No run here. I believe that's the end of the over. Kent are currently 70 for 1 off 29 overs.
It is strange, isn't it? You were saying, Nikki, that some batters are so much in their own little bubble that it doesn't matter what's going on. You could have the band of the Coldstream Guards marching up and down in front of the sight screen, and they wouldn't notice. You have others who, if somebody sort of hanging out their washing 3 streets away,
they'll know exactly what's going on.
They'll claim it's putting them off. I think everybody following a county will be able to come up with a couple of names of players who were conscious, let's say. I think one of Northamptonshire's doubtiest campaigners, Nigel Felton, at the top of the order, who's been until recently cricket chairman at Northampton. I think he was one who tended to notice things. Here's Proctor starting a fresh over, bowling to Crawley, who drives, doesn't time it, and it's fielded by Proctor off his own bowling. The late and much missed David Capel, I think, tended to notice when there was anybody moving around. Even putting a light on in the press box at Northampton if it was close to the pitch, was fairly central. Now we've got the first check of the ball of the season. We seem to spend an inordinate amount of time last summer, Nikki, commentating or not commentating on the umpires examining the ball and putting it through the rings and seeing if it was fit for purpose. We've had the first one of the year, and I think they've already decided that no, absolutely, it can't be used. So Rob Keogh is now trotting down below us, and we had the wonderful sight last season of, depending on which ground you were, some of them had these rather smart-looking silver briefcases.
I've seen those. They look very smart.
They look as though they ought to be carried by an aide to the President of the United States and carry the nuclear strike codes in them or something.
It does. It feels like a man in a very smart suit should be walking ahead with that.
But other counties just basically have a cardboard box. Now we've got quite a smart briefcase down there. Rob Keogh's, as though he's trying to sell the umpires a new, well, I don't know, set of encyclopedias or something down there. He's got this case open. Now they've decided on one that they're going to replace it with. So we have got a ball change after in the 30th over. And it was interesting because as soon as Luke Proctor tossed the ball to the umpire, there was actually not a lot of discussion about it. So obviously something had seam had split or something, or it had gone out of shape.
Definitely not fit for purpose.
So that one's gone in back. That'll go back to the manufacturer. And Rob Keogh now, having shown commendable aptitude as a door-to-door salesman, with his little case of samples, is now resuming his fielding position, or will be as soon as he's had a conversation with his captain Luke Proctor and with Gareth Berg, who's also a senior bowler, keeping an eye on proceedings. Now we're ready to resume with the ball changed, and here's Proctor in again, bowling to Zach Crawley, who's coming across his stumps, playing it up to mid-on for Berg there to field, and there's no run. I think the people that were in the picnic table have probably just moved away, so hopefully we won't get any more problems with stoppages. I did wonder actually, Nicky, whether you might have the first please cover your sight screen, cover your windscreen, because with the sun being out this afternoon. Here's Proctor in again on the back foot. Crawley punches it nicely out into the covers. Good tumbling stop there by Josh Cobb. An extra cover cuts off any possibility of a single. It always used to be a problem at Northampton in the old days of the football pitch. What's now the new indoor centre there, but of course that used to be Northampton Town's football pitch for many years, and cars used to park on there, and used to have stoppages with people went and found a blanket or something to put over the windscreen because it was reflecting into the batter's eyes. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Crawley, plays it up to mid-on where Chris Tremaine fields, and there's no run. Tremaine bowled tidy spell this morning. I'm sure he'll be back into the attack this afternoon. And the public address announcer used to get more and more irate as the day went on, with every please cover your windscreen, please cover your windscreen.
Have more and more emphasis on the please.
Cover your windscreen now. They cut out the please then. Proctor in again, bowls, and it's again Crawley just struggling to time it. He was looking to punch that away through the offside off the back foot. It finished up going up to mid-on where Tremaine fields, and there's no run. Gareth Berg just swinging his arms, keeping himself loose in there at mid-wicket, so maybe he's going to have another little burst perhaps from the top end, replacing Jack White. Proctor into his fourth over, one ball to go in it. Just conceded one run so far. And he's in again, bowls, and it's another jaffer from Proctor that Crawley is beaten outside the off stump, goes through to Lewis McManus. Strong finish to the over for Luke Proctor, another maiden. So 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for one for Luke Proctor. 70 for one, Kent, with Bell Drummond on 15 and Zach Crawley on 24.
Yeah, decent start for Ken, isn't it? They're not in a bad position at all.
The thing is, Nicky, we've still got so many overs left in the day. We've got 65 potentially to get through. If Kent are still batting tonight, even if they're just going at, say, 3 and over, they're going to be a long, long way ahead.
They will indeed, actually. That's going to be another challenge for Northamptonshire. Next challenge is for Bell Drummond, who's going to be facing White as in he comes, and he's Bell Drummond's forward, defends that to the gully region, no run.
Keep an eye on what's happening elsewhere. Hampshire have taken the lead against Nottinghamshire down at Southampton in Division 1. Notts were 185 all out yesterday. Hampshire now 205 for 7, so tight old game there. At Old Trafford, Surrey bowled out this morning for 442, big 100 for Callum Steele. Lancashire 51 for 1 in reply.
In comes White to Bell Drummond again. Drummond's forward, angling the face of the bat, and they've got scampered a quick single as points come running in to fling that to Lewis McManus at his end. But easy single for Crawley and Bell Drummond.
Luke Wells, the man out for Lancashire, but Keaton Jennings still there. Essex bowled out for 266 against Middlesex Lords. Middlesex just about to start their reply. And in the late start, very late start, a day and an hour down at Taunton, Somerset has 65 for 2 against Warwickshire.
Crawley on strike, White in, bowls. Crawley just working that off his hips again to deep square leg. A single for him, rotating strike, putting Bell Drummond back on very comfortable just playing it off his hips, Zach Crawley.
In Division 2 at Derby, Derbyshire 321 all out, Worcestershire 87 for 1 in reply. Glamorgan looked like, well, building a solid first innings lead against Gloucestershire at Cardiff. Gloucestershire all out for 165, and Glamorgan, who were 30 odd for 3, are now 155 for 3, just 10 runs behind.
That's a decent. In comes White to Bell Drummond, who's forward, defends it. Oh, that's a decent.
It's a good recovery,
yeah,
isn't it?
Good recovery.
Eddie Byram 65 not out. And Kieran Carlson, what a good player he is, 53 not out. Building a decent partnership. At Hove, Durham were 376 all out. Sussex in reply 98 for 4. And Yorkshire's long first innings against Leicestershire at Headingley has just ended. Yorkshire bowled out for 517 centuries there for Finn Bailey and for David Milan.
In comes White to Bell Drummond. Tries to pull it, not exactly making a clean connection. I think just on the toe of the bat, and ended up right back in front of him on the wicket. Picked up by White and passed to the man at extra cover.
Just looking at Josh Hull's figures, obviously I say from my old my present club, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 64 for the young left armour. So sensibly used, I think. They didn't over bowl him, having picked up a wicket, wicket of Adam Lyth in his first over. But well done, Josh. Memorable start in county cricket for him, for Leicestershire.
White's in from the Nackington Road end. Bell Drummond's forward just works out into the onside. A single here for Kent. And I believe that's going to be the end of the over. Kent 73 for 1 off 31 overs.
Yeah, 65, 64 now left in the day. And Proctor is going to continue. So he's been very tidy. 4 overs, 3 maidens, conceding just the 1 run. Zach Crawley 25 not out off 86 balls. So he's had to work hard. But as we've been saying, conditions generally favouring the bowlers, as you would expect at this time of the year. And they haven't had a lot to hit. Anything loose has been put away, and that's contributed to Kent's very strong position. Bell Drummond on strike, 73 for 1. And here's Proctor bustling in bowls to Bell Drummond, who's defensively forward, pushing it back down the pitch. Proctor doesn't field cleanly, tidied up at mid-on by Chris Tremaine. And there's no run, stays at 73 for 1. 1 or 2 of the players having a little walk around the ground. 1 or 2 of the Kent players soaking up the sunshine. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Bell Drummond, playing defensively up to mid-off, fielded by Rob Keogh this time. Used to be one of the great joys, wasn't it, when you were a kid watching county cricket and you have the players walking around, and I'm afraid they tend to get mobbed, wouldn't they, by autograph hunters, but they made sure that they're actually sort of the business side of the boundary board, so they're not going to get
mobbed.
Not going to get mobbed. Here's Proctor in again outside the off stump, left alone by Bell Drummond, watches it seam away into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Great place for autograph hunters at Northampton. Used to be before the present new pavilion was built in the...
Never been up to Northamptonshire.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure in store. But the new pavilion was built in the late 1970s. The players before that used to go and have their lunch in the County Tavern, County Hotel, the pub at the other end of the ground. So
used to go to the pub for lunch.
Yeah, that's right. No, absolutely. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Bell Drummond, stretches forward, plays it up to extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, they used to go into the pub. Pub's still there, but there was a back entrance, and so that was where the autograph hunters tended to congregate, get either the players on the way in or on the way out. But then that was no longer necessary when, as I say, the new pavilion was built. It was opened in 1980, and then they had the lunch in there. So autograph hunters had to find other vantage points. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Bell Drummond, who drives, beats the dive of Keogh at mid-off, and that's going to run away for 4. Very full length, and Bell Drummond really just jamming down on it, timing it away through mid-off, who's fairly wide. Beat the dive of Rob Keogh.
crosses the rope, retrieved by Chris Tremaine down below us, and Kent move up to 77 for 1. 1 ball to go in the over. I shall make way then for Matt Cole, and will come in to impart much wisdom to listeners to BBC Radio Kent.
It missed the dive of Keogh and the foot of Proctor as he did stick that out in hope.
Proctor in again, bowls, and that's worked away through mid-wicket by Bell Drummond. That's one of the best strokes he's played. Timed beautifully, no chance for the fielders, races away for 4. So back-to-back boundaries to end the over. Takes Bell Drummond up to 26. Kent 81 for 1, just 36 runs behind. And I shall make way for Matt Cole.
See you in a bit, Andrew. Yeah, Bell Drummond just starting to play the ball a little bit more on the merit now, seeing it as it comes, not trying to force those shots. I think especially early on when we're getting into the season and trying to really prove our point and get used to batting outside again, I think it's important we just, again, ease into it and not be too forceful on the ball. Obviously, it's a bit difficult. And as a batter, you really want to hit those shots and feel good and get that good feeling when you're middling them.
Yeah, he's looking better and better out there, Bell Drummond, at the moment, isn't he? That's those 2 falls at the end of the over. So 81 for 1. Update coming from BBC Radio Kent's Sports Hub very shortly. So I might just start this over if that's okay.
More than welcome.
Nicky and Tremaine coming from the far end. None for 17 from his 7 so far. Bowling to Crawley. Just rolls the wrists over that one, but it's a gentle shot into the onside, and will take a single. And the score moves on to 82 for 1. And feels like these two are sort of reaping the rewards of being very watchful early in their innings. And as you were saying before, sometimes, sounds counterintuitive, but being defensive can be being aggressive in that you're waiting for the right ball, waiting for the right shot. And moving on now, 3 slips behind Daniel Bell Drummond. As Tremaine, the Aussie, comes in looking for his first wicket for Northants. Just turned Bell Drummond around slightly there. He's trying to play that up through mid-on, ends up just skewing back to the bowler on the ground.
I've noticed that a few times with Bell Drummond this afternoon, actually. When he's gone into the shot, he kind of sometimes has being forced to turn and his back shoulders coming into it at some points, just opening himself up there. So
don't know if that's a sort of symptom of the fact he plays a lot with his hands, as it were. He's got very quick hands, so he doesn't necessarily, as this one always squirts through past second slip, and that was edged. He kept it down, and it was never a chance, was it? But definite edge for me.
Again, with that, though, if your shoulder does tend to pop through, I think you've got more of a tendency to, again, playing it and edging it into the slip cordon, just because you've kind of come off the ball in the first place, having less control over it.
He's got away with that one a little bit.
He did.
Yeah, Northants really working this second wicket. This partnership standing at 41 now between these two. So Crawley faces. That's on his pad, just worked away. Actually, it is going to be a leg by. Just a show of adrenaline from one of the slips there, and perhaps a little bit of frustration as well. Hassan Azad, as that one went harmlessly down the leg side off the pad of Crawley. Azad, was in the eye of the storm. Well, I won't say literally, but almost literally in terms of the rain we had yesterday opening the batting when conditions were really, really tricky yesterday. Here's a Tremaine to Bell Drummond, plays that deliberately down to Gully, and there's no run. Fielded there by Gareth Burke. I thought, this is a trailer, isn't it? I thought Niall Horan was just about to announce us, but
that would have been an upgrade, wouldn't it?
Well, I was going to say, yeah, I'll be quite happy replaced by him. That's quite right. Start billing. But it is just a trailer. Well, you never know. You might aspire to work on BBC Radio Kent. It's a fine station. The ball's defended in the offside by Daniel Bell Drummond, and that is the end of the over. 84 for 1. Tremaine has none for 19 off his 8. Proctor None for 9 off 5 so far. 26 Crawley, 27 Bell Drummond. The stand so far at 42. I may repeat all this again because I'm going to give an update to BBC Radio Kent Sports, our programme right now. Still going well for Kent. 84 for 1 in reply to Northamptonshire. 117 all out. Kent finished off the Northants innings with 3 quick wickets from Matt Quinn this morning. They had them 89 for 7 overnight, having won the toss and terrible conditions to bat in yesterday. Kent exploited them very, very well. And now, patient innings from Daniel Bell-Drummond on 27 from 52 balls. And Zach Crawley, the England man, just defending that one, 26 from 89. The one man to go in there, 84 for 1, just 33. Behind the first innings of Northamptonshire. Ben Compton, who looked very composed and very compact for his 25, almost a bit of a surprise when he flirted with one outside the off stump. A good ball from Gareth Berg, edged behind to Lewis McManus behind the stump. So Kent at the moment, it's very much been there, well, a day and a session, I suppose, is effectively what we've had so far, or 2 sessions and a bit in terms of the match, as Crawley caresses that one through the offside. Lovely shot from the England man. He goes to 30 runs. Kent 88 for 1, eating up that first innings total from Northampton, hoping to go back for a big first innings lead. Commentary, of course, continues via the BBC Sport website and app. So I've stomped it all over all the overs now. Do you want to do the rest of the Luke Proctor over, or shall I do this one and you can do the next one? Go. It's very patient. As Proctor to Crawley drives this up to mid-off. It's the vagaries of doing updates on a Saturday when they come thick and fast. Obviously, particularly the first hour before the football commentary starts at 3 o'clock. So I think we'll have one just before 3. 2:54. They're very well disciplined when I'm not presenting the show, I can tell you that. They come to you on time. Not with me waffling on. 88 for 1. Proctor really bustles in. Accelerates in the Northampton captain just outside the off stump. He's got a quick arm as well, hasn't he? Comes through. Skiddy delivery. Though Crawley leaves this. And as much as we've admired Kent's batting, this will be a bit of a head scratcher for Luke Proctor, I suppose, the Northampton captain at the moment, because the field has gone very conservative, hasn't it? You can kind of understand that because they've got such a small first innings lead, I guess.
It's gone very conservative indeed. Very standard, typical.
Yeah, just one slip and a very wide gully for Zach Crawley. And that's defended back past the bowler. No run there. So Crawley has 30, 27 for Daniel Bell-Drummond.
But when they didn't have much on the board in the first place, I think it's obviously inevitable that it's going to be like this, especially with the lead and the way Kent are playing currently.
Yeah, it's tough. They need a breakthrough here, Northampton, just to stem the flow of runs. One turn into 2, perhaps.
That's a lovely shot.
Lovely high elbow. Oh, it's hit the sawdust. Has fielded that. And that was going for 4 for me.
That was definitely going for 4. The sawdust, there's a pile of sawdust just at the top of Proctor's mark, which got in the way of that beautiful back foot punch from Crawley. That was going for 4.
Yeah, you don't get much of that, do you, fielded by the sawdust? But he's got himself 2 instead. But as you said, immediately off the bat, you saw what a great shot that was. But some sawdust imported from the county of Northamptonshire has stopped that. No, I think it's good Kentish sawdust, that. 90 for 1 anyway, but at least from Crawley's point of view, shows he's seeing the ball big at this point and prepared to take that ball on. End of the over then, 90 for 1 Kent.
This one's mine.
It's definitely yours. I'll put my feet up.
Got Tremaine coming in from the Nackington Road end. Bell-Drummond on strike, in he comes, and Bell-Drummond's been... So they think they've caught that on the pads. Northamptonshire have gone up. The umpire is not interested. But it did look quite close. I do think it looked rather close.
I feel the same. We are
from our angle.
Yeah, we're behind the batter, so it's not.
It kept low, that is for sure.
Yeah, looked like a good height. Was he just outside the off stump? You would have been shouting for that one, wouldn't you?
I think I'd be shouting for something outside off.
You'd still be going now. You'd still be appealing. Yeah. Yeah, 90 for 1 though.
In comes Tremaine. But Drummond again forward, defends that very close to him, drops right under his eyes, and it's picked up by Tremaine on his follow through.
Yeah, you can take a cricketer off the field, but Nikki Chowdhury's still a cricketer in the commentary box. There we go. she's appealing for that one.
I feel like obviously at the end of the day it is the umpire's duty to make the decision. That's why they're stood there. They're on the pitch to raise that finger, so I can ask as much as I want.
And we are slightly, and we're sort of very fine leg to Daniel Bell Drummond, aren't we, behind him? So we're not quite in line, but look like a decent shout.
It looked close from our end. In comes Tremaine to Bell Drummond again, forward, defends that right under his eyes, and it's dropped dead right next to him. In comes square leg to pick it up. There's no run there.
There was a very convincing shout, I gather, on Zach Crawley in the first session.
There
Was that
was.
Gareth Berg? Yeah, and I think, well, noises coming out of the Northamptonshire dressing room. They might have looked at that on the video and are even more convinced now. But there we are. It's the umpire's decision, as you say. It's fine. That's what they're there for. But they might feel a little bit aggrieved with those with that decision, at least, if not the one in this over.
In comes Tremaine to Bell Drummond again, who's this time just tried to pull it, and it's going to be straight down the hands of the man running in from fine leg. Bell Drummond again has had this tendency today, just trying to pull those that are not exactly quite there to pull, especially with Tremaine's skiddy action and the ball skidding off on the wicket a bit. Just wasn't exactly there, didn't have the hand space to actually go through the ball and execute it cleanly. And they ended up, I think, just top edging it and getting caught. Probably not going to be very happy with himself as he walks back to the dressing room. Maybe might reassess that shot selection.
Yeah. Caught by Josh Cobb, by the way, and coming in from the boundary.
He's just done that a few times today, gone to pull those and they just haven't been there. They've just come off the wicket a bit quickly and he hasn't been able to execute and get his hands through it. Or more so have the space to extend his hands through it. So that one really did catch him out. And I did notice Marcus McCann, our keeper, I've completely... McManus, there we go. Got my tongue twisted. McManus has just called out for a helmet, so I'm guessing we might see some spin come on very shortly.
Yeah, Joe Denley's the next man out, just on a new contract with Kent to keep him at the county until the end of 2025, which time he'll be on the brink of the big 4-0. But we're saying cricketers certainly keep themselves in good nick, perhaps longer than they have done in like the 70s, 80s and 90s and early 2000s, and Denley is still a great athlete, so he comes out. But yeah, that's a breakthrough for Northamptonshire. I was saying last over, you get that one, then scoring rate normally starts to slow down a bit. You start getting yourself back into the game, perhaps, if they can make 1 into 2 here and get rid of Denley quickly, or Denley and Zach Crawley. They got themselves a real foothold back in the game. But so yeah, any gripes they might have had about Daniel Bell Drummond not being out LBW, that over, he's gone shortly afterwards. So yeah, caught by Cobb for 27, Kent 90 for 2.
They got what they wanted in the end. We've got 2 balls left in this over. We've got Denley on strike, Tremaine coming in from the Nackington Road end. First ball for Denley, and he's forward and just hit that onto his pads, has it? And it's just rolled off to point.
Yeah, it was a shout rather than an appeal, I think, from the slips there.
Yeah, it wasn't appeal. No. I feel like slips just like making a little bit of noise anyway. It keeps the game interesting, keeps the batter on edge. Got a helicopter, I believe, by the sounds of it, just passing the ground. As in comes Tremaine to Denley, who's forward, and that is got him on the pads, and that the finger has gone up. So that is Denley heading back to the dressing room. That's Kent 2 down now.
Yeah, 2 in this session, 3 in total, isn't it? So 90 for 3 and 2 in 3 balls as
2
well.
2 in 3 balls, yes.
Yeah, again from behind here, that looked very convincing. I don't think there was much of a hold from Joe Denley either, so he goes for none, his first outing this season.
That didn't look too different to Bell Drummond's appeal, if I'm honest with you. It did not. It looked pretty similar.
Well, I think that Beldrum might have been shuffling across when he was hit. Does that make any sense? So the ball may have just been leaving him as it hit his power, but that one looked pretty adjacent. But we'll give the umpires the benefit of the doubt, shall we? That they know what's LBW and what isn't. But yeah,
it's okay. The Northamptonshire boys will definitely be very happy with the umpires at the moment. So they're not going to be complaining. Kent currently 90 for 3.
Yeah. So well, I definitely won't say I told you so, but it happens in cricket, doesn't it? It's one wicket quite often, and your batter comes in, and these conditions aren't perhaps as easy as the pair before Beldrum and Crawley make them look, because they've been out there for a while and got themselves in.
Yeah, they need to, especially if you're coming in, you want to be able to just absorb it and take your time to get used to what the conditions are, how the ball's playing, and the bowlers really, in fact. And I don't think that opportunity has come yet. Obviously, Crawley and Compton got off to a great start, and they managed to take their time and really assess the situation and the conditions and play accordingly. Beldrum did start to improve, as we saw towards the end, later into the afternoon.
So yeah, Jack Leaning joining Zach Crawley out there, 90 for 3, 27 runs behind. In terms of game progress, we've had, 33 overs in total. We've had 68 overs, and we're 13 wickets into the game. So it's romping on a bit, I have to say. But entertainment for the crowd as well. It's a tense contest at the moment. So Gareth Berg gets brought into the attack at this pavilion end. It's 1 for 20 so far. Tremaine takes his first 2 for Northants, we should say, on debut. His first 2 wickets in county cricket. Pretty good scalps as well, Beldrum and Denley.
Someone again right in front of the sight screen.
Yep.
I think Zach Crawley's having some visibility issues.
So I think someone was just using the bin there, and well, very good for them, but just holding the cricket up. Crawley faces as Berg bowls to him now. It's wide and almost got the treatment. He put the hands through it, but he hit it straight at Rob Keogh. That'd be a bit of a palm stinger on a chilly day, I would suggest, because he's hit that
I definitely
pretty
think
firmly.
That's going to be a stinger, and I hope he's got some hand warmers in his pocket to warm those palms up after. But yeah, like I mentioned, obviously early season, standing at places like extra cover or short extra, it's going to definitely be stinging if the ball's punched.
Berg to Crawley. This one's on middle and off, and just defended back with respect by Crawley. So Leaning comes in at 5. Still to come for Kent. Jordan Cox, Sam Billings, Joey Everson, Grant Stewart, Michael Hogan and Matt Quinn. Someone described it to me as a Kent fan as a really strong top 9 with 2 number 11s. There we go. So that's Michael Hogan and Matt Quinn dismissed by a Kent fan. But at the moment, Northamptonshire making inroads.
Just changing the field up a bit, and they brought in another slip, so we've got 2 slips now.
Keeper up to the stumps as well, as that goes thumping into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Crawley does like to advance down the pitch a bit. I'm going to try and keep him pinned there, and those 2 slips a good distance back. There's Berg. 3 dots to start this over. Just want to try and wrestle this advantage. A bowling bonus point with the 3 wickets as well for Northamptonshire. Crawley again has that defended into the onside this time. High elbow as he plays the defensive shot. 32 for him. Leaning has yet to hit a ball in anger. Gareth Berg has 1 for 20. Took the wicket of Ben Compton just before lunch, which perhaps just gave them a little bit of momentum after Kent had been bossing the game. Berg to, that's close.
That was very close.
Just outside the off-stump. In fact, McManus has whipped the bails off as well. It's really quick keeper work. That was a leave by Crawley, and as we joked before, you'd have to say that's a good rather than a bad leave, but goodness me, you need good judgment for that one, wouldn't you? A whisker away.
Literally, I was just about to say, just feathered them off stump. Oh my goodness, that was very close.
Yeah, you could hear the excitement from Northants as well. Last ball of the over from Berg to Crawley. Defends that this time on middle stump, and that is the end of the over. So a maiden from Gareth Berg, 1 for 20. just the momentum of this game has switched through to the fielding side now. They've certainly got their tails up now. I think at this point they're hoping and maybe even expecting another wicket at this point.
Yeah, especially with the energy obviously those 2 wickets have brought to the Northamptonshire side, then maybe they're just going to be hoping that another one with the momentum that's probably given them. Obviously, you know, as they say, one wicket brings two brings 3, and obviously, especially if the batsman's not been at the crease long and hasn't got used to conditions, then there's always a chance.
So it's Tremaine to continue. Unsurprising, I suppose, having taken 2 wickets in his previous over, but leading his first delivery to face.
He'll definitely want the ball as in he comes from the Nackington Road end, and leaning is forward, plays it into the offside. Crawley looking to take a single there from the non-strikers end, but he's being sent back by Jack Leaning, saying no, it's too tight for a single.
Aggressive backing up there, certainly. Very committed.
Very committed, but fielders were pretty close, pretty hot. It would have been a pretty hot run if they did decide to take it. Talking about hot, seems like it's getting sunnier and sunnier, and it's bringing more people into the ground here this afternoon. As in comes Truman, and he's forward again. Jack Leaning playing it to square leg.
Just looking at Jack Leaning's last season, there were a lot of runs around, weren't there, for most of the counties, for various reasons. Averaged over 40. Oh, so I'm going to butt in again, I think.
I think they'll be butting in very soon. Maybe I'll get this ball in. As Tremaine's at the top of his mark, steaming in, leaning on strike in his stance, and he is forward, and it's beaten him outside the edge of the bat, straight into the gloves of our keeper, and the ball's being passed through along the fielders. And I think I'm going to give this back to you, Matt, because I feel like I'm going to be interrupted.
Yeah, I think they're in their final approach, if you're an airliner, towards takeoff. If that's the right terms. That's what it's showing. They are 90 for 3 now. They lost 2 quick wickets, 2 and an over to Aussie fast bowler Chris Tremaine is bowling right now at Jack Leaning. Firstly, Daniel Bell-Drummond went to a pretty indifferent stroke, trying to pull the ball, got a top edge down towards long leg. In came Josh Cobb from the boundary and made no mistake to get rid of him. Then 2 balls later, Joe Denley coming out for his first bat of the season for Ken, having signed a new contract with the club. He didn't last very long, just the 2 balls. He was LBW to Tremaine. Didn't look any doubt about the decision either, very much in front. So Kent actually now having to dig in a little bit. They're only 27 behind on first innings as they bowled out Northamptonshire for 117, with Matt Quinn taking the remaining 3 wickets this morning after a really good first day. Leaning none, Crawley on 32. He was getting more aggressive, Zach Crawley, the England man, but has gone back into his shell a little bit after those 2 wickets have fallen. It's still Kent's day, 90 for 3 though, 27 behind on first innings. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So, another dot ball from Tremaine. 90 for 3.
I think especially after those 2 wickets, Crawley's realised that how important it is obviously for him to stay in. He's been in from the beginning, and I think if he can hold this innings, at least on one side, then it will obviously put Kent in a decent position going forward. As in comes Tremaine, leaning on strike. Leaning's forward, defends that to mid-wicket, picked up, and that is going to be the end of the over. Kent 90 for 3, a maiden over for Tremaine. He's bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens for 19 runs, and has obviously got 2 wickets, which occurred in the last over.
I think we're going to get the cricket commentary in a minute. I'm not sure I can concentrate on the...
I find this really hard. I don't know how you manage. I don't know how you manage.
Music's fine, and actually just general chat. Oh, thank you very much indeed from the studio, Emma and Ryan, and Sam producing the show today. But yeah, Mash St Patrick Hewitt yesterday was talking about commentating for TV, so he'd done some CPL commentary, and as Berg runs in. Going to give you a sort of a view behind the curtain here, listeners. You might know this already, but it hit straight back to him, and he said, so I've done that but obviously they're showing graphics, they're changing shots, so constantly while you're commentating, while you're talking, in the back they're saying we're going to a graphic of the top 5 run scorers in the competition. That's why you're talking, and then obviously you
know what you're going to lead to and refer to. Yes.
I mean, it might sound obvious, but obviously, as you say, you have to talk with someone talking at the same time.
I think.
And flicked away by Crawley, rolls the wrist, single taken, 91 for 3.
I think obviously if it's not too loud, then it's fine, then you can deal with it. But like, this is rather intense. This is quite intense.
I think, yes, I'm not sure it's something to be proud of, but I think we have the loudest queue in
It's pretty loud.
It's always deafening, but
it's pretty startling as well. I remember my first day in here, and it just literally shook me. I was like, what is
suddenly you're getting a burst of Lizzo. There we are, yeah. We all start dancing, but it's not necessarily conducive to the...
Yeah, I heard that obviously if you work in broadcasting and you're presenting on TV, that the same thing, obviously the producer's in your ear.
Yeah.
And they're telling you obviously where they're cutting to through next, and obviously what your lead is and how you're going to bring that in. I think it must be challenging.
I've done a little bit of telly. The count terrifies me when you're doing a...
What do you mean by the count?
So here's Berg to leaning. Sorry, this is very industry inside, isn't it? But the ball turned into the onside when you're on a strictly timed section, so you have to get out by a certain time, and and it's 10, 9, 8, and you're ad-libbing to the end of the piece. So yeah, I was like, that was terrifying.
That must be terrifying. Because even though if you know you're confident in what you need to do, I think it's the pressure of a time ticking.
And that's one of the many reasons I don't do much TV. This is Crawley. He's mishit that. He's tried the straight drive. Well, I think he has. He's not mined that shot the second time, but it sounded very thin on the bat, outside part of the bat, straight past the baller. Anyway, I was going to say, anything you want to ask us about the world of TV and radio, more than welcome, but you'd probably rather hear about the cricket. But yeah, so we are. Those are the sort of terrifying moments in my broadcasting career.
Traumatised from television.
I've got 20 seconds. What on earth am I going to say? Or how am I going to stop talking before 1? Here's Burke now to Crawley, outside the off stump and left, but the keeper's up there. Smart take again from Lewis McManus. Dot ball. Just 2 off the over so far, 92 for 3. You can get in touch. You don't have to be talking about that. We can talk about the cricket on kentcricket@gmail.com. Our Twitter addresses at BBC Kent Sport, at Nikki Chowdhury.
I would love to see someone could spell that correctly without any help.
I'm going to do my best in a second and probably get it badly wrong. On the back foot, just punch into the offside by Zach Crawley, and there's a single. So end of the over, 93 for 3. Leaning is off the mark. Crawley has 34. At Old Man Rad, double D, R-A-double-D for Andrew. And it's N-I-K-K-I-C-H-A-U. I'm actually writing this out.
So right.
D-H-U-R-I.
Oh, wow.
Is
well
that right?
done.
There we
That's
go.
spot on. That is spot on.
We've only been working together, what is it, 2 seasons now, and I've finally learned how to spell it.
Okay, if this makes you feel any better, my best friend spelt my name wrong. So, you've surpassed that, Matt, for sure.
Well, I'll take that as a win. Okay. It's 93 for 3.
Not even my surname, my first name.
Oh, crikey. Oh, blimey. You're still friends?
No.
Harsh.
Not at all. As
But fair.
Tremain's in from the Nackington Road end, and leaning and Crawley's forward. Just flicked that in to the onside, taking a single, putting leaning on strike. Very comfortable, just flicking it and using his wrists, waiting for the ball to come close to him, and just playing it under his eye line, allowing him to actually access quite a wide area on the onside. He's been able to actually play it through square leg down to fine leg, just because obviously how late he can wait for it to come into him.
There's a couple of emails coming through. Spencer saying, lovely to have the season underway. Great start by Kent. Batting lineup on paper looks strong as I can remember. Fingers crossed we can make a decent effort in this innings.
In comes Tremaine. He got 3 slips in place, leaning on strike, leanings forward, and just pushes that into the point region. Picked up by point, no run.
Also saying, please keep us posted on the Gillingham score later. It's up the Gills and Super Kent. Well, we might indulge our listeners perhaps with the Gillingham and Northampton latest scores, shall we? And as to be even-handed on this commentary on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton, both in the same division, playing each other on Monday. I'll be there for my sins.
In comes Tremaine, Leaning on strike. A slightly shorter delivery, Leaning looking to work it into the onside, but the ball's just popped and unexpectedly taking Jack Leaning by surprise. And what's happened here? Tremaine is just down, doing a bit of a stretch.
Is that a calf stretch
Yeah,
there? Just,
stretching his calf by the looks of it. Something's probably just maybe
Ooh, okay. He's just
tweaking. Yeah,
that's a good spot. He's feeling his calf.
giving it a bit of a rub. Maybe there's some.
Well,
Slightly uncomfortable there. Obviously, calf's not a nice one.
Physio's not coming out. That's a good sign, isn't it? But
Well, he is making his way back to the top of his mark.
Yeah.
Interesting to see how we go with the next delivery.
I thought for a moment that Lewis McManus was running over, that maybe that was an element of concern, but it's just stretching out. Yeah, no
Stretching
physio
it
at the
again
moment.
at
Yeah.
the top of his mark as he's about to make his way in for this fourth delivery with Leaning on strike. In he comes. Bowls. Shorter delivery, and they've gone up. They're thinking it's got him on the pads, but no, it's just going down leg side, especially from the angle we are at.
It's beaten him though, isn't he? Leaning,
Yeah.
falling forward as well. Tremaine starting to work up a head of steam here.
I think it's definitely been caught out by the skiddiness of that. Like,
Yeah.
last few deliveries really just been coming off the wicket, and Leaning has not really adjusted or expected it by the looks of it, especially the previous delivery where that one took a bit of a pop. And in comes Tremaine. Bowls. Fuller delivery, Leaning's forward, Leaning into it nicely, and it's picked up by extra cover. That was not meant to be a pun. I just realised.
Whatever works. 94 for 3. It's BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton. Are we in a swap over stage here, Rad? Is it?
We probably
Rad,
are.
yeah, I think it's. Sorry, I'm not trying to get rid of your ball before you. I've just
I'll do this
completely
ball and
lost
then I'll
track.
go, okay. In comes Tremaine. Bowls again, a fuller delivery, Leaning forward, just getting the bottom edge of the bat, played that into the onside. That's not a run, but it is going to be the end of the over. Kent 94 for 3 off 39 overs. I'm going to leave you to it. Andrew is going to be back.
Thank you very much, Nikki, indeed. And Nikki Chowdhury makes way for Andrew Rad to come in and decide he follows around the country all summer. Northamptonshire having taken 2 quick wickets. Things have changed a little bit, certainly from 90 for 1 to 94 for 3 now. Have slowed down as well, and may have just put the anchor on Zach Crawley as well, which is good news for Northants. As I was saying, so happens often happens in cricket. The old boycott test. What happens if you add 2 wickets? Well, you get new batters in, and perhaps even an established batsman like Crawley is reining himself in. He goes for a drive there. He's on his toes for the run up to Proctor at a deepish mid-off. It's single taken 95 for 3. Once again, I'm not helping with the I think I'm actually hindering the headphone handovers here. It's a really good thing Andrew and Nikki are here to sort things out, to be honest. Berg to Leaning. High back lift. Resonant of Graham Gooch, perhaps? There's probably a more contemporary reference, but holds the bat very high behind him, waiting for the ball to come.
Afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon. Things have changed a little bit.
They have, yeah. Northamptonshire, what we were saying this morning is what Kent don't want to be is sort of, I think we were saying 80-90 for 4, and, well, another wicket, and it starts to get a bit more interesting.
Yeah, Berg now bowling to Leaning. Just defends that into the offside, and there's no one up to Proctor.
Impressive spell from Chris Tremaine.
Yeah,
That's,
really.
Nackington Road end.
Yeah.
He's really put in a stint this afternoon. I suppose whichever of these counties you support, you're probably quite thankful that you're not supporting Middlesex at the
What's
moment.
going on with them?
Well, they were 4 for 4.
Okay.
Replying to the Essex first innings total of 266.
I know it's early season, but I remember that's not a particularly good score, is it?
Yeah, well,
No.
that's a good
Yeah,
spot.
thank you.
Toby Rowland-Jones picked up 7th in that innings, but Middlesex have rallied now to 8 for 4,
Well,
of which 4 runs off the bat and 4 no balls.
it's Berg to Leaning. I'm laughing slightly nervously because in April, there for the grace and all that,
Oh,
go
absolutely.
our sides, don't they? Into the offside, there's no run. Keogh picks it up.
Jamie Porter, 3 overs and 3 balls, 1 maiden, 3 for 3 so far.
They've
Robson,
got a great attack perennially,
Yeah.
Essex, haven't they?
Robson, naught. Stoneman, naught. Malan, naught. Eskenazi, naught.
Those are some good scalps as well. On the back foot, worked away by Jack Leaning. That's the best shot he's played so far, and he gets 4 runs for it as well. He goes on to 5, and the score on to 99 for 3 for Kent. 18 in arrears. Crawley has 36.
Fair to say quite a few of these matches are moving on apace, which I
Yeah.
suppose is no huge surprise really at this time of the year. Down at Southampton, Hampshire 231 all out, so claimed a first innings lead of 46 against Nottinghamshire, who've just started their second innings, 4 for no wicket. Surrey 442 all out, Lancashire 111 for 2. That one up at Old Trafford.
As Berg bowls to Leaning, angles this down through gully. That's a good shot. And he may get 4. It's racing up the slight slope, but it will be stopped before it gets to the boundary. Fielder out there, good running as well there. They come through for 3. That's 100 up for Kent. 100 and... Is that exactly 100 or 102? It is 102 for 3 indeed. Leaning has played a couple of really good shots there. And so 15 behind now.
Keaton Jennings 46 not out at Old Trafford. As we mentioned, Essex 266 all out, Middlesex 8 for 4. And in the match that finally got underway at midday today down at Taunton, Somerset 91 for 2 against Warwickshire. So that brings you up to date with what's happening in Division 1. Here, Kent just 15 runs behind, 7 wickets in hand, still 55 overs to go in the day. So there's a lot of cricket still to be played. We're not even halfway through the day's allocation yet at nearly 10 past 3 in the afternoon.
No, absolutely.
Here's Tremaine running in again to bowl to Leaning, who steers that away through backward point. More runs for him here. It's going down towards the boundary. It's a long chase down there just out of our eye line, but we can tell that it's gone for 4 because Ian Blackwell is signalling as such. So another boundary for Jack Leaning.
Identical shot, wasn't it,
absolutely,
to the previous over.
Who goes up to 12, 106 for 3. The Northamptonshire 12th man, Gus Miller, is trotting down below us, having apparently gone blonde during the winter months. I'm sure he wasn't like that last time I saw him back in September, but he is now.
He's seen a lot of sun.
It's a bit like that in Loughborough. 106 for 3. Here's Tremaine in, bowls to Leaning, whose forward front foot plays it back down the pitch for Tremaine to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. Tremaine into his 12th over, 2 for 24 so far on his Northamptonshire debut. Sun behind a cloud at the moment, but Zach Crawley really has worked very, very hard for his 36 runs for 107 balls. At the non-striker's end at the moment. 3 slips in place. Tremaine from the Nackington Road end. A big appeal for LBW as Leaning pushes forward, and I suspect that's probably what saved him, because it may be that he just got himself outside the line there. It looked a decent shout, and he's got his back to us, so we'll obviously have a look at it on the replay. But my thought there was that he pushed forward at it, was playing a shot, and possibly just got himself outside the line. It doesn't matter then if it would have hit or not. But let's have a look at that. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. He's just got himself outside the line. So good decision, I think, from Ian Blackwell there. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls to Leaning, who's again on the back foot, playing it out into the offside, fielded there by Proctor. An extra cover and there's no run. This has been a terrific spell from Chris Tremaine.
I was going to say, from a Northants point of view, the great thing about this is he seems to have adapted really quickly. He's found a length and line.
And that's the thing, isn't it? So many of the overseas bowlers that you come over who don't have previous experience, and we were talking to Matt Kelly about it last year with Northamptonshire at the start of the season, it's sorting the lengths out. And he really does seem to have adapted, as you say, very well and very quickly. He's in again, bowls to Leaning, who's across his stumps, plays it up to Jack White at mid-on, and there's no run. Stays at 106 for 3. The deficit just 11 runs. So much cricket left in this match, and the crowd, and I know you're mentioning this with Nikki, isn't it encouraging to see so many people have come in this afternoon? It's a really good crowd now. A few kids over on the grass bank over to our right, been having their own impromptu games. Here's Tremaine. Trees at the Nackington Road end behind him. In bowls and leaning, coming across his stumps. He's glanced that down towards the fine leg boundary, and it's beaten the man down there, running across Josh Cobb, and it runs away for 4. So Tremaine just losing his line a little bit at the end of the over, and Jack Leaning taking full advantage. He goes to 16, and Kent to 110 for 3, so just 7 runs behind. Tremaine 12 overs now, 3 maidens, 2 for 28, and Kent 110 for 3 with Leaning on 16, Crawley on 36.
Great email here from David Smith, who's in Ghana, in Accra. He says, "Hi people, lovely to have some championship cricket to watch here in Ghana while eating some homemade hot cross buns." Good man.
Very nice too.
He said, "You mentioned the Northampton bowlers aiming at the 4th stump earlier. From the TV stream, it looks as though Zach Crawley was taking a 4th stump guard, Daniel Bell-Drummond taking a more moderate off-stump guard. Is this a trick of perspective because of the camera angle or the new generation edging gradually to the right?" Good question.
Jack Crawley was actually taking I think he was batting on off stump, wasn't he?
And he has done. I mean, internationally he's done that before as well, because he loves to play on leg stump and is sometimes culpable, isn't he? Just getting a bit out of shape on the off stump line. So I think you're exactly right there, David. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's a fashion thing, but if it's whatever works, I suppose. But thank you for your email. Great to hear from you.
James Sales joins the attack.
So Sales bowls to Crawley. Wherever he's addressing the ball, he's taken that off middle up to mid-on in a defensive shot, and there is no run.
I think I'm right in saying Ghana. I think that's where the old floodlights from the county ground, when obviously Northamptonshire County Cricket Club and Northampton Town Football Club shared the county ground for best part of a century. I think that's where the floodlights went at the county ground. I think they went to Ghana.
It's outside the off stump from Sales, chopped into the ground and caught at gully. 2 hands, 1 bounce.
Because I think some wag in the local paper said 4 corners of a foreign field that is forever Northampton. To paraphrase Rupert Brooke.
That reminds me of a much more glamorous location, Accrington Stanley. I'll tell you a small tale about that in a second, if anyone's remotely interested. Sales to Crawley, a little bit loose outside the off stump, and Crawley has just driven that out to the offside, and they'll come back for a sprightly 2. On the local journalist there, a great go. Perhaps I ought not to identify him, but Accrington Stanley, they came out of non-league, and the ground is modest. For a lot of people who travel to watch football, actually used to new all-seater stadia. It's a lovely place to go. But here's Sales to bowl, and Crawley propels that into the onside this time for a single, 113 for 3. And he was saying, for ground regulations, we've actually invested in some new seating, and we bought some off St Mirren, so they were changing the ground to the Scottish Club St Mirren. I looked around, sort of quizzically at the ground, and said, "So where are they?" He said, "They're in a porter cabin over there. We're not installing them till the league insist." So there we go. Is Sales to Leaning. Wraxham on the power, but always going down the leg side. So very pragmatic.
Yes.
Until the EFL absolutely insisted they had to be up, they're not going to put them in. So yeah.
Am I not right in thinking, and I'm sure you told me this, that where we were sitting to commentate a couple of years ago, obviously at the time of COVID, when there were no spectators in the ground, over to our left,
the Underwood Not Stand.
The seats there were from a theatre, was it?
They were indeed. I think they were from the Marlow.
The Marlow,
Canterbury, yeah. Very comfy. A little bit chilly. Not the seats, but the in April. Well, actually through to May as well. Defended by Leaning, end of the over, 39 for Crawley. Leaning has 16, 113 for 3. Kent, they're just 4 behind. I may just dip into Graham's email from North London. Great to hear dulcet tones once more as the beauty of the new cricket season upon us. Sunny here in North London, so much nicer than yesterday. In relation to your colleagues and his mention of the champions. Had to get this in, you see. The opening sequence filmed up just up the road from me in Whetstone what was known as the Eveready building was built on what looked like stilts, which was very modern at the time, and they used that for the opening shot, supposedly at Lake Geneva.
That's right, because there was the shot of the big fountain in the centre of Geneva, and yeah, it was a good series.
And that was in North London. On another note, it's just not the same without Steve-O. Many of us feel that, Graham. He's like the Ravens at the Tower of London, it feels. He would have made hay yesterday, but lovely to see the other bowlers step up. Really looking forward to the new season, and grateful again to have the commentary and the live stream. Graham, thank you very much.
Here's Tremaine to continue from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Zach Crawley, who's playing that out into the covers, and it's fielded there by Gus Miller, who's got himself on the park with his distinctive blonde locks. Not sure who's gone off, but we'll have a little look around and see who's not on the field. But Gus Miller out there at the moment.
I have a feeling one of the Vietnam films in the maybe Platoon or one of those, was that 90s, was filmed entirely in north of London. I might be wrong.
Tremaine in again, and that's clipped away by Zach Crawley, but he's got a bit of protection. He's got a man out there, Josh Cobb, down at deep mid wicket, and keeps it to a single. Sends in his return. Crawley to 40 and Kent to 114 for 3. Yes, my late father was in certainly one episode of it, and I suspect, and again, our friend William, who was texting me about this earlier, and thought it might have been actually more than one episode. He's probably right, but good series from the 60s. ITC stable. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls to Leaning, who's on the front foot, plays it back down the pitch for Tremaine to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. There's also, talking of social media, I was putting up last night about the last time Northamptonshire started their championship season here at Canterbury, 1995, and they were in a spotted bowler at 172 for 5 and a 6th wicket partnership of 337 between Richard Montgomery and the late David Capel. Here's Tremaine, sun behind a cloud, bowls to Leaning, who's rocking onto the front foot, plays it up into the covers for Miller to field, and there's no run. Augustus Horatio Miller. We did have this conversation yesterday when off air when Gus obviously was in the squad and didn't make the 11, but we were saying he would have been the first Augustus to play for Northamptonshire since the 1890s. Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford. Crazy name, crazy guy. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls to Leaning, who's pushing forward, runs up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Uncle of the creator of the Wombles, Elizabeth Beresford.
I remember having that book as a child.
Oh,
and, the Wombles on the front cover. I didn't like the Wombles in the series, I can tell you there. It was, they souped them up a bit.
Well,
had their hair done.
Elizabeth Beresford's father, which was Richard Beresford's brother, was J.D. Beresford, who was a novelist and wrote, I think, a book called The Hamptonshire Wonder, which had a sort of sporting theme. Leaning on strike again as Tremaine bowls to him outside the off stump, left alone, goes through into the gloves of Lewis McManus. How many more, I wonder, will Chris Tremaine get? I suspect the answer is not too many more. He really has put in a serious stint for his side this afternoon. So the delight, I'm sure, of his captain. It's Rob Keogh who's back on the field, so Gus Miller trots off. Rob Keogh back on the park. We haven't seen him bowling yet. We haven't seen an over of spin in the game so far, which I suppose is not a huge surprise. 114 for 3. Crawley is 40. Leaning is 16. And Kent just 3 runs behind.
It was just a moment of concern for Tremaine, wasn't there, as he just started feeling his calf.
Just tightened up a little bit, but he seems okay.
Looks fine. Just Sales continues from this pavilion end to Zach Crawley down the leg side, helped down the leg side by Crawley, needs no second invitation. That'll be 4 runs a glance through fine leg, and he moves on to 44. Tale of woe I heard from the Kent camp, and I'll mention no names of individual players, of Kent trying to sign an overseas player, and a series of I think it's fair to say a series of injuries to target after target just makes your head shake. And from a Northamptonshire point of view, very happy. Chris Tremaine is here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's fit and healthy and playing, so yeah. Sales to Crawley. Always whipped that one away. I thought it was gone harder than that. No, it's gone along the ground.
Didn't quite time it,
No,
did he?
he didn't.
But it was there for the stroke, but he just ran
got
out
a single, yeah.
of the boundary. That said, Matt, I know Northamptonshire had one or two issues with getting players over and visas and all that sort of thing. But,
It is so tough now, isn't it?
Yeah, but
And
delighted delighted to see Chris Tremaine actually out on the park.
his Sales into Bolter, leaning that high address, just drifting down leg side again. Leaning attempts to glance it as Crawley did in the first ball of the over, but misses. Got ball.
It's that time of year, isn't it? It's like if you're involved with a recreational cricket club, as I know many of us are, and you sort of get all these wonderful, oh yeah, he's going to play for us and he's going to play for us, and you don't believe any of it until you actually see the first match and writing out the team sheet, and you see he's actually turning out to play.
Sales to leaning, just pitching on leg. Bit of movement to middle, but leaning, defending it back up the pitch. But we do occasionally, understandably, from fans of all the counties say, "Oh, remember the days when you get an overseas international?" And God, the great Carl Hooper is going to be over for a period of the summer.
I was hearing, yeah.
For instance, those legendary players. Northamptonshire have one or two as well, I seem to remember.
Well,
played a decent level.
Well, yes, yeah, one or two. And when I first started watching Northamptonshire back in the early 70s, you had three of the absolute best. You had Mushtaq Mohammed, Bisham Bedi, and Safraz Nawaz, who played pretty much the full season, and then later on, obviously, the likes of the now Sir Curtly Ambrose. He could bowl a bit.
He wasn't bad. His full-length delivery from Sales, it's steered by leaning, like it was outside edgy to first, but I think he played very deliberately for that, all the way along the ground. 4 runs for him, 9 off the over. Sales a little bit wayward, the first of the bowlers perhaps to be off the money. 123 for 3. Crawley has 45, Leaning has 20. This partnership at the moment is at 33. But yeah, those really were the days.
Yeah.
And if you ask anybody who's involved in trying to recruit overseas players for a club, and you say, why can't you get a player for the whole season? They can give you a list as long as your arm of other places that international cricketers would go. As you say, visa restrictions, T20 franchises, international tours, A tours. It is so hard just to pin players down for a length of matches. So Sam Whiteman, for instance, that's great to get him for
pretty
best
much
part of the
whole season. Yeah, I think he's. They've got him until the end of August as things stand. It takes you back to that. We talk about the 1995 season when Northamptonshire started here, and that huge partnership between Richard Montgomery and David Cable. Of course, that year Northamptonshire had Anil Kumble, and that was a little bit of a left field one because it was replacing Curtly Ambrose, who was with the West Indies that year.
Not like for like.
Well, it wasn't,
No.
and lots of supporters saying, well, what have we got this fella for? And it was Alan Lamb, captain that year, and was that season also virtually in overall charge of team affairs, because Phil Neal had moved on to the England setup, so they didn't have a director of cricket. They had Bob Carter was in there as coach, but Alan Lamb was basically running the first team, and he said, "This is the guy I want. This fella could win us the championship." And it was one of those slightly freakish seasons where any other year I think Northamptonshire won 8 games and would have probably won the title in most other seasons. But Anil Kumble took 105 wickets in his only, I think, full season of championship cricket. Rob Keogh, first spin of the match, and immediately is greeted with a reverse sweep by Zach Crawley for 4. So the change certainly meeting with the approval of Zach Crawley. Takes him to within 1.5 century. 49 to Crawley, 127 for 3. So this is the 77th over of the match, and we've seen some spin at last.
Indeed so. Immediately sort of angrily pointed down towards third man, Rob Keogh. I need a field there. Well, yes, that's the very much the proverbial.
Yes. After the horse.
Yes, indeed,
yes.
the stable door. But
Jack White is in here at just saving the one on the 45, and is going through his bending and stretching. So it may be that he's going to perhaps replace.
And that's not. Yeah, it looks like the ball's got a
coming
little
to
bit
the
soggy
sack.
as well.
Yeah,
As
well,
it's gone off the boundary rope. But
we had the first change, didn't we? Of course, first ball change of the season, and it was one of those. There was no discussion really. I think presumably I'll find out later, but it looks as though seam had split or something, because the ump, he just showed it to the ump and they said, OK, fine, get the replacement. And Rob Keogh did a passable impersonation of a travelling salesman with his suitcase full of samples down below us. Here's Keogh, having dried the ball from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Crawley, who's covering up, plays it back down the pitch. In fact, it's the fielder in there at mid-wicket who trots into field, and that is Alex Russell, who's on the field now, so they're rotating the 12th men. Swept by Crawley, that's going to take him to 50. Is it going to be more than a single? It is. They're going to come back for 2 out to deep mid-wicket, and Jack Leaning's, well, they're going to get more. It's buzzers time, because there wasn't a fielder there backing up, and what should have been 2 is now 3. So applause around the ground for Zach Crawley. Half century for him. My goodness, he's had to work hard for it. 51 off 118 balls, but he's still there doing his job for his side. 130 for 3. And brings Jack Leaning on strike. Scruffy bit of fielding at the bowler's end. Meant that what should have been 2 was actually 3. First buzzers of the year. Here's Keogh. And again, bowls to Leaning. You're on drives. Mid-on is deep, about 2/3 of the way back, so there's an easy single to be had. And Leaning takes it. He goes to 21 and Kent to 131 for 3, so 14 runs in front. Keogh wastes no time, and again flights that one up and driven by Jack Crawley down to long on, who's now dropped all the way back onto the fence. So one more to Crawley. 53 to Crawley. 132 for 3, Kent. And I'm just wondering if you're going to be...
I think they've heard about Zach Crawley's 50.
Right, I'll let you...
It'll be a very short insert as it when you go into the live football, but...
cut away by Leaning for a single down to deep backward point.
It is good news. Zach Crawley has 50, 53 from 119 balls now. He's been very watchful. More boycott than Baz Ball, said one of our correspondents, Andrew, on Twitter. Kent 133 for 3. Jack Leaning has 22, aiding and abetting the England man. Kent are ahead now on first innings by 16 after bowling out Northamptonshire, finishing their innings at 117 all out this morning with 3 quick wickets from Matt Quinn. Kent 133 for 3. They're 16 ahead in the first innings. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
And as we thought, Jack White is going to come into the attack from this pavilion end. I can tell you that Middlesex have lost another wicket against Essex. They're now 26 for 5.
Ooh.
And Jamie Porter has taken 4 for 12.
Do you think excitement of being promoted might be slightly tempered now by the by the realities?
Yeah, Northamptonshire play Middlesex next up at Wantage Road on Thursday.
There are some half decent teams in the top division, apparently, even the ones that are going to struggle this season.
Apparently.
White to Leaning. We can go on about this as long as we can. We're preaching to each other's choirs, aren't we? Outside the off stump,
yes.
keeps low, no run. 133 for 3. Do you slightly bristle at that?
I do. I definitely do. But on the other hand, I mean, the other way of looking at it, the sort of more positive way of looking at it, I suppose, is you can say, well, it does. The coach doesn't need to think about motivating the squad, because they've only just got to pin up all the pundits who say, well, you know, such and such are going to go down, and let's prove them wrong.
Here's White to Leaning, which is the offside, and there's no run.
It was certainly the case last year, and it was quite funny because Northamptonshire mathematically secured their Division 1 status for this year down at Taunton. And I did the interview that evening with head coach John Sadler, who was delighted, obviously, and very pleased that they realised and achieved their mission. But I was probably slightly more. Well, what do you reckon to all these people who said they were going to get rather more than he was? But I do bristle. Yeah.
White to Leaning, and the offside. I remember interviewing Jack Leaning before the T20 Blast finals 2 years ago, and Kent were going to win it. Much more, they're bigger, more powerful, more fashionable sides.
Absolutely.
There, Somerset. I mean, they beat both of them to win it in the end. Sorry, I'm already still aggrieved, even though they won it. And I said to Jack, well, people say, you know, your fourth favourites of a 4 do you feel? And he just smiled and shook his head and sort of shrugged, and that was very much their attitude toward it. So they know how good they are. Inside edge past his stumps. Having said that, leaning, he's got away with that one. It's going to be 4 runs, and Jack White, you can see what he thinks of that. Just whirls his arm as he turns away from it. That was very close to being Jack Leaning's wicket. It's cut it past his stumps with the inside edge. 26 he goes on to.
If pundits, and you know, we all have to stick our necks out sometimes, and sometimes we get it monumentally wrong.
Yeah, almost always.
Indeed, and just occasionally we get it right. But if they've looked at the squads and they've weighed up the pros and cons and come to that conclusion, absolutely fine, no problem with that at all. Everyone's entitled to an informed opinion.
As White bowls to Leaning outside the off stump, they run.
What I would find a little more irritating is when it's just a question of looking at the list of teams and thinking, well, you know, non-test ground, you know, not a what they used to call in the old days a fashionable county.
Yeah.
So let's put them down there, and that I think is a little bit disrespectful, perhaps.
White bounds in towards Jack. Leaning. Oh, has he tracked him? He has. He's pushed forward. Leaning doesn't look pleased with the decision. Maybe he thought he was outside, but I think that's pinned him. We'll look at the replay. It doesn't really matter, does it? The umpire says it's out, so it's out. Leaning has 26. He goes. Important as well, I think, for Northampton again. Kent were getting a bit of momentum. They don't want to get away here. They're already 20 ahead on first innings, but Leaning goes for 26. Perhaps that's just frustration. He couldn't go further. Had chopped one past his stumps a ball before. So Leaning goes this time 137 for 4. Jack White, having reintroduced to the attack, pays dividends for Luke Proctor, the captain. And Kent have their 4th down. 1 for 34. Jack White so far. I think he's bowled better than that. He deserves that wicket.
Yeah, just having a look at the replay, though, my first thought with you was that he may possibly have. No, I don't think he did. You know, I think that's absolutely spot on from the umpire. I wondered if he just got outside the line, but I think it swung in fairly late, and it looked, judging by that replay, to have hit him around about middle and off stump, middle and off.
Yeah, in retrospect, it looked like he was trying to get outside the line rather than was.
And it was full, and I think he maybe just fell across it a little bit. Yeah. But anyway, as you say, he's been and gone. Jordan Cox comes to the crease, and Northamptonshire just kept plugging away, haven't they? Which is all they can do, and they've just got to try and restrict this lead. I suppose they would be thinking, well, if we could keep the lead below 100, let's say, if we could bowl Kent out for 200 or not many more than that, then we're still in the game. It's going to be tough, but with the overhead conditions, if the forecast is right, are going to be better for the remainder of the game. Northamptonshire aren't going to have to bat in November as they did for a good part of yesterday. It felt like November. So yeah, it's nicely poised. But Zach Crawley is still there, and whatever he may be doing in terms of his England prospects, he's certainly doing a terrific job for his side, and at the moment that's the most important thing. Yeah, I would have thought.
I love that from Andrew Harrison in Japan, by the way, that tweet. More boycott than Bazball, Crawley.
Very good. Very good.
But he's doing the job he needs to do at the moment for his team, and Cox comes out. Non-strikers ends. Keogh bowls to Crawley. He's waited till it's almost on his stumps, and then just manoeuvred it away to mid-on. 137 for 4. As Keogh comes in once again. Down the pitch comes Crawley. Thumped it straight back at Keogh. That will sting the right palm. That's going like a tracer. That's a fantastic stop, isn't it?
It is. He hit that hard.
He is now belatedly reacting with his right hand. Was he pretending it didn't hurt, maybe?
They breed him tough in Dunstable.
Blimey. He's just counting. Yeah, still got the 5 on the right hand. That's good. Keogh to Crawley goes for a sweep from way outside off stump. He'll just get a single to mid wicket. But no, I take your point entirely. If they can keep the lead to under 100 with the conditions as they are, I think Northamptonshire got a real fighting chance. At 90 for 1, Kent look odds on to get 250 or more, don't they? At which point that's a big old gap to close.
I
think Keogh's still in a bit of
he's
discomfort.
struggling a little bit, isn't he? Yeah.
He's just looking at the webbing on the right hand.
Is that Dr. Proctor there having a little look at it?
I love the way that sports people go over and say, "Oh no, you'll be fine. Walk it off." Is that
heat and rest?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Just keep bowling. It'll be good for it. Full toss there. The grip's looking difficult for him, actually, and joking apart, he is still shaking that right hand. It was almost a delayed reaction. It's probably exciting the adrenaline of that stop, isn't it? He does not look happy now.
It's impossible, really, to overestimate Rob Keogh's value to the side last year with bat and ball. He was such a key figure.
To Crawley now, drives up to a wideish mid-on, or even a mid-wicket. Cox has got off the mark, by the way. He just got that single off that previous ball, which quick delivery from Keogh, just manoeuvred with the spin up towards Sales once again at that mid-wicket position. End of the over. It's time to bring Nicky Chowdhury in. 139 for 4. Crawley has 54. Cox has won the lead at 22 for Kent so far here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton.
Yeah, 800 odd runs, 30 plus wickets last year for Rob Keogh. Was named Northamptonshire's Championship Player of the Year, was also the Players' Player of the Year in the end of season Beano, which amongst other things, the father of James Sales, David Sales, was inducted into Northamptonshire's Hall of Fame, which was quite a notable thing for him.
Found them.
We're just trying to locate various parts of equipment, which Matt has done, and with the speed and grace of a gazelle. No, he's not. He's going to plug Nicky in. Jack White starting a fresh over. 2 slips in place, running in from this pavilion end and bowling to Jordan Cox, who drives that away through the covers for 4. Lovely shot. One of the best shots we've seen this afternoon. Cox hasn't been out there very long, but that raced away over the outfield for 4. 143 for 4. Kent, and Jordan Cox goes to 5. White into his 14th over. Afternoon again, Nicky.
Afternoon.
So it's I was saying it's boiling up quite interestingly. If Northamptonshire could perhaps snip out one more before tea,
Yeah, they'd like to have them 5 down, wouldn't they?
keep that lead, say possibly under 100. Here's White down the leg side, appeal for a catch. Now they're all going up for it. Now I think the issue here is whether the ball is carried, because the umpires had a little consultation to see if it had gone through down the leg side. They're having a little consultation. Northamptonshire players are already celebrating. They think they've got him, caught behind down the leg side. The umpires, and I think he's been given out and he's gone. And Jordan Cox is walking back to the pavilion. Now, as I say, there was it was a ball down the leg side, fairly innocuous looking delivery. Looked to turn it away down the leg side. Northamptonshire were convinced that he'd got it. The umps there was a moment of hesitation, and whether they were just checking whether they were comfortable amongst themselves that it had carried. But either way, Cox is on the way back, caught behind by Lewis McManus off Jack White. A little bit of a strangle, but Northamptonshire won't worry about that. Hard luck on Jordan Cox, especially after playing that gorgeous stroke earlier in the over. But he goes for 5, and Northamptonshire have that wicket. 143 for 5 now. Kent just 26 runs in front.
They got what they wanted, didn't they? You just spoke about it. If they could get 5 down before tea.
It's an unsatisfactory. It's an awful way to get out, isn't it? But just strangle down the leg side. But as I say, the umps I think did the right thing. They just wanted to be certain that it had. I think that seemed to be the issue, whether it had carried, because they seemed quite comfortable that he'd had actually got some bat on it. And Lewis McManus claimed it. The Jack White was almost distraught at the prospect of it not being given, and whether he just. They feel the umps maybe just overstepped the mark a little bit in his enthusiasm and the appeal. I don't know, but we shall doubtless find that out later, whether he'll find himself in front of match referee Dean Kosker for a little wigging. We shall see later, but anyway. Sam Billings comes to the crease, the Kent captain, at 143 for 5, so Kent need a contribution from their captain. Had a good day yesterday as captain, winning the toss first off, but also every bowling change he seemed to make paid dividends. Joey Everson brought into the attack, wicket first ball. Grant Stewart brought into the attack, wicket first ball. And now Billings needing to contribute with a bat. Jack White running in away from us from the pavilion end, bowls to Billings, his first ball, and he's playing that out into the covers, fielded there by James Sales. And there's no run. 143 for 5. Jack White picking up his second wicket. 2 for 38 now. Leaning and Cox both falling to White. 2 wickets for Tremaine in the space of 3 balls earlier on in the session. And Ben Compton out this morning to Gareth Berg. Gorgeous afternoon now. Bright sunshine as White is in and bowls to Billings. Pushes it out into the covers. Once again fielded by James Sales.
It's an absolutely gorgeous afternoon, and the queue at the ice cream truck seems to be getting longer and
It
longer. I
is.
can see a little.
There's
There's a line of them all going.
I think it's sort of follow my leader, because there's about half a dozen that have now trooped over in the general direction of the ice cream van, and obviously saw one of their colleagues going over there and decided to join in. So
I think that's what our tea is, isn't it?
could well be. Here's White in bowls to Billings, who's confidently forward, plays it back down the pitch. White fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. 143 for 5. We still have, after this, 47 overs remaining, so it could be a late finish, assuming the light holds. But the game could be well advanced by close of play this evening, depending obviously on what happens, particularly in this partnership, you feel. It's a key one for Kent. Here's White in again. Bowls to Billings, drives, gets off the mark, back past the bowler. And there's just a single, as in fact they're going to come back for 2. Luke Proctor just skidding a little bit on the practice wickets that were the problem yesterday. They're still a little bit damp, and Proctor losing his footing, as a result of which they're able to come back for 2. So Sam Billings is away, 2 to him. But 2 wickets and 2 overs for Jack White. 145 for 5. Kent leading by 28. Billings is 2. Crawley is 54. And Jack White's bowled 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 40.
What time are we due to have tea today? I'm guessing it's slightly delayed
It's
from
going to be
yesterday.
later, isn't it? And well, if we go by the overs, then it's going to be possibly another hour or so, a little bit less than that. So
I think Matt's saying it's 4:10.
4:10. It's one of those degree level subjects, isn't it? The timing
How
of
many
the
overs
timing
can you
of
fit in?
the timing of the tea interval. Matt's very confident, so I always admire a man with confidence. So that's fair enough. If that's what he says, that's what we'll go with. I tend in these circumstances to wait until you see them walking off. It tends to be a bit easier. Keogh to continue.
Keogh in from the top end bowls, and this is reverse swept by Zach Crawley. It's making his way down to the 3rd man boundary, but it's going to be pulled off just before that. I think they are coming back for 2. Yes, they've come back for 2. So reverse sweep getting Crawley just 2 on the board for Kent. Quite slow on the outfield, especially down towards the practice wickets. You can tell it's slightly more stodgy on the outfield and damp, not letting the ball really make its way at pace through the boundary. In comes Keogh again, slightly down the leg side, and that's swept away and down to the boundaries, really taking what is deserved, that delivery. Not a great delivery from Keogh, who won't be happy with that one, and that's 4. That brings Kent to 150 runs on the board of 48 overs.
No, so that was just a loose ball from Keogh, wasn't it, down the leg side? Just asked for the paddle sweep, exactly what it got. Timed nicely, 4 more runs. He's still struggling. I think he's still feeling that hand a little bit, isn't he? We were talking earlier when Matt was on, and he just looks to be in a little bit of discomfort, Rob Keogh.
He's in again though, bowls, and this time Crawley's forward, just places it softly in the offside, managing to get down to the other end for a single as extra cover rounds the ball off.
It sounds like they're having fun and games at Lord's this afternoon. We were saying earlier, Middlesex at one stage were 4 for 4.
4 for 4?
Replying to the Essex total of 266. They're now 30 for 5. Jamie Porter's taken 4 of them.
Wow. Sounds like they've been having fun down there indeed. It's just a bit of a field change happening over here as we've got Billings on strike. Keogh just not happy with the same field. So we've just got a mid-wicket in place, mid-on, wide-ish mid-wicket, and a 45 on the onside. And we've got a slip-in as well on the, as Keogh's in. And Billings is forward, defends it, no run. Yeah, we've got 5 on the leg side. There was a man hiding behind the windowsill for me. And a deep square leg, as in Keogh's in, and this one's again on the leg side. Billings plays that off the back foot, works it to the man at square leg, taking a single. Crawley on strike, and the man from slip moves back out and goes to point. So slip is in place for Billings, no slip for Zach Crawley, obviously maybe not needing it as much as he's the set batsman. On 61, in comes Keogh, bowls Crawley down the wicket using his feet and beautifully placed down to the man at mid-on, who's dived to stop it, just a single, but great use of his feet, quick footwork, and that is going to be the end of the over. Kent 154 for 5 of 49 overs.
Yeah, they got the man back now, haven't they? Out on the long-on boundary for Crawley facing Rob Keogh, and on that occasion it did absolutely the job that they was there to do, just to keep him to a single. He timed it beautifully and used his feet. It's interesting, all these sort of subplots that you get at this stage of the season, especially ahead of an Ashes series, and lots of speculation about who might be in and who might be out. And I see another candidate for England's top order, Keaton Jennings, is going nicely for Lancashire against Surrey up at Old Trafford. He's 62 not out, with Lancashire 138 for 3. Replying to Surrey's 442 all out. So a big score for a strong start to the season for Keaton Jennings might be interesting as well. I'm sure, I know he has his supporters to come back into the international lineup, as I'm sure we were talking this morning when we were on before. David Milan will have, having made 100. Here's White starting a fresh over to Crawley and beats him outside the off stump. Jack White, very animated this afternoon. He's every time ball goes past the outside edge, he's sort of a little hop, skip and a jump, and certainly the appeal for the catch behind down the leg side was well, animated to a fault.
There's been quite a big range in the scores we've had across the country today. Obviously so many games going on. We've got some low-scoring ones that we've got down here in Canterbury, and then Yorkshire versus Lancashire's 400 odd on the board.
Yeah,
so
that's right. And Somerset, well, they've lost a couple more wickets, 124 for 4. Now there's a delay. You're not missing any cricket. I think there's possibly somebody moving around either down below us or indeed on the players' balcony over to our right behind the bowler's arm. Here's White in, bowling to Crawley, who's looking to play that away on the onside. Doesn't really get hold of all of it, goes up to mid-wicket, and there's no run to be had. I think the most interesting balanced game at the moment is probably the one down at Southampton, where Hampshire were bowled out for 231 by Nottinghamshire, which was a first innings lead of 46, and Notts have knocked those off without losing a wicket. So they're 48 for no wickets. They're effectively 2 ahead, all wickets in hand. That's beautifully balanced down at Southampton. Is White in again, bowls to Crawley, plays it back down the pitch for White to field off his own bowling. Fizzies are returning to the gloves of Lewis McManus. So Middlesex 38 for 5 against Essex. Somerset 124 for 5 now, so they've lost another one. Bit of a clatter of wickets down there at Taunton. And despite the fact we were saying earlier them having pulled the boundaries in, it might be quite high scoring. Sun goes behind a cloud at the moment as White is in, bowls this rather rocking approach, and it's beautifully fielded as it's punched off the back foot by Crawley. Crisply played stroke and a really good bit of fielding in the covers, for sure. And that's going to hurt. That's James Sales, a lovely bit of fielding as he went down. He's jarred his elbow, I think, but Lewis McManus, who's vice-captain, takes the trouble to run all the way from his position behind the stumps out to extra cover to give James Sales a pat on the back, because I think that probably saved 4 runs.
On a bright note, that's probably warmed his hands up for sure.
That's true. Yeah, he won't need the hand warmers for a while. 155 for 5. Crawley to 63 brings Sam Billings onto strike. White in and bowls to Billings, who stylishly plays that back down the pitch for White to field off his own bowling. We were talking quite a lot last year with Jack White, who's a Cumbrian, and was saying that his approach reminds those of us of a certain vintage, very much of the late great Mike Hendrick, that rocking approach of his as he runs up one of England's greats of the late 70s, early 80s. Fine, fine bowler. And White running in again to bowl to Billings on leg stump, clipped away down to deep backward square for a single, fielded in front of the Les Ames pavilion, and it's a single to end the over. So Sam Billings keeps the strike. He's on 4. Crawley is 63, and Kent 156 for 5, leading by 39 runs. When Jack White was on I think was going to play down here last year, having come into the side, and I remember talking to him at Northampton and saying, "You looking forward to a trip down to Canterbury?" And he looked at me and said, "It's a long way south, isn't it?" Being a Cumbrian boy, thought it was a very long way south. Well, you can't get much further south in the county circuit, to be fair. Change of bowling from the far end, the Nackington Road end. Rob Keogh, the little spin experiment has been terminated for the time being at least, and James Sales is coming back into the attack. The ball from the Nackington Road end, so he'll have a little burst before tea.
Yeah, and we've got one slip, a gully in place, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man who is neither saving a 1 nor saving a 4 on the onside around a wideish, fine-leggish area.
Grazing, I think you call that.
Yeah.
Don't you? That's Josh Cobb having a little drift down there.
Neither here nor there. But he's doing something.
To be fair, it's not a million miles away from where he caught Daniel Bell Drummond earlier, though.
In comes Sales, and Billings is forward. He's just played that beautifully, very elegantly down through deep point, just flaring the face of his bat, and that's gone down for a boundary.
Yeah, James Sales hasn't quite got it right today, has he, so far? The first spell, he's just a little bit wayward in terms of length and line, and that was
a little wide.
Short, wide, 4.
Allowing Billings to get his hands through it, really. And in he comes again, and this time slightly better line coming into him. Billings plays that to mid-on, and they've really taken on the fielder here, taking a single. Quite some smart cricket. Good to see.
Yes, well, you don't think if you're looking for a positive cricketer, then you have to go a very long way before you find anybody to rival Sam Billings. Everything he does on the cricket field, whether it's as a captain with the gloves or with the bat, he does with purpose. He's just a fantastic cricketer to watch, whatever he's doing.
In comes Sales to Crawley. Crawley attempts to pull, not exactly cleanly timing that. I think he's just got the bottom edge of the bat, but he's managed to take a single. It's been played to the onside, and mid-wicket's just rounded it off. I think I've seen this actually with Bell Drummond. Crawley's gone to play the pull shot a few times, but the ball just seems to be coming on to them slightly quicker than expected. They haven't seen too many well-timed pull shots today.
No, there weren't very many.
And I'm guessing that's something more to do with the way the wicket's playing rather than anything else, really, and trying to execute one of those shots. Sails in to Billings, who's just off the back foot, looking to take on the mid-on again, but no, being sent back by Crawley. No single there.
It's Chris Tremaine there, and I think there's a little bit of kidology between the two of them, and yes, he came a long way down. Tremaine was saying, "You're not having one to my arm," and absolutely winged a return into Lewis McManus to make sure that Sam Billings was
stayed back
at home.
In comes Sales, Billings forward, clip that. What a beautiful shot off the pads and into the mid-wicket boundary. That's 4 runs. Timeless shot.
It's difficult for Luke Proctor, isn't it? Because he obviously, James Sales is in the side as an all-rounder, and he wants to bowl him, and he's a talented, very, very talented young cricketer. But if he's just having maybe not quite settled into his work yet, and it's not as though Northamptonshire have got a lot of runs to play with. They don't want Kent to, you know, to get a long way ahead.
Exactly. He's not really found that line nor length, and obviously has given Sam Billings the freebies. So he's getting to get a bit comfortable. And in comes Sales, and Billings is forward this time, defends it solidly, and picked up by Sales in his follow-through. That is the end of the over. Kent 166 for 5 of 51 overs.
And the Kent batters will be aware of that, and they'll be, you know, they will often look to target a bowler, and you know, maybe
Sales.
That's the case at the moment. James Sales has gone for what, 22 in 3 overs. I think the captain might be coming back on. Yes, Luke Proctor's going to have another little bowl from this end, from the pavilion end. Again, he bowled very tidily before his first spell. Just looking to see what his figures in the innings so far. 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 15. But James Sales and Rob Keogh bowled 6 overs between them and gone for 43, so they're going at, what, 7 and over. Whereas Jack White, 15 overs, 2 for 42. Gareth Berg, 11 overs, 1 for 31. Chris Tremaine, 13 overs, 2 for 29. And Luke Proctor, 6 overs for 15. Are all going at less than 3 and over. Proctor in again, bowling to Crawley. Start of this spell, and Crawley pushing forward, back past the bowler, up towards mid-on. Doesn't get as far as Jack White there, and there's no run. Crawley on 64, having faced 134 balls so far. He's been in there 4¼ hours that this innings has been in progress. It's 7 fours. Proctor in again, bowls to him and drives straight back to Proctor on the bounce, smartly fielded by the bowler.
It's a beautiful looking shot.
It was.
It's a beautiful looking shot.
But equally, it just bounced nicely for Proctor to pick it up.
Yeah,
and in one motion, threatened to shy at the stumps. Didn't need to, because Crawley hadn't ventured out of his ground. Just one slip and a gully in. And then 4 in a ring, saving 1, 2 on either side, as Proctor is in again on leg stump. Clipped away down to deep backward square by Zach Crawley for another single. Once again fielded in front of the Les Ames pavilion. One of the 2 main scoreboards here. 167 for 5. So Kent's lead inches up to 50. And Zach Crawley up to 65 brings Sam Billings back onto strike. There's a few bend and stretch exercises just to loosen himself up. The game in full flow on the grass bank over to our right. There seems to be, what is it, about 15 aside down there, I think. There's a very energetic little cricket match going on among some of the younger spectators. Next ball finds Sam Billings going across his stumps to Proctor, plays it up to Berg at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Saying earlier on that obviously the Kent, quite rightly, because the outfield is still a little bit wet, they can't allow people to play on the outfield in the intervals, which they're saying obviously they hope to do so later on in the season when it gets a bit drier, but not stopping the enthusiasm. I say over to our right. Next ball is played defensively by Billings, back down the pitch, fielded by Proctor, and there's no run.
That one skidded on a bit by the looks of it. The way Billings played that kind of just came off the wicket a bit quicker than he anticipated.
Yeah, the new ball is, well, this ball rather, is into its 52nd over. So it's going to be getting a little bit softer. Next ball pushed out into the covers, and they thought about a single. Billings had come a little way down, Crawley had come a little way down, but in the end, smartly fielded there by James Sales in the covers, and there's no run. And the keeper, Lewis McManus, jogging to get to the other end quickly, just probably conscious of the fact, I don't know what the over rate is at the moment. I can't see the relevant figure on there, but they need to be always aware of that and not getting too far behind. 167 for 5 at the end of the over. 50 runs the lead, yeah.
Lead by 50. And Northamptonshire wouldn't want Kent to get too far ahead here. In comes Sales from the Nackington Road end, bowls, and Crawley works that again into the leg side for a single. It's picked up by the man on the square leg boundary. grazing somewhere near the square leg boundary. I wouldn't say he's quite on the boundary rope.
Another message from our friend William C. at fourth slip, who was in correspondence with us earlier, talking about the champions and Tremaine. Come back to that in a second.
Sails in, and this one again pulled by Billings, but it's been fielded very well by the man at mid-wicket, going tumbling to his right.
Yeah, didn't quite time that, did he?
No, it didn't.
He was into position, and then in the end, so just rather clothed it to Rob Keogh at mid-wicket. And William says, having cut the grass, we've declared the cricket season in the garden with a glass of cider in the company of your commentary. So there we go. Summer has been declared. William C's manner.
In comes Sails, and this is driven beautifully by Billings. Unfortunately, it's literally hitting the stumps at the other end, the set of stumps at the other end, and ricocheted, so there is no run here.
Well, they say hit straight, and you can't hit much straighter than that.
You couldn't hit straighter than that. You could not have hit straighter than that if he tried. It was a beautiful looking shot. Unfortunately, the stumps got in the way. But hey, maybe in a while it's going to be either side of that, and it could go down to the boundary. In comes Sails now. Bowls, and Billings again pulls it to the man on the deep square leg boundary. This is just a single here. A better time to pull this time round from the Kent batters, but still not getting the full boom and shaboom that they're really expecting to get from a ball shot.
No, it's funny, isn't it? You say the number of very high proportion of slightly miscued pulls and in the match so far. I was saying yesterday.
In comes Sails. This is a short delivery, and this again was pulled by Crawley. Slightly better timed, but then again slightly slower outfield, so not getting the full rewards. Been picked up by the man on the boundary, and they've gone for two.
Ricardo Vasconcelos timed a couple very early on yesterday of pull shots against the short ball against Michael Hogan, but you're right. Generally, it's been a little bit of a theme.
In comes Sails, and again slightly back of the length delivery worked again into the leg side by Zach Crawley. They're really pushing two here, and they're going to make it back easily, comfortable. I think the speed and the agility both Billings and Crawley have at the crease is great. I think they're really complementing each other and makes it easier to work with when they're both looking to score these runs. That's going to be the end of the over. Kent 173 for 5 of 53 overs.
I'll tell you what, Nicky, if I was Josh Cobb, who is Northamptonshire's white ball captain, of course, I'd be having a word with Luke Proctor. He's got him out there, and he's having to do an awful lot of running around in the outfield. And
I hope he's wearing his Fitbit, so he's clocking up the steps at least.
Yeah, it's. I think I might be inclined to pull rank and say, "Come on, don't you know who I am?" 173 for 5. So the lead is up to 56. It's going to be Proctor, the red ball captain, to continue from this pavilion end. Clock ticking around just after 4 o'clock here at Canterbury. Still 42 overs to go in the day. Sun has disappeared behind the cloud, and this next ball from Proctor finds Sam Billings coming right across his stumps, and to the extent that certainly Lewis McManus was quite interested, and I think if he hadn't managed to get a little bit of bat on that, then the question would have been asked, but he did. So it wasn't. Hump's having a chat about something. The ball again, they were just a polite inquiry. I think they were just suggesting that it may need to go through the rings. But Ian Blackwell's told him to get on with it. Has been changed once, of course, when Kent was 70 for 1. Now 173 for 5. Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and on driven by Sam Billings up to Jack White at mid-on, and there's no run. One of those afternoons, I'm saying, with quite a bit of fluffy cloud around, that you get the colours picked out really bright, sort of pin-sharp greens and blues out there at the moment. It's lovely spring colours.
No subtle colours, it's all quite
It
bright
is
and
very
sharp.
rather
Yes.
bright and garish. Very beautiful. Here's Proctor bowling to Billings, who just opens the face, runs it down towards backward point, and they pick up a single. Takes Billings up to 15, and Kent to 174 for 5. The lead up to 57, and every so often we'll just lose the sunshine on one side of the ground, and as the wind blows the clouds across, the sun just ripples across the ground. It really is very beautiful. Next ball finds Crawley covering up, pushes up past Proctor, up to mid-off, fielded by Rob Keogh, who's still, you can see, just having a little word about his hand, where he intercepted that fiercely struck drive by Zach Crawley earlier on when he was bowling. Seriously did sting, especially on a day like this. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Crawley, plays it up to White at mid-on, and there's no run. Shortly be time, I think, for me to move out in favour of Matt Cole, depending on what Matt's doing with his bank holiday sport programme. So he will let us know, I'm sure.
He'll let us know when we have to shove. That's for sure.
That's right.
But I'm sure
it'll be done with a smile. Here's Proctor, and again bowls and driven stylishly by Zach Crawley, running out towards the boundary. Long chase for Rob Keogh, who's just managed to claw it in about 5 yards inside the rope. An extra cover, and they come through for 3. Nicely timed stroke by Crawley, who goes to 73, and Kent to 177 for 5.
I'm going to make way for Matt.
Right, so Matt will come in and join me. 177 for 5 it is at the end of the over. 73 to Zach Crawley, 15 to Sam Billings. The lead is 60. We'll have another little look at what's happening elsewhere. Nottinghamshire now 60 for 1 in their second innings against Hampshire down at Southampton, so they're leading by 14, so that's just a beautifully poised match. Now, change of bowling. Not entirely surprisingly, from the Nackington Road end, James Sales hasn't really settled with the ball today. And so he's pulled out of the attack. Gareth Berg is coming back into the attack from the Nackington Road end.
I've had the finest minds in the county working on exactly when tea is. I've had 4 different answers from different people. But the Kent scorer has come up trumps, and he should be the man that knows.
Well, he should know.
36 overs to go, so we should have another 5 to go, I believe. So there we go. It's Berg to bowl to Crawley. Defends that studiously back at the bowler, and there's no run. Goodness, Sam Billings has come out to take the bowlers on, hasn't he?
We were saying on commentary, it's impossible to believe that Sam Billings does anything on a cricket field that is not positive and purposeful, and absolutely. And he's come out there and he's had a look at the board, and he's assessed the match situation, and he says, yeah, we have a chance here. Yeah, Northamptonshire have stuck at it well. They've picked up 4 wickets in the afternoon session, but if we can put together a partnership here, we could take this match, if not away from Northamptonshire, we could put ourselves in a very, very strong position. And just his body language, his whole demeanour, is somebody that wants to take this match by the scruff of the neck. And
you say he's all action at the crease.
well,
as far as
but we were saying, Nicky and I, everything Sam Billings does, whether he's batting, whether he's keeping, as a captain, he's always up and at 'em. He's always positive. He's always purposeful, and he's just an adornment to the game. I think he's a terrific cricketer.
There's just energy around him. As Berg will play this, the keeper up now, and the slips, the 2 of them spread. Well, it's the first slip in a gully, as it's hit into mid-wicket by Crawley and deflected away by the other fielder, who's James Sales. I noticed he went for I think drove it to a shortish mid-wicket, and he was halfway down the pitch.
Yes, that's right.
Because he was so on the front foot, and then he just shouted no at Crawley, who had to scamper back because his life depended on it. So, as you say, he really does force the issue, and he's facing now, and in comes Berg. Oh, it's an inside edge past his stumps. Crawley might be marooned at the other end. He's not. Once again, Crawley's backing up very aggressively as well. So this is more like the B word we were talking about before. the McCullum method, might say.
You can't avert your gaze at the moment, can you? It's all happening.
It's a very good point. Is Billings has gone out there, as you say, almost to force the issue at this point. This could be, he's thinking, if we score runs quickly here and go big, this could be the partnership that changes the match in Kent's favour. But 74 for Crawley, 15 for Billings. Obviously, we don't know what Northampton will make of it when they come to bat.
Well,
so
no, I mean, like we were saying,
it's got to be easier out
well,
there
you would
than
think,
it was.
yeah, you would think so. I mean, if the forecast is right, then looking up rather than looking down, as we say, then you would think the conditions are going to be a little bit more bat friendly.
Asperg comes into Billings, defends that back at the bowler. Obviously, by dint. I mean, I'm going to state the bleeding obvious here. Kent listeners will be used to that. But obviously, having bowled in the terrible conditions on the first day, I love your word, vile weather of day one, as the pitch dries out through the, if the weather forecast is right, they'll also get to bat last if they need to. So it's double whammy in that respect, isn't it? So with the forecast, that just turned Billings around just a little bit to adjust his bat. And almost snuck under the toe end, but he's managed to defend that one away. 178 for 5, Kent. 61 ahead here. Crawley 74, Billings 15.
We were talking earlier about the various little subplots going on at the moment, obviously, of this ahead of the Ashes series and who's going to be in and who's going to be out. And we're talking about other openers. And Keaton Jennings is one who certainly has his supporters. And he's gone into tea at Old Trafford. 71 not out.
Off how many balls, though? Sorry.
Lancashire 157 for 3, replying to Surrey's 442 all out. 71 off 131. As Proctor starts another over from this pavilion end to Zach Crawley, who turns it into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Jennings 71 not out off 131. Zach Crawley, at time of writing, is 74 not out of 145, so there's not an awful lot to choose between them in terms of contribution and scoring rate. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Crawley, pushes it up to mid-on where Jack White fields, and there's no run. The rather frenetic match that we were talking about earlier being played by some of the younger supporters over to our right on the grass bank appears to have, perhaps they've just decided to have a bottle of pop or something, or an ice cream, because it just appears to have stopped at the moment. Sitting down for a breather, maybe. Here's Proctor in again, bowling to Crawley. Plays it back down the pitch. Proctor fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Umpire Peter Hartley in animated conversation with Sam Billings at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, he's a gregarious type as well, Sam Billings. Very talkative. There's no hint of guardedness about him, despite being an international cricketer. He's
rather refreshing. That next ball pushed forward by Crawley, and it goes off a mixture of, I think, bat and pad back down the pitch, where Proctor fields, and there's no run. Did a good tidy job here, Luke Proctor. He's into his 9th over, no wicket for 20.
I love his run up. It's all purpose, isn't it? Real acceleration. The arm comes over fast as well.
Very quick arm. There he is, bowling to Crawley, who just pushes that up to extra cover. Fielded there by James Sales, and there's no run.
He's a sort of Sunday village cricket nightmare, isn't he? A bowler that bowls off a few paces with a quick arm.
You think how many in league cricket?
Yeah.
My goodness, he'd especially.
Well, yeah,
especially
certainly village, but league cricket, yeah.
Especially if not in the top division, he would take a hatful. Here's Proctor, in again, bowling to Crawley, who comes right across his stumps. Hence the little cry of anguish from, I think, Lewis McManus behind the stumps, but Crawley solidly in behind it, plays it up to mid-on, but it's a maiden for Proctor. 9 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 20. 178 for 5, Kent. 74 to Crawley, 15 to Sam Billings. And the lead is worth 61. These two have already put on 35, and it makes the point you were saying earlier, Matt, that they've been together, 7 and a bit overs, and they've already put on 35 runs. From nowhere, almost. It's just good, positive, purposeful cricket. And as we were saying, if Kent can push this lead well clear of 100, So I'm sure feel they're in a very, very strong position.
With Berg continuing, then 1 for 32 off his 12. He will bowl to Billings, keep her up to the stumps. Billings just nudges that forward into the onside defensively. Some tweets coming in. Great to hear from you. If you've read these out already, my apologies, Radez, but Michael saying, thanks for the shout out on BBC Kent Sport. Middlesex fan here, having tuned into the Kent match, trying to avoid what's going on Lords. We're very happy to have your company, Michael.
Absolutely, I don't blame you.
I think we understand. Maybe that was my comment about there for the grace of God go all our teams at this time of year, as that's just pushed up to mid-on. It's a push and run by Billings. So, yeah, he's pushing the envelope as well. Quick run taken. Singles on the board.
We feel your pain.
We do indeed, yeah. I take no schadenfreude in that because, you know,
Yeah.
I was going to say next week, next innings, next few balls it could be, couldn't it? So, Darren with a lovely picture from his garden. This is much more like
isn't
it,
that
he
gorgeous?
says,
Lovely.
with seeing the sun.
We had William earlier saying that he declared summer. He cut the grass and he was having a glass of cider listening to us. So summer declared.
Fantastic. Darren, your garden looks lovely. The sun even better. That's just deflected between the two slips there, and they're wide apart. Looks like it's deliberate from Crawley as well. It's a deliberate run through there. And that's 4 for him, 183 for 5. He goes on to 78.
Yeah, clever bit of batting from Zach Crawley. He's spotted the fact that they just got a slip and a gully, big gap down there, and it was totally in control of it. Found the gap, ran away for 4.
Larry Oliver, that rhymes. He says the Vietnam film shot, as I was talking about earlier, in London is Full Metal Jacket. Thank you, Larry. He says not the 90s, 1987. Let's be correct about this. Worked off his pad by Crawley. Is it a bit of bat there? There is indeed. He'll take a single into the onside. 6 off the overs so far. So there we are. Directed by Stanley Kubrick. Starred Matthew Modine. I've seen it. Vincent D'Onofrio. And a star-making turn by R. Lee Ermey. Thank you very much, Larry. Dear, dear Larry. We're allowed to say that? Is that... I think that's where we're going.
Yes, I think so.
Here's Berg to Billings. Defends that one. Oh, sorry. Graham has already said that as well. Full Metal Jacket, he says. So too Phil. Phil Willett on there as well. Graham also saying Shaun of the Dead. Mostly filmed around the environs of North London too. I didn't realise that. Though I suppose it's slightly easier to disguise the Shaun of the Dead background than it is making North London into Vietnam. I don't know. Graham, you live there. Another defensive shot into the onside end of the over. Anything to add from the emails? So... Full Metal Jacket. Oh, it's a completist here, Phil, of locations. Cambridge, the Norfolk Broads, East London at Millennium Mills and the Beckton Gas Works in Newham, the Isle of Dogs, Bassingbourne Barracks. Thank you very much. Well, you say excellent random knowledge, Phil, but you're the one that actually told us what the truth was. So thank you very much for that. All our correspondence on the film trivia.
Wonderful. Well, I think we've gone through a few of the... sort of televisual feasts today, haven't we? With
the champions as well.
With champions as well. And here's Luke Proctor starting a fresh over to Zach Crawley, who comes again right across his stumps, turns it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just a slip and a gully. The field's an interesting one for Crawley, with the ball getting older and softer. They've got a man out at deep point by way of protection. An extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. As Proctor is in, and that's hammered away through the covers. You'd have probably heard that on the effects. My goodness, he hit that hard. And that's raced away for 4 to Zach Crawley. He goes to 83, 188 for 5. And, well, I don't think he's played many better shots than that in this innings. And it's been an innings of considerable character. He will have... I don't know if he reads. I don't know if he's one of those who reads the papers, reads all the stuff, but he'll be aware that there's an awful lot of speculation and comment, and all he can do is go out and play, and that's what he's doing. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Crawley, clips that away. He's going to get a single out to that man at deep mid wicket.
I can tell you, he doesn't do social media at all.
No.
Does Zach Crawley? He's not. He just isn't.
No.
That's not the way he thinks. But he's been asked questions by journalists about that. So he, as you say, he must be aware. He's aware himself. I mean, it's a statistical game, isn't it?
Yeah.
He'll want to play better always, but yeah.
Well, he's 84 not out now, so he's doing himself no harm at all. 189 for 5. Billings on strike. and pushes that into the offside, and again just comes through for the single, waits the stroke perfectly. Sales has to come into field, so one more to Billings. He goes to 17, Kent to 190 for 5, and that lead just creeping up, 73 now. Kent's advantage with T beckoning. Just a slip and a gully as Proctor is in bowls to Crawley on leg stump, clipped away down to deep backward square this time in front of the Les Ames pavilion, where they come through for another single. 85 to Zach Crawley, 191 for 5, brings Sam Billings back on strike, and this partnership now worth 48, and they've been together just 9 overs. Important runs in the context of this match. As Proctor comes in, bowls to Billings, who plays it up to Jack White at mid-on. That's the end of another Luke Proctor over, 7 runs off it, 10 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 27 for the Northamptonshire captain, 191 for 5. So Kent's lead is 74, and this, subject to audit, will be the last over before tea.
I can only go on what I'm told, obviously,
No,
but yes, you're absolutely right. It should be, yeah, I think the last over before tea. Spencer asked us to keep him up to date with the Gillingham score. They scored just before half-time. They're about an hour into that one. Gillingham 1, Doncaster 0. Tom Nichols with the goal, if you need to know that, Spencer, but keep him up to date. And by way of balance, because we are the BBC, of course, Northampton, I'm afraid, are 1-0 down at Newport County at the moment. Still in second place in the live league table of League 2, which would put them up. Should that stay the same at the end of the season as Crawley drives that up to mid-on? That's a short public information statement about the football. 191 for 5.
Well, our BBC Radio Northampton's Northampton Town commentator, Tim Oglethorpe, has rather foolishly, a couple of years ago, said that if Sam Hoskins scored 20 goals in a season, he would get a tattoo.
He's got quite a lot.
He has. He's gone past 20, so he's now he's having to do this.
Is Berg to Crawley outside the off stump, straight into the gloves of McManus, who's standing up to him. All right, there we go.
So come the
What's
end
it of?
Well, we don't. That's TBC.
Right.
And Tim did actually suggest that he thought the player concerned ought to have some sort of say in this. I don't think it's going to be like a full picture of his face all over his back or something, but it's something will have to be done.
So this is Crawley as Berg bowls to him. And into the onside. I believe that our colleagues at Essex were on a story the same way. There was a player at Colchester United who one fan was particularly dismissive of and said if he scores the winner in the next game, because they were saying, he's due a goal, I think was the idea. Berg to Crawley outside the off stump into the gloves. I'll get his name and number tattooed on my back. Fan went through with it as well, because of course it happened.
Yeah.
Of course it did. But yeah.
Well, let me say here and now that were Northamptonshire to win the county championship for the first time, I will not be having anything tattooed on any part of my anatomy.
We'll hold you to that.
Yes.
There we go.
You'll be very, very safe on that one.
So 2 balls to go until tea, we believe. Berg bowls to Crawley. Just engineers that into the offside, takes a single. Again, I think the not only the crowd but the balcony to our left, Kent players are supporting Zach Crawley right through this and applauding almost every run. 192 for 5. So
I did enjoy the shout when Joe Denley went out to bat, and one of the spectators out there going, 3 more years, Joe. But unfortunately, of course, wasn't Joe Denley's day today.
No, only 2 more balls, in fact. As Berg bowls to Billings, defends that back up the pitch. Berg tries to turn it onto the stumps at the far end, but it's going very, very slowly, and Zach Crawley will not be fooled by that. It's missed anyway. 192 for 5, so at tea it's a lead of 75 runs. Northamptonshire took 4 wickets within that session. but this could be the partnership, as Andrew Rad was saying, that perhaps will change the game in Kent's favour. Northamptonshire will be looking forward to trying to dismiss either Sam Billings or hopefully both he and Zach Crawley very shortly after tea, because Crawley is ominously poised on 86 not out. Sam Billings has 87, and the partnership at just a run under 50. So we go into tea. Northampton need to strike quickly to stop this getting out of hand.
They do, yeah, the lead is 75, plenty of power to add. Applause from around the ground for Zach Crawley in particular, with Sam Billings joining in the applause. And there'll be, I'm sure, an even louder ovation if he gets another 14 runs and gets to this 100. Yeah, I mean, from Northampton's point of view, it wasn't a bad session. They, as you say, they picked up 4 wickets, but Kent have scored 142 runs in 37 overs, and a good chunk of those runs, 49 of them, have come just in the last handful of overs since the fall of the last wicket, that of Jordan Cox. So Kent in a strong position, Northamptonshire needing to hit back in the final session, which will be another 36 overs to bowl. So for now, from all of us here at Canterbury, go and have a cuppa. We'll do the same, and we'll be back with you in about 15 minutes' time.
Hello, Ryan. Yes, yeah. This line's live, is it? Online. Of course, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Alongside me, Nikki Chowdhury, and from a Northamptonshire point of view, they need to break this partnership, and quickly, you'd think, for their match position.
100%, definitely. They really need to get a few wickets here for sure, because otherwise Kent can really take this a long way out of their hands, the way Crawley and Billings are going. It's definitely something that Northamptonshire have definitely probably discussed over tea. Maybe they have a plan up their back pocket, but it's something they definitely do want to break this partnership as well and get a few wickets in there.
So the fielding side coming out with the maroon caps and a white kit, obviously, with the maroon numbers on it.
Crawley and Billings making their way to the crease as well. Crawley on 86. Be a nice way to start the season if he does get to those triple digits.
Saying whatever pressure he might be feeling, I'm not sure if he does more than what he puts on himself, Zach Crawley. Having talked to him a number of times, he's one of those cricketers, I suppose. Many of you are the same, aren't you? Is that you kind of gauge yourself against yourself. You're competing with yourself to do the very best you can, and so even when Zach Crawley has scored, triple figure scores for England, he's still looking at the next game, trying to be better and better. But yeah, it won't hurt, certainly, to make 3 figures on the
For sure, definitely. Each game's its own game, really, isn't it? In its own respect, so play each on their own merit.
So White just warming up here. He's taken the last 2 wickets to fall, actually. 2 wickets for Tremaine, 2 for White in the afternoon session. Gareth Berg taking the 1 in the morning. Here's White then, up the slight slope from the pavilion end to Zach Crawley, a slip and a gully in for him. They are, well, more or less pen pals. They're so far apart, those two. As he runs it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Elsewhere, the field is pretty conservative. They're a little bit on the defensive, given what Crawley and Billings are doing here. Man on the point boundaries, Josh Cobb, just in from the boundary. There's an extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, deep square or boundary right on the leg side, forward of square, defended back at the bowler, no run, and a deep square leg as well. It's not quite a one-day cup field, but it's not a million miles off. You take the slip out and put them inside the circle, as it were. They are trying to defend the total as well. I don't want to let Kent get away here too far. 75 the lead already. Crawley faces and defends that back at the bowler. And there's no run. Of course, it's easy to think they're just going to fly after tea as well, but there is all sorts of time in this game, of course, isn't there? On the 4 days.
There is literally no time constraint here,
No.
so they've got all the time to play with, especially Crawley and Billings are going to be thinking how long they can dig out deep and stay here and get those runs on the board, and obviously Northamptonshire want exactly the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, they can go at 1 or 2 and over. That's not a problem. I don't think they will. These two batters. They're not. That's not really in their makeup. But yeah, they can take their time if they need to. Played off stump. It's a punch into the offside. It's fielded in the offside there by James Sales. I forgot who number 5 was there for a second. 192 for 5. So no addition to the score in this first over after tea. As Jack Waite takes the ball back, 2 for 42. He's bowled really well today. Tremaine's bowl, I still think he's the pick for me. Tremaine has warmed to his work, the Aussie. His bowls now on leg stump and just rolls his wrists over that one, does Crawley. A low flick out towards the leg side boundary, and he'll get himself a single. That's the 50 partnership between these two. Crawley's made 33 of those. Billings 17. It's in 75 balls, so not quite a runner ball, but 48 minutes. It's been pretty brisk for a championship half-century stand. And last ball of the over to come. Blue sky here, sort of Simpsons sky, I might say, if you know what I'm going with that. Big.
It is actually.
Big
Now that
fluffy
you
clouds.
mention it, just need Marge and Homer walking along.
Yeah, they may well be in the crowd. It's free today. We know Homer loves a bargain, so I don't know where I'm going with that. White over to Billings into the offside. I'm like this a lot in final sessions of days, Nikki. You probably already know this. 193 for 5.
Searching for
More
March
importantly.
in the crowd.
Just mind starts to wander. It's been a good crowd today as well, and they get to sit in the sunshine as well.
I'm sure we're going to have some sunburnt noses today at some point.
Yeah, it's true, because people get caught, don't they, early season. Get out there in the sunshine for the first time, maybe in a few months, and bright sunshine all day. Kent have replaced all the older green seats around the outfield, the uncovered sections with white seats now, which I think look very smart, certainly. But it's a beautiful ground at most times of the year, as Andrew Radd saying, when the trees are in full leaf at the far end as well. It really is a glorious sight. But Northants won't be thinking about that as Tremaine takes the ball once again, the Aussie. They want a wicket. They want it quickly.
He's coming in from the Nackington Road end. We've got Crawley on strike. In he comes, bowls, and again Crawley works it to mid-wicket. No run though. Long barriered by the man at mid-wicket and picked up straight away. You know, they even mentioned it. I've just noticed there's no leaves on the trees from the Nackington Road end.
No.
Aren't we quite late?
No, I think it's still spring, isn't it? Early April.
Do we not
so
normally have leaves on trees right
no,
now?
pretty much in bud, I think, at the moment. A few on. Yeah, I suppose there are a few on some of them, but yeah, not in full leaf yet.
They're not.
I say that as if I'm a horticulturist. What would you say? Not quite yet, Radders. No.
In comes Tremaine from the Nackington Road end, and Crawley drives straight into the hands, picked up by extra cover.
I feel. I mean, these trees aren't in blossom, but we're in blossom territory in April, May, I think. Radders is nodding sagely there. I'm asking. I'm not a gardener.
I feel like Radders is into his gardening.
I don't know if he is. No, he's shaking his head.
No.
He just knows a lot of stuff. That's why I'm looking to him.
Just a wise man.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Here comes Tremaine again from the non-leafy end, the Nackington Road end. In he comes, bowls, and this one's flicked away rather stylishly by Zach Crawley into the onside, and it has beaten the fielder, and it's making his way for 4 for sure. A diving tumble by the man on the boundary.
He's holding
who
his
I
shoulder.
think may have just looks in a bit of discomfort on his left shoulder, I think.
He's holding his hand. Well, no, he's particularly holding his shoulder. Yeah. Is that Josh Cobb out there? It is. Yeah. He made a really good dive, but I think he's landed on the rope with his shoulder.
And he doesn't look too comfortable.
No, he does not. Luke Proctor's run out. And I think this might be one for the physio. It is, indeed. Luke Proctor is signalling to the... Now, he's not moving that left arm, is he?
No, he's kept that pretty tucked away.
Yeah.
But it was a stylish shot from Zach Crawley. But obviously...
Might have come at a price maybe for Northamptonshire. 12th man will come on. Yeah, Cobb not looking comfortable. Doesn't look like... Well, I don't know. I shouldn't talk about medical matters because I don't know. It doesn't look... He's not holding it like it's dislocated, but maybe just. He's bruised or wrenched the shoulder there. Have you ever put your shoulder out fielding or anything like that?
No.
No, okay. You
haven't.
winced when I said that.
Yeah, it just makes me feel really uncomfortable. I've done something to my shoulder previously, but I never pulled it out fully out of its socket, if that makes sense. Something happened, but it just gives me a shiver down my spine. I don't like all this sort of stuff.
I won't mention it again.
I just really, I
Occupational
can't
hazard for cricketers, though. We won't talk about dislocated fingers right now because that's
I've seen that happen, and someone just pops it back.
Yeah.
Like having a conversation and just pop.
That's a whole business. Anyway,
Yeah, Tremaine,
we're back with the
to
cricket. Thank
continue.
goodness. Yeah.
Here he comes to Zach Crawley. A short delivery as Crawley just ducks away from this one, straight into the hands of our keeper, McManus. Have you ever dislocated a shoulder?
I never have. No.
Dislocated anything?
No, fortunately not. No. I had the same as you. I had a shoulder kind of do that, but not go out. Actually, playing tennis, bizarrely enough. But there we are.
I heard
But yeah, that was
someone
enough.
who dislocated their knees.
Ooh,
And-
steady.
Yeah. I didn't delve further into that conversation at all. Tremaine to continue from the Nackington Road end bowls. Shorter delivery, looking to work that into the leg side, and it's a leading edge. Crawley's gone. He's been caught by the man at short extra cover. A great innings, 91 of 170 balls, but just did not make it over that line to that 3-digit. Great contribution to Kent, 197.46, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely right. He goes for 91, and warm applause from this crowd. He just walked, didn't he, Zach Crawley's shaking his head.
He's not happy with that at all. That was not a shot that he'd want to get dismissed, especially being so set into his innings.
Yeah, you could see him talking to himself and shaking his head, but the crowd love it. But no, he's still chuntering onto himself there, isn't he?
Looks like the ball just stopped on him as he was looking to already work it into the onside, closing the bat face slightly early. Then obviously, ball taking the leading edge, and it's popped straight into the hands of extra cover. A rather simple catch, one would say. You don't really want to be dropping those. Zach Crawley's gone for 91. Caught Berg, bowled Tremaine. 6 down now, Kent. Northamptonshire going to be rather happy and pleased with this. Who do we have coming to the crease?
Gareth Berg with the catch. And this should be Joey Everson.
It is Joey Everson
At,
as he makes his way in to join Sam Billings, who's currently on 17 off 34 deliveries.
Just looking at the partnership there as well. Came together 143 for 5. So 54 between those two. So yeah, Joey Everson comes out. I mean, he's not played a massive amount of 4-day cricket. He did score 97 for Kent in the one-day cup final. Again, Billings looks like a luxury at 7 for a county side, but Everson is a very good bat at 8 as well. So he'll be hoping to get his season off to a bang, but no one has settled easily, have they?
No,
Batters
not
coming out
exactly.
on this pitch, so...
And that length has done the batsman. That obviously what got Bell Drummond and Crawley. In comes Tremaine, and this one's worked way into the onside by Everson, and it's just got himself off the mark from his first delivery. And that is going to be the end of the over. 198 for 6 Kent are off 61 overs.
Yeah, leading by 81 now. I was the same before. The Kent fan had rather, with a wry smile, had said that Kent have got a fabulous, a strong top 9 and 2 number 11s. So after this, Grant Stewart, who is a pugnacious, a hard-hitting bat, but then Michael Hogan and Matt Quinn, we're not expecting masses from. I think we'll see how that works, but it's White then. It was the end of the over there. Tremaine has 3 for 34. Been impressed by the way he's improved. Found his length and line really quickly for English conditions, I think. White has 2 for 43. He bowls to Everson, who deflects that away. He's already off the mark, and is just trying to angle that past the man at gully, but it's stopped. And I should get my mic on as well. That'll work. White.
That would always be slightly helpful.
Yeah. So White now bowling to Billings. Billings straight back at the bowler, more or less straight back at Joey Everson actually. It's Hassan Azad, sorry, at gully there. Fielder just fielding it before them. I don't know, I've not spotted whether Josh Cobb has come back on the field. I don't think he has so far, but we'll keep an eye out. He just, after Crawley hit a ball 4-4, he dived on the rope and came back holding his shoulder. I think he's gone off with the physio. White to Billings. Let's turn him around a little bit, Billings, as it goes out to point, and there's no run. So just digging in a little bit here. Billings now 17 from 34. Everson is off the mark with a single from 4 balls. Coming up to 5 o'clock here. As a chat does Jack White with Rob Keogh, who's just applauding there. To chivvy up his fielding unit. Full length delivery. Everson on the drive. Doesn't quite time it. Bottom of the bat as well, straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. So another dot ball. For Jack White trying to put some pressure on after the wicket to fall. Zach Crawley, who just left, well, shaking his head almost from the moment he'd hit the shot, the leading edge up to extra cover, looping up there. It's White to Billings. Yeah, very stout forward defensive. What are they after?
Everson, I believe. Is it?
Beg your pardon, it is Everson rather than Billings. I do. Yeah.
They look very similar though. I
Thank
have
you
been
for that,
trying
yes,
to
yeah.
figure out. They
They
do
are
look
very
very similar
similar
from where
build.
we're from where we're sat especially. They do look very similar.
Both got sleeveless jumpers on as well. They have. So Billings has the orange flashes on the back of his boots. Everson facing, you're absolutely right. Last ball of the over, White to bowl it, and Everson just angling it to the man who's short at mid-wicket. Along the ground, end of the over. It is 198 for 6. Maiden for Jack White, 2 for 43 he has. Shadows lengthening through this afternoon. And we still have 33 overs left, so a couple of hours of cricket. I was going to say, all being well with the weather, there's no reason why it wouldn't be at this point. Forecast is set fair for the next couple of days as well. Hitting 5 o'clock, Billings has 17, Everson has 1, and Kent lead by 81.
And we've got Tremaine to continue from the Nackington Road and Billings on strike, so that means we've got our slip back in place and gully. We've got extra cover mid-off, mid-wicket. A man grazing somewhat near the deep mid-wicket boundary. Another man grazing near the deep square leg boundary. And in comes Tremaine. Billings on strike. Tremaine bowls, and this one's dug out. Slightly fuller delivery from Tremaine. Billings defends it.
He's giving him a look though, the bowler, hasn't he?
He did. He
As
gave him a bit of a
turned.
stare.
Yeah, over his shoulder. What's he saying? That was a tester, perhaps he's saying. What were you muttering there? Only just got your bat on that one. Bit of good fortune. Trying to convince Billings he's lucky just to still be there.
That'll be the Australian in him, isn't
Yeah.
it? In comes Tremaine. Bowls. And again. Oh, he's got him, I believe. I believe they're going up.
Ooh.
But Billings head down and remarks his guard. He doesn't think he's actually nicked that one. Northamptonshire very confident though with that appeal. Sounded that they had definitely got their man.
I thought I heard a noise.
I thought I heard a
Obviously
noise.
it could
Maybe
be
it was something else.
It could be bat clicking pad or ball clicking pad, but
Could have been anything.
Yeah.
But Billings was not having it. He put his head down, remarked his guard, and is ready to go again for the next delivery.
yeah, umpire Hartley is. I don't know if he's had a quick word with Tremaine saying nothing doing, but certainly he's not put the finger up. That's the important thing. 198 for 6. Looked like a healthy shout though.
It did indeed. Tremaine at the top of his mark, making his way in. Strides through his action, and Billings' forward defends solidly to extra cover. There is no run. I'm sure Tremaine will not be so pleased with that decision. I'm sure that's probably just going to give him a bit more...
Bit more fire, do you
yeah, a
think?
bit more fire through the rest of this over.
Yeah, they went up. As if they probably heard the same thing that we did and thought that's an edge. But Billings just kept his head down, marked his guard out again. Got on with it. 198 for 6.
Halfway through the over. Tremaine strides in. Bowls. And again, Billings as forward plays it straight down the wicket back to Tremaine, who collects the ball on his follow through. Walks back, kicking the ground a little bit in a bit of frustration.
Building pressure though here. 10 dot balls in a row.
Yes, Billings would be keen to knock it around a little bit, especially with the nature of his game and how he plays. Can 198 for 6. We're in our 63rd over, and in comes Tremaine. Bowls. Shorter delivery, and Billings ducks out of the way of this. It's gone straight into the hands of McManus.
like that from Tremaine as well. It's aggressive. Decent bouncer, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, especially given what we've seen throughout the day.
Yeah.
That definitely took some height. Head height for Sam Billings. Ducked out of it nicely. And that adds to another dot. 11 dots on the trot so far here for the Kent boys. Last delivery of the over. The ball's just being shined by the man at mid-off as it's passed back to Tremaine. He's at the top of his mark, ready to steam in for this last delivery. And he is. And again, slightly back of a length. Billings works it to the onside. It's picked up by mid-wicket, no run. That is another maiden over. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 34 runs, and 3 wickets for Tremaine. And that means Kent 198 for 6 of 63 overs.
He had a bit of a glare, bit of a word, I think, Chris Tremaine there. I don't think he probably didn't like Billings stepping down the pitch to him either at the end of the over. We might have had a word about the court behind that wasn't as well, but that'll be a good contest. Billings doesn't mind that at all. He's not a cricketer that's fazed by a bit of chat back and forward. I'm sure he's doing his best too. 198 for 6, 17 for Billings, 1 for Everson, but yeah, 2 maidens on the trot. Feels like they're building pressure here, Northampton. We thought maybe that partnership between Billings and Crawley, if that had got bigger, that would have been a real danger for Northampton. And get out Everson quickly here as he slams the ball on his ground. Was it even into his foot there? It's just skewed out to the offside, and there's no run. Save Zabi's on as the sub, so I don't think we've seen Cobb again since that shoulder injury.
He didn't look too comfortable, must admit, from here at least.
And it's 5:05 here, which means we're swapping over, does it? That's me going, isn't it? I think. Am I out next?
I've lost track. I have no idea.
I think it's me. Is Everson has a good shot through the onside. And that'll be 4 runs, actually. Lovely clip through mid-wicket, and Kent are 200 up for them. 63.2 overs. Punch of gloves between Billings and Everson. And the first boundary for the Kent man, who's, I say the new Kent man, as he's now a full signing. He came on loan at the end of the season from Nottinghamshire and played that part, obviously, in that one-day cup-winning campaign as well. Ironically, for Nottinghamshire fans, at Trent Bridge in the final, a few of them rather grimly saying, why have we let this boy go? But down the leg side, is that a strangle? No, he's not hit it, but he certainly tried. He's trying to glance that down for 4. 202 for 6. But yeah, I'll make way for Radders at the end of this over. I may well have duties on the sports show on BBC Radio Kent towards the end, so I can get on the phone and do that. 202 for 6, then 17 for Billings, 5 for Everson now facing. Here comes White, just the sun ducking behind a cloud. Straight back at the bowler, no run.
Yeah, the sun's starting to hide from us a little bit more.
Ice cream van still there. That is some sturdy work over the 2 days. I'm wondering if there might be another event around, because it's a bank holiday, that I might have gone to. But I suppose at this time of year there's not a lot, is it? It's not like it's not summer fate territory yet, is it?
No, we haven't hit that bit yet, have we?
Not really warm enough. Here's White to Everson. Plays it into the onside. The man short at mid-wicket fields that. And there's no run. That's Gareth Berg. Talking to Luke Proctor. It's an arm around the shoulder for Jack White from Rob Keogh. Been really impressed by Jack White. These two in tandem, Tremaine and White. Barely bowled a bad ball. Everson faces. Last ball of this 64th over. Defended up to mid-on. End of the over then. 202 for 6. 7 for Andrew Rad and Nikki Chowdhury.
So that was the end of the over. Kent 202 for 6. As Matt just mentioned, a lead of 85. And we're going to be beginning our 65th over very shortly. Tremaine to continue from the Nackington Road end. And we've got Billings on strike, who's currently just marking out his guard, making sure he's stood where he's meant to be stood. As in comes Tremaine, making his way through his run-up bowls, and this is driven straight back to the man at mid-on. Slightly closing the face of the bat here, Billings. No run. It's another dot. Field has not changed for Billings. We've still got one slip, a gully, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A man grazing on the boundary near the deep mid-wicket area. And then likewise again on backward square leg. Tremaine again at the top of his mark, making his way through. Billings ready to face. Bowled, back of length, worked into the onside, and this is going to be a single. The man from the mid-wicket boundaries comes running in, picks it up, and is thrown back to the keeper, McManus, who picks that up from the ground. Not a great throw back to the keeper. I'm sure he's not going to be too impressed with that. But that brings Everson back onto strike.
Evening, Nikki. Evening, everybody.
Evening.
Just doing a little bit of research sitting next door on Chris Tremaine, because I was interested to know, just on the basis that I'm probably going to have a chat with him this evening, whether he'd actually played any first-class cricket in England before, and he played one match on this ground.
Oh, really? So he's familiar with this
place,
then?
So he's familiar with the surroundings.
As he comes in again to bowl to Everson. Short delivery. Everson ducks it straight into the hands of McManus. No run. It's getting a little bit of bounce here, which we haven't really seen throughout the day, so...
He's certainly putting a shift in, isn't he?
Yeah, he definitely is.
He's been excellent today. Yeah, he played for an Australian 11 against the England Lions here back in 2019. And,
okay.
And opening the batting for the England Lions was one Zach Crawley. But he picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, but Crawley wasn't one of them. He got Ben Foakes out, and he got Sam Northeast, late of this parish, of course. But so he does know a little bit about bowling on this ground.
In he comes again. Everson forward, defends that, picked up by extra cover, no run again. Really good spell here by Tremaine.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Matt's retrieving his pen, which he's left in our box. Yeah, so he got through a few overs on that occasion as well. He bowled 17 overs, 4 for 70. So that's his only other first-class match in England.
This is his 16th over as he comes in, and Everson again forward defends straight back down the line of the wicket, picked up by Tremaine in his follow-through, and gives him quite the stare back.
Yes, he's obviously a combative individual. I mean, he's played obviously a good deal of cricket around the world. He's 31 years old, and considering I think it was a fairly late acquisition as far as Northamptonshire were concerned. I know they were looking at one or two others, but he came highly recommended by Sam Whiteman, of course, has already signed for Northamptonshire, played Australia A with them, and I'm sure at the moment Northamptonshire are well happy with their bit of business.
And he comes, another short delivery, and Everson ducks straight into the hands of McManus, and that's going to end the over. Kent at 203 for 6 off 65 overs. Another great over from Tremaine. He's gone 16 overs, 4 maidens, 35 runs, and 3 wickets.
Yep, he's been good, hasn't he? Been very good value. 203 for 6, but the lead is 86. We were saying earlier that Northamptonshire probably would want to try and keep this lead, well, 100 or not too many more than that, but as long as Sam Billings is out there, and obviously Joey Everson, a more than capable player as well, then Kent will be looking to go substantially beyond that, one would imagine. Joey Everson, of course, well known to a lot of people involved in local cricket in our part of the world, played for Bourne years ago in Lincolnshire, and they play in the Rutland League, as do some Northamptonshire clubs, born in Peterborough. So almost a local, but out there at the moment in Kent colours as Jack White prepares to bowl his 17th over of the innings, running in from the pavilion end. Bowls, and it's edged by Billings, and it lands just in front of first slip. It's running out towards the boundary, but they're only going to get a single. It was wide to Slip's right, and it bounced before got to the fielder, and he just managed to parry it away down towards third man. The result is a single to Sam Billings. It goes to 19, and Kent up to 204 for 6. The lead goes up to 87. I shall just have a quick scan through what's happening elsewhere. on the County Championship circuit. So there's some interesting games boiling up there. Here's White in bowling to Everson, who drives up to mid-on, and there's no run, fielded there by Luke Proctor. As you say, I don't think Josh Cobb's out there at the moment. Save Zabe was out there fielding his 12th man.
Haven't seen him come back out.
No, it looks. I don't think it didn't look
great. If I'm honest,
didn't look great. No, and yeah, Zabe's out there now with extra cover. So Josh Cobb obviously just having a bit of treatment, and Nick Allen, the physio, I'm sure will be assessing the situation. Here's White in again, bowls to Everson, drives up to mid-off. Keogh fields, and there's no run. At Southampton, a terrific contest between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. Hampshire with the upper hand at the moment. Nottinghamshire 93 for 4 in their second innings. They conceded a first innings lead of 46 and knocked those off without losing a wicket, but Hampshire have got amongst them since then. 93 for 4 Nottinghamshire, so effectively 47 for 4. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 186 for 5 in reply to Surrey's 442 all out. We were talking a little earlier about Keaton Jennings as White comes in, bowls, and Everson pushes that up to mid-off where Keogh fields, and there's no run. And he was out just after tea for 76, so neither he nor Crawley. Zach Crawley going on and getting 100 today, but a couple of wickets there for quick wickets there for Surrey have put them very much on top against Lancashire at Old Trafford. At Lords, Middlesex recovering from 4 for 4 as they were against Essex. They're now 84 for 5, replying to the Essex total of 266 all out. Is White in again, bowls outside the off-stump, caught behind. Just has a little fence at it, Joey Everson, and takes a thickish edge, and it's taken by Lewis McManus. So Kent lose their 7th wicket, and it's Joey Everson the man to go, caught by McManus off the bowling of Jack White for 5. It's a 3rd wicket in the innings for White, and Kent 204 for 7, leading by 87.
Yeah, it was rather loud. I could hear that edge. Probably not really moving anywhere, staying in the crease there. He looked to drive it into the offside, but body weight just looking to stay slightly back was Everson's. So obviously didn't work out the best and ends up being caught behind by McManus. Northamptonshire very happy. That's the 7th wicket for Kent.
Yep, still, what are we, 30 or 29 overs to go after this, so obviously interesting to see if Northamptonshire do bat tonight. I think they probably would be quite happy not to in some respects, but equally they would want to fun. It's one of those sort of risk and reward ones, isn't it? Because Northamptonshire would obviously want to get amongst the tail, knock them over, limit the lead, but at the same time that would mean that they would have to go out and bat tonight, which no opener, no top order batter ever likes to do. But nevertheless, that is a possibility. Josh Cobb is back on the field, which is good news. It's the fall of that wicket. He's come back out, so that's a good sight for Northamptonshire supporters to see him back on the field. And Safe Zabe, who was in there as 12th man, just trots off. Jack White now 3 for 48. He's worked hard today. He'll be grateful for his ice bath or whatever they do. They still do ice baths, Nikki?
They do, I believe. I think more so now. It's become even more popular of what I've seen. They're nice. These mini pools now, I think. Everyone has their own mini little pool that they jump into.
Sounds absolutely ghastly, doesn't it? No, not for me.
It's a new trend, I think.
I'm sorry, it probably is, yes. But it's another excuse for certain players not to come out and do interviews, I have to say. Once or twice when you go and want to do a bowler at the end of the day, oh no, he can't, he's in his ice bath. So it's another reason not to...
You're not a fan of it.
Not to talk to me. It's entirely reasonable, really. Here's White then, the new batter Grant Stewart, who's pushing forward up to mid-on, fielded there by Proctor. End of the over, another successful one for Jack White. 19 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 48. Kent 204 for 7. Sam Billings is 19. Grant Stewart yet to get off the mark. Stewart, of course, we know is a dangerous man with the bat. Hits the ball very hard, made runs quickly against Northamptonshire down at Wantage Road last year when these two sides met. So I'm sure Northamptonshire will be aware of that and mindful of that. If he bats for half an hour or even an hour, then Kent are going to move well into the lead. Sam Billings still there, of course. Northamptonshire just want to restrict this lead and give themselves a chance, keep themselves in the game.
In comes Tremaine here.
Shot.
And this flicked in to the leg side by Billings, and it's making its way all the way down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. It's a really good-looking shot. No fielder in the vicinity of that. And that brings Kent to 208. And Billings just tapping the wicket, doing some gardening, as we like to call it, as the ball is fetched.
Interestingly, Nicky, Jack White having a chat down on the boundary with Chris Liddell, Northamptonshire's bowling coach, who's done a huge amount of work with him over the last couple of years, and he just gave him a little shake of the hand and said, well bowled. Just having a little chat down there on the boundary, down to our left.
In comes Tremaine again. Bowls short delivery, looking to pull is Billings, and that has been pulled to Liddell, who's been chatting away with his bowling coach, as you just mentioned, on the fine leg boundary.
Yes, Jack White actually had to break off the conversation to do a bit of fielding down there. But they're Chris Liddell is obviously experienced in the game and done a lot of work in the nets on the ground with Jack White, and I know Jack White would be the first person to acknowledge the contribution that Chris Liddell's made to his rise in the last season and a half, really.
We've got a new bat, Stewart, at the crease. In comes Tremaine, and this one's looked to work into the leg side. Again, no run.
Late developer, of course. Jack White made his first-class debut. Didn't play until he was, 28? So he's relatively late to first-class cricket, having played a lot of national counties, minor counties cricket. But Northamptonshire obviously delighted with his progress, and the back end of last season he was and Ben Sanderson really clicking nicely as a bowling pairing.
For sure. In comes Tremaine again, and another short delivery ducked by Stewart. Tremaine's really putting it all into this.
Didn't see as much of Gareth Berg last year, of course, for various reasons, but for some seasons they were talking about the Berg Sanderson partnership as either Bergerson or Sanderberg, depending on which you prefer. But I always thought Sanderberg sounded a bit like a South African wine.
It does, actually. Now that you've mentioned it. It does.
But as we say, we mentioned earlier that Ben Sanderson, I know, is following proceedings as he continues to get himself fit for the campaign.
In comes Tremaine. Stewart's forward, and he's nicked it and has gone straight to the hands of McManus. He's gone. Umpire's finger goes up, and Stewart's on his way back to the pavilion. Ken at 209 for 8 now. Stewart's gone for no runs, faced 4 balls.
Yeah, gave him a little bit of a softening up, didn't he, Chris Tremaine, bowling the short ball, and then it was the little double bluff, bowled the full one, and Stewart not really moving his feet very much, got an edge, and he doesn't look monumentally chuffed about that, I have to say. Whether he didn't nick it, doesn't look very happy, but anyway, he's on his way back. It's a 4th wicket for Chris Tremaine. He's got 1 ball to go in his 17th over and has picked up 4 for 40 now, so
Bowling very well.
Might be on for a 5-wicket haul on championship debut, which means I'll definitely have to talk to him tonight if he's not in an ice bath. But
drag him out of his ice bath. Make sure you get that interview with him, Andrew.
Well, now we'll see if Matt Kohler was saying about Kent having a good first 9 and then 2 number 11s. We'll see whether this is indeed the case. Which one of the 2 is it going to be? Is it going to be Quinn or is it going to be Michael Hogan? I think it's Matt Quinn. But
it does look like Matt Quinn, I think.
But Matt will doubtless verify this.
Well, Billings is still at the crease. He's on 24 of 45 deliveries.
I think they're suggesting, and Chris Liddell is just turning round to the balcony, because I think they thought that with that wicket, probably the fielders would have appreciated a drink in the bowlers, but whoever's on 12th man duty at the moment hasn't gone out with the drinks, and they're getting the look, I think, from Chris Liddell down there. So 209 for 8, and the lead.
It is Quinn, Matt Quinn.
It is Matt Quinn. I thought it looked like Matt Quinn.
He's at the crease, currently marking his guard, joining Billings. Ken at 209 for 8. is the 67th over. And we've got Tremaine waiting to bowl his last delivery of his 17th over. In comes Tremaine, Nackington Rodan, strides through, bowls, and Quinn is forward, works it to mid-wicket, who dummy fields it, and it's picked up by the man at mid-on. No run, and it's going to be the end of the over. Kent at 209 for 8 of 67 overs. Billings on 24 from 45 deliveries, and Quinn yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, the lead now then, what, 92? Kent's lead, so edging up towards that 100 mark that we were discussing earlier. Jack White trudging up slightly weary air as he's bowled, what, 19 overs in the day. He's going to start his 20th from this pavilion end. Still bright sunshine. It really is a glorious evening, and well, 28 overs to go, so it's a good hour and a half, possibly even a bit more than that. Hour and 3/4. It's 25 past 5 local time now. It's going to be certainly well gone 7 o'clock, I think, if we get the full overs in. Here's White in bowls, and well, Sam Billings has had a big swing and he's been dropped at deep backward square. It went straight to him. The fielder didn't have to move. It went straight into his hands and out again. So a life for Sam Billings. And well, what a boost that would have been for Northamptonshire. Just trying to see who the fielder down there is. It's about the furthest point in the ground. But it was straight to him, and he's dropped it. So, some sympathetic words for Jack White. How costly might that prove? Is White in again? Bowls to Billings, just comes across his stumps, works it into the onside. Fielder down there at deep backward square, right in front of the Ames Pavilion. I think it might be Chris Tremaine, I think. Well, I suppose he's got an excuse. He's worked very hard this afternoon. But that catch going down. And here's White. In again, poles to Billings, who comes down the pitch, and he smashed that away over long on for 6. Well, in answer to the question about how costly could that be, that's cost 6 at any rate, and a clear statement of intent with Sam Billings, who, I'm sure he doesn't want to suggest that he has no confidence in the batting to come at the other end.
But he knows what he needs to do.
But
to
he
make
knows
sure
exactly. He knows he knows exactly what he's got to do, and potentially even, of course, get Kent up to a batting bonus point, which you don't get until 250 these days. But down the pitch, smashed over long on. Jack White looking somewhat affronted now.
Hands on hips, he's got the teapot out.
He has got the teapot out. He's not terribly happy. They're now examining the ball, because the suggestion is that either the hit or where it landed, and unfortunately where it landed you couldn't see because the stand is obstructing our view. Now Rob Keogh has got another opportunity to do his travelling salesman act with the suitcase with the balls in. He did it earlier.
The fancy briefcase is back out again.
We did. He said he thought he looked like a travelling salesman with his case full of samples. He's selling encyclopedias or something. Well, he's gone out again onto the field to have a word with umpire Peter Hartley, and they're now sifting through the balls in there to try and find one of a comparable amount of wear. There's a bit of a brains trust out of the middle involving Josh Cobb, white ball captain, Luke Proctor, red ball captain, and Jack White, disgruntled bowler. 215 for 8, so 98 is the lead now for Kent. And Keogh, having deposited the briefcase full of balls back over the boundary rope, is now trotting to his fielding position at deepish mid-off, about halfway back is White. In bowls to Billings, full toss, driven, on-driven, but he's only going to get a single as it goes out to Luke Proctor at deepish mid-on. Billings taking the single. 2 balls to go in the over. 216 for 8. The lead 99. Now Matt Quinn is going to be facing Jack White. Luke Proctor just going through the motions. I wonder if he might be bringing himself back into the attack, possibly. The sun's behind a cloud, and when you do lose the sun, I suppose at this time of the evening, it's just goes a little bit dark. Outside the off stump, left alone by Matt Quinn. Didn't have to play it and didn't. Still just a slip and a gully in place in terms of the close field. I did start to tell you what was happening elsewhere around the country. Middlesex 102 for 5, replying to 266 for 5. And Ryan Higgins, what a terrific cricketer he is, moved to Middlesex, of course, from Gloucestershire, is 55 not out. And John Simpson, another great stalwart of Middlesex, 31 not out. So those two have done the repair work. Here's White in again, bowls to Quinn, who does have to play it, and plays it very solidly. And Jack White is not a happy bunny, I think it's fair to say, having seen the catch go down and then smashed by Sam Billings over long on for 6. He took his sweater from the umpire with feeling, it's probably fair to say.
Strong feelings.
Yeah,
very strong feelings for sure.
Now's not the time to ask him for anything. I think he really is not very happy. Anyway, 216 for 8 is the score. Sam Billings has made 31. Matt Quinn yet to get off the mark. Captain and number 10 batter engage in conversation. Sun returns to us. And Chris Liddell, I'm sure, who's still down there on the boundary to have a chat with Jack White, I think he's probably going to get an earful.
I'm sure he is, and I think he is prepared for it, being a bowler himself.
Yes, absolutely.
Tremaine to continue from the Nackington Road, and we've got Billings on strike. Bowls. And Billing attempts a... To be fair...
The shot was on.
The shot was on. Looking to scoop that over to the 45 region, but failing to connect.
So he's now firmly into white ball mode, I think, here for Sam
Would you
Billings.
say he's into Bazball mode?
Well, the field is scattered far and wide. Got long off on the boundary, long on the boundary, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, deep square on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary.
But I think Northamptonshire know what sort of motto Sam Billings is looking to play with now. As in comes Tremaine, searching for his fifer. And this one just been worked into the onside. Haven't gone for the single here, has Billings. Although there was a very easy single taken, as the man on the mid-wicket boundary had to run in to get this. But I think Billings is looking to really take most of the pressure on his own shoulders, I think.
Yep, second ball of the over. I think he wasn't going to subject Matt Quinn to 4 balls from the Aussie.
Tremaines into his 18th over. In he comes, steaming in, bowl, short delivery, and Billings looking to scoop it over, but it has just been top edged and gone straight into the hands again of our keeper, McManus. And that was an easy catch. And Billings is going to make his way back to the pavilion.
Amid deadly hush around Canterbury.
It is quiet.
It's
quiet around it.
It's gone very, very quiet. But well played, Sam Billings. Anyway, he did what he clearly had to try and.
It was a short delivery. He looked to play it over.
That was Sam Billing hitting his own pads with his bat. That sounded like a gunshot.
It did. I just look around thinking, where did that noise come from?
It wasn't. It was. There's one or two slightly disgruntled players out there at the moment. Jack White, we've already mentioned, and now Sam Billings as well. Just trying to give it the old uppercut. Didn't time it at all, as you say. It just went straight up in the air, and the simplest of catches.
It went up more than anything, that uppercut.
It's a 5th catch in the innings for Lewis McManus, and it's a 5th wicket in the innings for Chris Tremaine on championship debut. So well bowled, the Aussie.
It's bowled well.
And now we have the 2 number 11s, as Matt described them, in together. So we might have a bit of fun. 216 for 9. We've said right the way through, haven't we, that figure of 100, if Northamptonshire could keep the lead, well, we said under 100, well, it may be just under or just over, depending on how these two do. But
Kent are 216 for 9 now.
And you know, make no mistake about it, Kent are still in a very strong position with that lead. But Northamptonshire have given themselves a chance. They've stuck at it.
They really have stuck at it. They've bowled well. They've really kept to the lines and lengths, and it's paid off Nearly having bowled out the entire Kent lineup. Nearly there. Hogan's at the crease.
Well,
There's a
there's a lot of
chit-chat going on amongst the Northamptonshire fielders.
Yes, the Brains Trust are in session again. Now, the field for Billings was fascinating in that you've got a slip and a gully and everybody else on the boundary. Now, for Michael Hogan, we've got 2 slips in place.
And the rest are still trying to figure out where they're going at the moment.
The fielders running in all directions at the moment. I think we're going to have a 3rd slip, or are we going to have a gully? Vasconcelos is at first, Hassan Azad is at second. We've now got gully going in, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Jack White still having a chat with Chris Liddle and now the head coach John Sadler down there on the boundary. Tremaine in again.
And he is bowled. Short delivery, and he's been
Dropped.
edged and dropped by the man at second slip.
Absolutely straight into
Straight into him, literally, and it's straight in and straight out for sure. Tremaine's not going to be so happy with that, but he's always got another chance now.
That's Hassan Azad, and well, you know, we always say no such thing as an easy slip catch, but as slip catches go at
He didn't really have to move much for that one.
professional level, that really is one you would expect to see taken. But anyway, it wasn't.
It was kind of handed to him by Hogan as well. In comes Tremaine. Penultimate ball of the over, short delivery, and it's left outside on the off stump. Into the arms of McManus, and his ball is being passed through the field back to Tremaine, who's making his way to the top of his mark.
It was a bit like one of those that you see in catching practice before the start of play, and they're just knocking catches. Coaching staff. That's disappeared. It's gone off in search of chocolate or something.
I think he's making his way to the ice cream van. He couldn't resist any longer before the ice cream man leaves.
Before he leaves.
In comes Tremaine, storming in, bowls, and Hogan slashes at this one, slightly wide outside off stump, and it's been played into the offside for 4 towards the deep point region, and that's going to be the end of the over as well. Kent 220 for 9, and Tremaine has bowled 18 overs, 4 maidens, 44 runs, and got 5 wickets.
Well, it's always frustrating for a bowler. You just see a catch go down and then number 11 hits you for 4. Decent shot, way through backward point. Nothing wrong with the shot at all. But that was a ragged bit of cricket and just a lack of concentration, I would suggest. But Northamptonshire don't. The last thing they now want in these sort of circumstances is for these 2 tail enders to put together a partnership. I think Jack White may spontaneously combust if that's the case. He's about to start his 21st over. This long rocking stride running in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Matt Quinn, who plays it off the back foot into the covers, fielded by Josh Cobb, happily restored to the field after a bit of liniment or something on his damaged shoulder. It did look nasty, as he described with Matt. He went down like a sack of spuds on the boundary, trying to cut off a stroke from Zach Crawley. And it looked as though he'd done something to his shoulder, but he's back out there now. Here's White. In bowls to Quinn, and Quinn drives away through the covers to the delight of the Kent faithful and the frustration of Jack White. They're going to get a couple of runs. Nothing wrong with that stroke at all. All along the floor, chased back towards the boundary by the aforementioned Josh Cobb. 2 to Quinn. So he's off the mark. Kent, it's a Richie, 2-2-2 for 9, and the lead is 105. Kent also, of course, needing 28 more runs for their first batting bonus point. Northamptonshire have the maximum 3 bowling points already. Here's White in bowls to Quinn. Quinn drives up to mid-on, fielded by Luke Proctor. And there's no run. And of course, this innings should now be over. Should have been out. Michael Hogan, the first ball he faced, nicked it straight to Hassan Azad, who dropped it, and that would have been a 6 for Chris Tremaine on championship debut. Here's White. Slip and a gully in place. And he's in, bowls to Quinn. Appeal for LBW and out. I wondered if there were 2 noises there, but The appeal has been answered in the affirmative, and it's a 4th wicket for Jack White. The innings is over, so the drop wasn't expensive. Matt Quinn goes LBW to Jack White for 2, leaving Michael Hogan not out 4, and Kent are all out for 222. So they have a lead on first innings of 105, and well, the bowlers that have done the job for Northamptonshire, 2 of the seamers, Jack White and Chris Tremaine. Tremaine, of course, on championship debut. Tremaine has taken 5 wickets, White has taken 4. The lead is 105, and Nicky, I mean, it's a formidable lead for Kent in context of what could be a low-scoring game, but from Northamptonshire's point of view, they could have been batted out of the game completely. If Kent if Kent had gone on and got 300 plus, then they would really only have the possibility of a draw. As it is, they're going to have to bat very, very well to get anything out of this game. There's still so much time left in the match. There's another, what, 20, 23, 24 overs tonight. We'll get confirmation as to how many overs there are to go this evening, but there's still a lot of cricket to be played tonight, plus 2 days, and the figures of the 2 bowlers to do most of the damage. Chris Tremaine, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 44, and Jack White, 20 overs and 4 balls, 3 maidens, 4 for 57. So 222 all out. Kent, we'll just have a glass of something bracing before the umpires reappear and Northamptonshire start their second innings. We'll be back with you in about 5 minutes' time.
Welcome back. Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, second day, third session. Things deep into the third session. We still have 23 overs to go, though, of this second day. Kent all out, 2-2-2, lead by 105 in this county championship match with Northamptonshire. The first one for both sides, of course, this season. 91 for Zach Crawley, 5 wickets on debut, 5 for 40, I think it was, for Chris Tremaine, and who just improved as he went on. Really impressed with the Australian. Not always easy to settle into English conditions, particularly in April. Not many conditions like that around in world cricket, but he bowled really well. Just seemed to get better and better. Jack White finished with 4, 1 for Gareth Berg. Billings tried to take the attack to Northants, particularly late in the innings when the tail enders were appearing next to him after Crawley had departed. He went for 31. Is this 105 lead enough? What will this play like? Heavy roller has been on. No surprise there. The batting side coming out again. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Hassan Azad. Vasconcelos, who top scored in the first innings with 39. These are very, very different conditions from when he was last batting. I think it's fair to say, Andrew Rad.
Well, yes, it's difference between November and May, as we were saying earlier on. But I mean, Kent have got a great opportunity here if they can get amongst Northamptonshire's top order to make huge strides towards winning this match on the final session of the second day.
Quinn to Vasconcelos, blocks that out into the offside, and there's no run.
It's not
awesome all round there for that first ball.
I mean, it's not overstating the case, I think, to say that this is almost the pivotal little session. 23 overs to go. If Northamptonshire can get through to the close, perhaps having lost just 1-2 wickets maybe, then they'll feel they're still in contention. If, however, Kent pick up 3 or 4, then they're going to fancy their chances of wrapping this up tomorrow.
This will be fascinating. 4 slips in as the sun goes behind a cloud. So batting conditions, I mean, ironically, not as good as they've been for the rest of the day. As Vasconcelos comes out, you must wonder if the clouds are following him around. But I think it's just a momentary one. The light's been really good all the way through the day. But pitch is doing something, isn't it? Just enough.
It's
it
doing
feels like that.
Yes, absolutely. It's just doing enough to keep the bowlers interested. But we were saying, weren't we? I mean, we picked that figure slightly out of the air and said, if Northamptonshire can keep the lead to 100 or thereabouts, they'll feel that they've given themselves a chance. Well, it's 105, and it should have been fewer than that, obviously, if that catch hadn't gone down.
Yeah, Quinn to Vasconcelos, tucks it into the onside for the first run of the second innings. Comes through, fielded by Michael Hogan. So 4 slips in for Kent, and then Everson at gully. So it's Messrs Cox. Crawley leaning, has just relayed the ball there. Denley, Everson then at, it's not really gully, so it's more of a backward point. Daniel Bell-Drummond is at cover. On the onside, Ben Compton is covering an awful lot of ground just forward of square, and Michael Hogan is at a wideish mid-on as Matt Quinn scampers in to Hassan Azad, takes a step across his crease and withdrew the bat just in time from that one, I would say, through the wicketkeeper. That's a good leave.
It was. I was impressed with Chris Tremaine though today. So first time I've seen him, and it seems he just bowled with a lot of heart, didn't he? And he kept running in, and he was not averse to the odd short ball. He was, digging a few short ones in, and went toe to toe with Sam Billings, which was an interesting little confrontation. Neither of them were about to take a backward step, but it was good stuff.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I'm sure the two of them did as well. Here's Quinn to Hassan Azad. That's a clip backward of square. There is a fielder out there, I am assuming, yes, who's thrown it back. I'm trying to work out by a process of elimination who that fielder must be at deep back square. Grant Stewart I've not named yet, so I'm imagining it's him.
I think that is Grant Stewart.
Is it a long leg or fine leg? He's
obscured from our view.
Yes, the overhang of the woolly stand, as you heard me say 100,000 times if you've listened to the Kent commentaries. We can't see past it. It's an elegant but very solid concrete structure, so we can't see through it. But here's Quinn then to Vasconcelos, rats him on the pad, big shout,
I think that did too much.
I think you're right. That's absolutely beaten the batter. Almost falling forward there, Vasconcelos, but has it come back too far? Umpire says yes, I think. I think you're absolutely right, Radders.
It absolutely hooped.
Yeah.
And I thought, I mean, it pinned him, it probably hit him in front, but it was probably going to miss leg stump. Just having a look at the replay. Yeah, that has gone a long way, and it hit him roughly on the line of leg stump, and obviously umpire Ian Blackwell deciding that it was Peter Hartley rather deciding it was doing too much, and I think he was right. But well, that's a very promising sign, you have to say.
Well, yeah,
for the Kent bowlers.
There's good and bad news in that for Kent,
yeah,
certainly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but that really did swing.
Goodness me,
a lot.
Fantastic delivery.
Well, it's going to be Michael Hogan to share the new ball with Matt Quinn, as they did in the first innings. Quinn picking up 4 wickets, Hogan picking up 2 on his Kent debut. And Hogan with 4 slips in place, bowling to Azad outside the off stump, left alone, not taken cleanly by Billings. They're going to go through for a bye. My goodness, that was tight. They managed to get through okay. It was a bye, and just
wild throw as well from Billings.
Update.
We are indeed. And it's Northamptonshire 2 for no wicket. Kent have a 105 first innings lead after finishing on 222 all out. That after they finished off the Northamptonshire tail this morning. Matt Quinn taking 3 wickets, 4 in total. Zach Crawley hit 91 today. The England man left shaking his head that he didn't make 3 figures, but it was a fine innings indeed. Watchful to start and a pugnacious occasionally as well. Kent then bowling at Northamptonshire, still something in this pitch as illustrated by Matt Quinn. The penultimate ball of his first over in the second innings, having taken 4 wickets in the first, did actually too much to have Ricardo Vasconcelos LBW as it seen from outside off to missing the leg stump. So there is something in this pitch still for these Kent bowlers. We have 21.4 overs left of the day. This could be the session that sorts out whether Kent are going to win this in short order or whether this is going to be a real battle over the next couple of days. Northamptonshire 3 for no wicket now in their second innings.
Apologies, rather took me by surprise.
No, me too.
That's fine. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. A couple of very large gulls go overhead. Yeah,
those are the herring gulls that imposingly sweep around, but they know what time it is. There'll be people leaving soon, they probably think, and maybe there'll be some rich pickings.
I imagine there probably will be. Now, Hogan is deciding to switch his angle to round the wicket to Vasconcelos. Still 4 slips in place. And Hogan shadows lengthening as he comes round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, turns it into the onside. They're going to go through for a quick single, well judged. Vasconcelos to 2, Northamptonshire to 4 for no wicket in their second innings. Yes, running through for that bye, it was interesting because Vasconcelos was applauding his partner, Hassan Azad, for calling him through, but if Sam Billings had managed to throw down the stumps, it might have been a little bit tight, which in the circumstances, I'm not quite sure what John Sadler's reaction would have been if one of his openers had run themselves out attempting a bye to the keeper in the second over. But anyway, all's well that ends well. Here's Hogan, bowls to Azad outside the off stump, left alone, comes in on the angle taken by Sam Billings around the line of leg stump, possibly even outside. So if you're just joining us, Kent replying to Northamptonshire's 117 all out, were bowled out for 222, main contribution Zach Crawley 91 as Matt mentioned, then Sam Billings made 31, Jack Leaning 26, Daniel Bell-Drummond 27, Ben Compton 25. So if you got in, it's really only Zach Crawley that went on and got a substantial score as Hogan is in, bowls to Azad, turns it into the onside. And there's no run, end of the over, Northamptonshire 4 for no wicket, 2 to Vasconcelos, 1 to Azad. And the deficit now down to 101 for Northamptonshire. Chris Tremaine, the Australian on championship debut, finishing with 5 for 44, Jack White 4 for 57. But as we were saying, I'm not sure if you heard, Matt, when I was having this conversation with Nicky, that Chris Tremaine's only other first-class appearance in England was on this ground. for an Australia 11 against England Lions, including Zach Crawley.
Well, there we go.
But he didn't get him out. He got Ben Folkes out, and he got
Not a bad scalp.
Sam Northeast late of this parish. But so he's only played 2 first-class matches in England, both on this ground, taking wickets in both of them.
Quinn bowls 2. Oh, it's a beauty. Beats the outside edge of Vasconcelos. He's played inside it, but that had a bit of wobble on it from Matt Quinn. And through to the wicket keeper. Playing everywhere else still. I suppose they would be up until 6 o'clock today, but Nottinghamshire 118 for 4 in their second innings, leading by 72.
It's an intriguing match.
It really is, isn't it?
It really is an intriguing match.
Surrey were 4-4-2 all out in reply. Lancashire 211 for 8 at Old Trafford. Somerset 212 for 7 in their first innings after yesterday was rained off. As Quinn bowls, Vasconcelos just turns this into the onside. It's fielded by Hogan coming out from mid-on towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Middlesex 120 for 5 now. They really have recovered, haven't they?
Yes, it's
a 266 Essex.
John Simpson and Ryan Higgins pulling them out of trouble.
And they were deep in the trouble.
At 4 for 4. Yeah, absolutely.
Crikey, what a start that was. Sussex in the second division, 285 for 7 in reply to Durham's 376. Here comes Quinn again. Oh, it's racked him on the pad as he goes for a yahoo across the line. I think it's just hit him outside the line as well, is it? Or is it height even?
Or maybe even a pitched outside leg stump. You would hope that it had pitched outside leg stump, judging by the stroke that Ricardo Vasconcelos was attempting to play.
Yeah,
because if it didn't pitch outside leg stump, it was an interesting choice of shot.
Yes. He's thrown the kitchen sink at that. Trying to pull it to the boundary. Glamorgan 336 for 6, leading Gloucestershire by 171 runs at Cardiff. As Quinn comes in, it's been an interesting over so far. 3 dot balls notwithstanding. It's played low, bit toe-endy out towards point, and there's no run. Not sure he's in complete control of that one either. It's certainly doing something, and particularly for Quinn at the moment.
It's swinging, isn't it? It's less. I think probably the main threat in this match, and certainly talking to John Sadler last night, they felt it was the fact that it was swinging a bit. The pitch is a little bit of nibble in there, as you would expect in April, but it is swinging a bit, and certainly in the start of this innings, well, say 1 or 2 have really gone.
So Quinn to bowl once more to Vasconcelos, drives it through the offside. Hasn't got all of it, but this will be 2 as Everson scampers after it. They'll come back for a comfortable 2 in the end. Pressure released just a little bit, but a ball to come of this third over. 6 for none Northamptonshire. The deficit is 99 Northants in their second innings here.
A little bit of correspondence. You were saying about various emails. What a bit of correspondence this afternoon on the subject of tattoos. As we mentioned our Cobblers commentator who's going to have one done because Sam Hoskins scored his 20th goal of the season. I'll come back to that in a second.
Is Matt Quinn then to Vasconcelos. Up in the air and gone. Ben Compton picks it out of the sky at square leg and trying to lift it over him. Vasconcelos with a flick of the wrists and has holed out. That is a deceptively difficult catch, I would say. Compton has just reached out and plucked it out of the sky. And Daniel Bell-Drummond is actually miming that now with a little jump in the air.
You had to time the jump, I think that was the thing,
absolutely.
wasn't it? It was very well taken.
6 for 1 then, Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos goes off, well, with the proverbial steam coming out of his ears. And 1 wicket to fall. Kent hoping to get through. Well, 2-3 tonight would be great. More than that, and they would be in a commanding position going into the third day. Northamptonshire have to dig in here as batsman 3 comes out.
Sam Whiteman.
Sam Whiteman, beg your pardon. Thank you very much.
Who
6 for 1.
Lost his middle stump to Matt Quinn in the first innings, and that's a big wicket because we all know what Vasconcelos is capable of. Is the one batter in the first innings for Northamptonshire, with the exception of Gareth Berg down the order, who really offered any sort of resistance to the Kent attack. Played well yesterday, but he's gone early on, and we were saying if Northamptonshire really won't want to lose, well, 2, you reckon, tonight? If they're 2 down, they'll think they're still in. At least they're still in the game. If they lose any more, as you rightly say, then Kent will think, well, we've got this game to be won tomorrow, and we probably won't even need Sunday. But, well, Michael Hogan will be looking to get into the act as well. He's going to be bowling to Hassan Azad with 4 slips in place. Coming round the wicket and bowls to Azad, who's lining up roundabout off stump again, rather as Zach Crawley did, and he plays that into the onside. Fielded there at wide-ish mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, the tattoo issue. A couple of, I was saying, absolutely, even if Northamptonshire win the championship, there's no way that I'll be doing that. But a couple of Northamptonshire supporters, regular listeners and correspondents, James and Andy, said, well, maybe. Andy said maybe, and James said, well, it's going to take so long that you probably won't be around on this earth to worry about it. Here's Hogan in again, and bowls to Azad, who's in behind that, pushes it up on the offside this time, and there's no run. So it's well, traditional Northamptonshire optimism, but I think we'll say that that's probably not going to happen. 6 for 1. Vasconcelos gone for 4.
You're right with that guard as well. I think Azad is. He's taking his guard on off stump, and then he's moving even further out as he tried to unsettle Hogan from his line, showing him almost his stumps.
Here is Michael Hogan round the wicket, bowls to Azad outside the off stump, leaves it alone, goes through to Sam Billings. He has to take it almost in front of first slip. Hassan Azad, as we were saying yesterday, given another chance in county cricket, been released by Leicestershire at the end of last season, went to the South Asian Cricket Academy during the winter, and with Emilio Gay ruled out for at least the start of the season, Northamptonshire looking for a top order replacement, and hence Hassan Azad has got a chance to show what he can do. Here's Hogan in and bowls to him down the leg side, and Azad shadowing it, looking to try and tuck it away down to fine leg. Doesn't make contact. Taken by Sam Billings, skipping across to the leg side. Getting quite breezy now.
Yeah, it's on our effects microphone, if you can hear that. Yeah.
But it's, you probably hear the gulls as well. Herring gulls overhead. Just looking to see what might have been left by some of the spectators who've already gone home. Here's Hogan in again, bowls, and Azad almost this exaggerated movement outside off stump. He must have played that, what, almost a foot outside the off stump, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, obviously it's a very deliberate tactic, isn't it? He doesn't want Hogan to settle on that line just outside off stump.
He's clearly got a method that he's determined to use. If it works, fair enough. So both of these two, of course, making their championship debuts for Northamptonshire. It's been a good day for the other debutant, for Chris Tremaine. Here's Hogan outside the off stump, left alone by Azad, goes through to Billings. That's the end of a maiden for Michael Hogan. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1 run. 6 for 1 Northamptonshire, with Azad on 1 and Whiteman yet to get off the mark.
It is indeed 6 for 1 now. I think Radders is going to take a small breather and bring Nicky Chowdhury back in for, where are we? 19 overs left of the day. There's a bit of time left in the game. Today, a lot of hands in pockets now, and hand warmers in pockets, I'm sure, for those Kent fielders, because as you said, Radders, the wind is getting up here, and it is a chilly breeze out there. An ill wind that does no one no good or something. I don't know where I'm going with that. Here's Quinn then to bowl to Whiteman. That's a good take from Billings down the leg side as it scoots past him. And there is no run. Here on BBC Radio again. BBC Radio Northampton, the lead is at 99. Northamptonshire 6 for 1 with the departure of Ricardo Vasconcelos. And 1 on the board for Hassan Azad, taking that guard way outside off stump. Whiteman, who, as Radders was saying, was bowled by Matt Quinn for just 1, had his middle stump uprooted. A little bit outside the bat on that one as he plays it down. Everson Fields at backward point. And there is no run. I think we're even feeling a bit of breeze in the commentary box now. It's definitely
chilly in here.
the temperature's dropped by about 20
Definitely
degrees. Fahrenheit, I would say, not centigrade, to be entirely fair. But yeah, those fielders out there, not many people moving though as far as spectators go, even the ones that
they've all got blankets though. I just walked outside and half of them got blankets on them.
They've
so
come well prepared.
They definitely have.
Here's Quinn to Whiteman, defends that to mid-off-ish, where Daniel Bell Drummond fields. Has been a good crowd today. Had some figures sent earlier on. So before today, pre-bought, say the club, 580, but it looks like around 1,300 in today. Good crowd for County Championship cricket. I'm told we'll be speaking to Zach Crawley at Stumps as well, which will be a very pleasant experience, I'm sure, although I'm not sure if he'll still be shaking his head and cursing by that time. I'm hoping not.
You'd hope not.
Not for the interview anyway. He's very professional. Quinn beats the outside edge. And Whiteman goes off for a little think. The batter there. Matt Quinn is doing something here. Umpire Hartley at the far end is just having a little look at the footmarks.
Making sure he doesn't come too straight.
I don't think he's had an official word with Matt Quinn. He's looking over his shoulder, but...
Oh, he's just mentioning something.
He's mentioning...
Be careful.
Not an official warning as yet, but yeah, as you say...
You're getting close, watch your step, whatever it may be. Just making Quinn aware of his whereabouts as he completes his action.
Just, saying, I know you know. This is clipped off the pads. That was from Matt Quinn, that shout. That'll be 4 runs. It's a glance away. And Quinn just straying too full, slightly on leg stump. And Whiteman clipping that away. You could hear what Matt Quinn thought of that. Not particularly pleased with that delivery. Goes for 4, 10 for 1, Northamptonshire.
You can hear the breeze. The effects mic is really picking up on the breeze.
Had some calculations from the Kent camp as well about how long we should be going for this evening, but there we are. ECB playing regulations state an over should last 3 minutes 45 seconds. That's very precise. Quinn outside the off stump, too wide though, and Whiteman, it's a comfortable lead for him. End of the over, 10 for 1. Quinn has 1 for 8. Hogan none for 1 from his 2, and Northamptonshire 10 for 1. Still 95 in arrears here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton. So yeah, that's. I think Freddie's being facetious there from the Kent camp.
So
I don't
3 minutes 40.
and 45 seconds. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That when he says they should last, then we're not expecting each bowler to bowl an over of exactly that length, but that's roughly what they account for. So about an hour and a half from the restart, he was saying. So yeah. That or Kent skittled them inside 23 overs. Crikey, you can tell that's come from the Kent camp, can't you? That's not an impartial view. Michael Hogan.
Here we go, Hogan coming in from the pavilion end, up the slight hill as he's bowled, and Azad leaves it outside his off stump into the keeper's gloves. Billings comfortably taking that and now passing the ball through the slip cordon.
This is so cat and mouse, isn't it? Azad seems to be going further and further outside his off stump, so he's taking Garland off stump, he's shuffling across, and Hogan is bringing the ball back into the left-hander at the moment. So as Azad leaves it, it feels like it's almost a game of chicken between the two of them at this point. Azad's not being drawn into playing a shot, and Hogan's trying to get as close to his off stump as he can.
Just changing the field round a bit. We've got 3 slips and a leg slip for Azad, as Hogan's at the top of his mark, ready to come in for his second delivery of the over. In he steams, bowls, and again left outside the off stump. Azad now just walks away in the direction of square leg.
I think this is fascinating from a both bowler and batting point of view. It feels like neither of them are blinking at the moment. Hogan saying, I'm just going to keep putting the ball there, I'm going to try and get closer and closer to your off stump, and Azad saying, I'm going to come out here, I'm just going to leave it. So as I say, we'll see who blinks first.
And he comes, Hogan. Azad on strike, bowls, fuller delivery forward. A lovely drive by Azad. It's going down the mid-on. Mid-on is chasing it. They're going to come back for 2. And nicely played. Mid-on just running alongside the ball a bit there.
Stewart after it in full jumper.
I'm not surprised they've all got their jumpers on
No,
now.
he's brought up in Australia as well, so he's used to slightly sunnier climes. Played his cricket at Sandwich for Kent, our favourite Italian-Australian man of Kent.
In comes Hogan. Bowls Azad's forward. And he's played that to Billings. That went straight to Billings.
Yeah.
Looks like he left it, but...
He left it very late if he
Yeah.
did, didn't he? It was almost a play. I think they were excited, thinking that
He
as he
might just
withdrew
have-
the bat,
yeah.
he might,
He
yeah.
just pulled out of it. At the last moment. He's batting on his off stump here. Is Azad. Penultimate ball of the over as in comes Hogan from the pavilion end, bowls, and again left outside the off stump by Azad, showing great patience and temperament here. Obviously it's a bit of a patience game, especially with the way Hogan's bowling, trying to get him playing outside the off stump, hopefully getting that nick into his slip cordon, and obviously Azad is showing his temperament and saying, I'm going to leave that all day long. You can bowl straight it to me and then I'll drive it, just like I did in the ball previously.
Yeah, it's working for him so far.
In comes Hogan again, last ball of the over. Bowls, fuller delivery, and it's left again outside the off stump, and that is going to be the end of the over. Kent boys making a little bit of noise, but there's nothing to worry about as Azad knows exactly where his off stump is. Northamptonshire 12 for 1 of 6 overs.
So Quinn to continue, no doubt about that. Everson is warming his arm up. Of course, Kent had that double breakthrough when Sam Billings brought on his first and second changes, with Everson first taking a wicket with his first ball of the of the summer, and Stewart doing the same. 12 for 1. These two, though, both moving the ball around. Quinn will bowl to Whiteman now. It's left hand outside off stump. Again, that was like a brave leave, but through to the wicket keeper. Just hoping to see off this opening pair, these bowlers. It's the first task. Also to eke out time tonight, just to try and take as many batters as they can into tomorrow. Northamptonshire frustrate Kent as well. The deficit at 93 now. So much time left in the match, considering how far we are through, with 21 wickets already having fallen in effectively just over a day, I suppose, play in terms of overs. This one is jammed out by Whiteman, back at the bowler for a full-length delivery from Matt Quinn. Shadow's lengthening, but 1,300 in, and very few of them have gone. So even these supporters maybe are dipping their toe in today, looking at a bit of cricket and bringing the family maybe. Have stayed long into this day, and well, they might. Entertaining stuff. Tense game at the moment. Quinn to Whiteman, just opens the face, runs that down behind backward point, and they'll come back for 2. Whiteman goes on to 6. Azad has 3, and it's 14 for 1 Northamptonshire. And just for the moment, I'd say they are steadying themselves, this batting lineup, these two. Impressed by the way they've played so far. It's obviously not easy there, with movement in the air and a bit off the pitch as well. Again, supporter during the, so I took a break, was saying, is it doing a lot? And I said, I think just enough is the thing, isn't it? Those April conditions, movement in the air, as I was saying, not a massive off the pitch, but Quinn outside the off stump. Whiteman's not having a bar of that, doesn't even lift the bat towards it, just lets it go. These low-scoring contests can be just as fascinating as the run fests we had last year.
Definitely more tense, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's not much room to play around with, so
We did have some very high-scoring draws last year, didn't we? And it's not all that interesting after a while, is it? I mean, it's great for the batters to see, you know, pile on the runs. Great for your stats. Great for your
spectator's perspective, though.
Yeah.
Perhaps maybe not so much.
Maybe not. As Quinn bowls to Whiteman, who just defends that off stump into the onside, and it.
But then perhaps, based on the situation of the game, it can be pretty interesting if it does end up as a draw, obviously depending on which team you're supporting.
That's true. I think that the sort of.
If you're quite a few wickets down and you just need to bat
Yeah,
through the day,
That's true.
then
yeah.
obviously that can be pretty interesting. As long as you're supporting the right team, that is.
Certainly the wisdom of sort of one-day cricket and T20 is runs win over wickets, don't they? People like to see boundaries and excitement that way. But Quinn bowls to Whiteman, drives it straight at Daniel Bell Drummond at cover, who goes down on one knee and fields the ball. End of the over. Northamptonshire 14 for 1, 91 behind. They're in their second innings. Kent 2-2-2 all out, responding to Northamptonshire's 117 all out. 4 wickets for 25 for Matt Quinn in that Northants innings, 91 for Zach Crawley in the Kent innings, and 5 for 40 for Chris Tremaine. There are also 4 wickets for Jack White. 1 wicket to fall so far here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Northampton. Ricardo Vasconcelos caught at square leg by Ben Compton. A good high catch, plucking it out of the air off the bowling of Matt Quinn for 4. The not out batters are Sam Whiteman with 6 on debut for Northants, and Hassan Azad, also on debut for Northants, has 3.
Got Hogan to continue from the pavilion end. In he comes, bowls, and Azad just plays that into the onside. It's picked up by the man at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's
We've got the field-wise, we're looking at 3 slips, a point, an extra cover on the offside, and then on the leg side we've got a leg slip, a fine leg, points who's slightly in front, mid-wicket. And I feel like I'm missing someone. They're probably out in my vicinity because of the stands, but in it comes Hogan, bowls, and Azad leaves this outside the off stump. Delivery is slightly dying on Sam Billings as it makes its way through to him with the gloves.
I think is that Joe Denley, I think, at leg slip. They did that yesterday, didn't they, with Ben Compton, and almost got a wicket immediately. Compton actually dropped Proctor there, but yeah, they brought that leg slip in again. Just, I guess, as Azad's coming across to the offside, if he tries to glance one down the leg side that Hogan's got.
In he comes, bowls again, and Azad is forward, defends it, and it's picked up by the man at extra cover. Strong defence, no run. Northamptonshire currently 14 for 1. We're into the 8th over. I believe we're meant to be getting in 23 overs before end of play.
Absolutely, from the beginning. Yeah, we're in the last 16 now. That should be the last, well, round about the last hour, I think. Of the,
should be. I
the
hope
day.
it shouldn't take longer than that. As in comes Hogan, bowls, Azad's forward, pushes it into the offside, and they're going to get a single, and looking to come back for 2, but no. That has been chased by the man at point. And just a single. Whiteman on strike now.
It's Hogan's, yeah. It's persisting round the wicket, and you say he's been mostly bowling to Azad, hasn't he, in the...
He has been. Maybe he will
and a
look
bit
to
overs.
change, or maybe...
Yeah. Whiteman's guard isn't quite as far across his stumps, I don't think. Oh, still might be an off stump. Maybe not quite as far.
Not as far at all. In comes Hogan again. To Whiteman this time. Bowls. Whiteman's forward, defends it. No run. It's just picked up by the man at mid-wicket who comes running in, gives the ball a shine, making sure that ball stays in the great condition for the seamers.
Yeah, at the moment you can still see the gold writing occasionally, can't you, on the ball? It's really bright.
How can you see that from here, Matt?
Well, I can't see what's written on it, but I can see, you can see a little flash of gold occasionally. It's, yeah, my eyes really aren't that good. No.
Great eyesight. In comes Hogan again to Whiteman, and it's gone down the leg side, looking to work it, but it's gone straight into the hands of Sam Billings, and it's going to be the end of the over. Northamptonshire 15 for 1 off 8 overs. Azad on strike, ready for the next over to begin.
And that delivery is why the leg slips in, isn't it?
Yeah, I just feel like
Hogan just slightly quicker on leg stump.
it just needs to be executed correctly, both the delivery, the intentional shot they would want the batsman to play, and then of course the dismissal.
So Quinn to continue. This is 5th over of this second innings, 1 for 10 so far. 4 slips. Not quite sure what Zach Crawley's doing there. They're miming some kind of catching scenario there. Jordan Cox at first slip, Crawley at second, leaning at 3, Denley at 4. No leg slip in for Hassan Azad, who'll face Matt Quinn now. Miles to him, wants to jam the bat on that one. It's Yorker length from Quinn, who runs away almost as if he's celebrating a wicket, but just in the excitement, I think, there. But Azad did well to block that out. Yorker length, 15 for 1.
Slowly seeing some people, I think, make a way through to their cars.
Yeah, I
Feeling
think
a bit nippy now, so I'm not really blaming them. How many blankets do you need to bring to a cricket match?
well, that
is the question.
people often say, oh, you know, you watch football during the winter, you know, reporting on that must be absolutely freezing. Never been as cold at football as I have on a long day in April in cricket. Gets into your bones. There's a drive from Azad. That's decent as well. Straight back past the bowler. Wide open spaces beyond Matt Quinn. Hogan picks up. They've come back for 2. Yes, 2. He'll go on to 6 and Northamptonshire on to 17 for 1.
I think more so as well with cricket, you expect it to be a summer sport, so your brain's already tuned to be better weather. So I think you're just more like,
yeah, I agree.
we're just a bit more soft maybe when it comes to it. Like, even though April's April, that doesn't change.
I think it's your optimism. You might dress slightly lighter even if it is April because it's cricket.
Season.
Yeah, absolutely right.
I noticed a few people in flip-flops today as well.
Blimey. I hope they're not losing toes from hypothermia. That's through to the wicket keeper. No need for Azad to play that wide of him.
Yeah.
And there's no run.
This morning I walked in, there was a few people in flip-flops. So I was like, wow, that's really optimistic.
Yeah. Now, football during midwinter, I'm basically wearing everything I own. There's hand warmers going on, thermal socks, whatever. But, yeah. Although, Andrew Rad and I were wistfully thinking back to 2 seasons ago when Kent and Northamptonshire met at Wantage Road in April, when the game was ended actually by snow, and we both did our interviews in driving snow post-match in a drawn game.
Wow.
It was chilly. Ball clipped off his pads by Azad. Playing across the line, is he? I'm not quite sure, but Quinn was excited. It's gone out to Stewart, I think, a deep backward square. 17 for 1. We were sitting outside as well in the stands at Wantage Road. Was that still during the COVID regulations? It was indeed, yeah. So
rather optimistic.
that was a chilly one, definitely. I thought on the second day I might just bring the duvet from the hotel with me and just try and sit under that. But we were well wrapped up, it's for sure. But I don't think I've ever been quite as cold as that.
I believe it was last year. I believe I saw photos from the beginning of the season. Some of the county championship matches were called off due to snow.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Yeah, as I said, 2 years ago that was certainly the case at Northampton. And as Quinn bowls to wrap on the pad, but no, just a nibble back from Quinn. Was there a hint of an inside edge on that one? A stifled shout. Sounds like it might have been 18 for 1. But we have to say, although it's a little bit of a chilly breeze, it's been beautiful sunshine the whole day here, and actually the light, if anything, is getting better because there is no cloud around.
Not a cloud in sight.
No, certainly not overhead. So with just over 14 overs to go of the day, Northants 18 for 1. Whiteman waits for this next delivery, the last of the over from Quinn. Defends it stoutly into the onside with more or less a dead bat. 18 for 1. End of the over. The lead for Kent is at 87, so deficit for Northamptonshire 87. They are batting for a second time at 18 for 1. You're listening to Matt Cole, Nikki Chowdhury. Andrew Rabb will be back with us shortly. at nearly 6:30. I was saying the goals tend to know when people are leaving, but they actually started circling at about 6 o'clock. So I can't believe they're that optimistic. They think a day's cricket. They must know by now that it's never done on time, is it? Never. A county cricket day on a 4-day match.
Got Hogan to continue from the pavilion end.
And certainly not today when we're playing extra overs, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. In comes Hogan to Azad. Bowls and is forward, and it is a dot ball, just deflected off the shoe of Hogan, I believe. But no run. Azad looking to come forward. Nice little competition between batsman and bowler here.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching this. I think it's advantage Azad at the moment, but you never quite know.
In comes Hogan for his second delivery of the over. Bowls. And it's gone down the leg side, and Azad just clips it away through to the square leg region, coming back for 2. Comfortable 2. Just watched it round.
Yeah, Hogan doesn't have that pace, does he, that's going to surprise Azad, so he's just sitting on off stump and just shuffling even further across. Hogan's then responding by trying to go slightly straighter at the exposed stumps.
Now he's coming over the wicket.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah, different angle of attack. He's had enough of that, Hogan. So I think he's buckled first. I think Azad's won that little mini battle.
Has. Leg slips come out. It's gone into 4th slip. In comes Hogan. Azad shuffles across and leaves it outside his off stump. Azad still batting on his off stump. It's just slightly opened up, given the angle that Hogan is bowling from. Kind of going across from him now.
You're right, that's interesting. He's keeping the same guard when Hogan is bowling.
Keeping the same guard, just slightly opened up, just to allow him to access that in case Hogan does again bowl at his feet. On his pads. Hogan's going to be looking to take the ball away from Azad here, especially with the way the field is set. In comes Hogan, and Azad leaves again outside the off stump. Not getting himself tempted yet, that's for sure.
Leaving with a bit of a flourish there.
He is.
Is that 20 for 1 now? On his second day of Kent against Northamptonshire.
4 slips in, a backward point, extra cover. Looking at the onside, we've got a wide, fine leg. Square legs in front, mid-wicket. In comes Hogan. Azad again leaves outside the off-stump. He was looking. He thought maybe he would get that chance to play it down the ground, but the ball's just cut away from him last moment, so he's left it straight into the hands of Billings, and the ball's being passed around the Kent team as it makes its way back to Hogan.
No obvious signs of Grant Stewart warming up, I think, but maybe Joey Everson has gone through a couple of exercises. We'll see how this goes.
In comes Hogan to Azad. Again, leaves it outside the off stump. And that is going to be the end of the over. Northamptonshire 20 for 1 of 10 overs. Whiteman on 6 of 16 deliveries. Azad on 9 of 31 deliveries.
I think we're going to have our final change in the commentary box. So
it's me done for the day.
Yeah,
then.
Nikki, thank you very much indeed.
No worries, it's been great to
your
be
commentary
here.
and your expertise, and you may have a chance to get slightly warmer than you are in the commentary box. I don't know if you've got any extra coats to wear, but
I don't actually, so I'm going to have to run to the car when it does come to it.
But a great pleasure to work with you as always.
No
It's Nikki
worries.
Chowdhury, a cricketer, broadcaster, and I'd like to say bon vivant. I've no idea.
Hopefully see you soon.
Indeed, so
I'll see you when I see you.
Nikki, thank you very
No
much.
worries.
Nikki Chowdhury leaving us. Also cricket coaching, I should say. Cricket coach, shouldn't I, at this point? A number of strings to her bow. 20 for 1 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton. And Andrew Rabble will return very shortly. Whiteman it is who's facing Matt Quinn from the Nackington Road end. Bowls now. Just gently dabs down on that. It's deflected out towards the 4th slip, who is Joe Denley. Just shining the ball here. But so far, I would say so good for Northamptonshire. They're not scoring at any great rate, but they just don't want to lose any more wickets before the end of the day. And that seems to be the first watchword. Batting will, I'm assuming, get incrementally easier throughout this match. So they want to be here tomorrow morning, this pair, and to see off whatever the bowlers can do. Quinn to Whiteman on off stump, back at the bowler. I don't think in the last 2-3 overs maybe we've seen perhaps the alarms and surprises these batters had at the top. Quinn was getting it to hoop around. I think they're just starting to settle here, but having seen what's happened in the rest of the match, Andrew Rad, this is not a pitch that you get in on particularly easily.
No, absolutely not. And as I say, if these two could see it through the rest of the day, then they'll feel they've done a pretty good job.
So Quinn to Whiteman. That has turned him around a little bit. Outside part of the bat, but he's got it through into cover. That'll be a single. But again, it's on the ground. He survives. The relay comes from Billings, tossing the ball to third slip. Jack leaning.
We're shortly going to be, I think, would imagine, in a position where most of the pitch is actually in shadow. The shadows of the stands are now starting to stretch across the middle as we're, 25 to 7. And still got another 12 overs to go after this. And I have to say, quite a lot of the spectators seem to be saying that they've, on balance, much that they've enjoyed their day, have probably had enough and are going home for dinner.
Here's Quinn to Azad. Right behind that on off stump.
I do remember years ago, we mentioned actually earlier today in a different context the old floodlights at the county ground when it was a dual cricket and football venue. And I do remember a match that went very late one evening, a championship match, and they actually came off. It was a lovely evening like this, but the shadows of the floodlight pylons had gone across the pitch, and the batters had a word with the umpires and said, we're finding this really distracting, and so they came off, which didn't go down universally well, it's probably fair to say. This was some years ago.
Round the wicket comes Quinn to Azad. Just pushes down on that into the onside. He's blocked it out again. A dot ball. And one to come from Matt Quinn. I don't know if I'm too antsy as a captain, but I might fancy a bowling change sooner rather than later here. I think these two are getting, I would say, comfortable as you can be perhaps on this pitch.
No, that's right. Well, I would imagine maybe Michael Hogan might give them one more.
Yeah, maybe give them 6 each, and then you've got 9 left after that. So yeah, be interesting to see. And that's Quinn on the wicket to Azad. Defends that one, and that's the end of the over. Northampton 21 for 1.
Plenty of options, of course, for Kent. Got Joey Everson, Grant Stewart. Stewart bowled well in the first innings, picked up those 3 wickets. Everson also, both he and Stewart. And indeed, we are going to have a change. So there we are. Right on. You see, they've been listening. They always listen to what Matt Cole tells them to do. Sam Billings has got the old earpiece in, probably, and realises that Matt Cole says I need to be changing the bowling, so that's what I better do. And he has.
He wasn't warming up, Grant Stewart,
No,
which is why I was thinking there wouldn't be a change imminently.
No.
So Joey Everson went through a couple of side stretches last over, but Grant Stewart obviously doesn't need prodigious warming up. So
the breeze really is quite stiff now, and it's chilly, and I think that's probably contributing to the fact that quite a number of the spectators are heading to the various exits. It's always difficult, isn't it, in these sort of circumstances, that the regulations are there to try and make sure that the spectators are not shortchanged and the game is as unaffected by weather as possible as Stewart starts his spell. Well, no first ball wicket for him this time, as Whiteman plays that into the onside and there's no run. But from a spectator's point of view, very often, and this I think was something that was talked about years ago when they were experimenting with later starts and finishes, not the day-night games, but this would go back into the 80s, and they said, we need to try and start later, finish later, so that people can come in after work and so on. Come back to that in a second. The Stewart with 3 slips in place and a leg slip bowls to Whiteman, who cracks that away A short and wide delivery, and he's going to get a single as it's very well stopped, but only half stopped by Joey Everson down there, I think, at backward point. So it's a single, one more to Whiteman. He goes to 8, and Northamptonshire to 22 for 1. And the response that they tended to have from spectators, well, you know, we're going to go home for our dinner at 6:30 or whatever, 7 o'clock, and it doesn't matter if they're still playing or not, we're still going to go home for our dinner. It's very hard to get it right, but it's an absorbing match situation here. Still 10 overs to go after this one. Here's Stewart in bowls to Azad, who's in behind that, drops it down at his feet, just dribbles out into the onside, and Everson is warming up at backward point. Well, I think anybody out there would be probably quite well advised to try and warm up, because I should imagine it's absolutely perishing out there now. It's chilly enough in here, but the breeze is now a fairly stiff one, and the shadows are stretching right across the pitch, the shadows of the stand, as Stewart is in, bowls to Azad on leg stump, turns it away down wide of the man in there at leg slip, down to fine leg for a single. Azad into double figures, goes to 10, no, 9, 10.
I think they've got the run up already. Oh, have they not got it? No.
I don't think they have,
No?
anyway.
I think you're
No,
right.
they haven't. So I think
be
that
10,
should be
sorry,
10
yeah.
and 23
Yeah.
for 1. Board has obviously called a bit of a crab somewhere along the line. Here's Stewart in again, bowls to Whiteman, very full, and Whiteman digging it out up to mid-on, and there's no run. Perhaps the scoreboard has decided that it's had enough for the day. It's a bit like the old George Gunn syndrome, isn't it? When they changed the lunch interval and George Gunn supposedly walked down the pitch and let himself get out, and he said, well, I have my lunch at 1:30. So. But it's stuck on 22 for 1, and I think it should be 23 for 1. Here's Stewart in again, and bowls down the leg side, and Whiteman trying to nudge it away down towards the fine leg boundary. Doesn't make contact. Good tumbling stop by Sam Billings, and that's the end of another over. 23 for 1 at the end of it, with 10 overs to go. One of the boards is right. The sort of manual one over on the Les Ames Pavilion, I think that one's correct. It's the electronic one that appears to be having just 1 or 2 issues anyway.
Yeah.
23 for 1 it is. And so Northamptonshire are 82 runs behind, and we have 10 overs to go.
I think they just added
I think it's just gone up there
a
now.
whole lot of dot balls to it. They reassessed. It's a recount.
An audit.
Stop the count.
So, yes.
Missed a couple of emails from earlier on. Apologies to you if you emailed in on kentcricket@gmail.com. Great to have your company today. Philip Bailey saying the first time when Sam Billings was batting, the first time he batted in first-class cricket in April since 2015.
Good heavens above.
There we go. He's been up to other stuff, I think it's fair to say. Has Sam Billings. Joey Everson then to bowl to Hassan Azad. Ooh, ends up just a bit of bat and pad in front, but bat first at his feet. And no run. 23 for 1. Mark earlier was saying from Ocean Township in New Jersey. That's an evocative address. Mark, hope you're still with us. I beg your pardon for not getting to this earlier. 200 up. First batting point, he says. Oh no. Oh wait. Quite. This one's full again from Everson. Clipped away off his toes by Azad. He'll come through for a single, and that's 24 for 1. So obviously that was when Kent were batting. Great to hear you guys back, and to hear from you, Mark. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm old enough to remember, of course, when it used to be 150 for the first batting point, and think of the days of 3-day cricket, and for some seasons thereafter, it was always known as he got to 150. It was an old-fashioned bonus point, an OFBP. But, well, progress, I suppose, of sorts.
So Everson bowls to Whiteman. Just cuts that away. Opening the face actually more than a cut. Steers it through point for 4 runs. Nicely done.
It's a lovely bit of timing,
It
isn't it?
really is, yeah. It's a little wasn't any backlift really, was it? It was just a...
Just using the pace of the ball
Yeah.
and a little bit of width, just what Whiteman was looking for, and that's raced away for 4, 28 for 1. What was the name of the township, Matt, in New Jersey?
Ocean somewhere.
Ocean Township. marvellous.
Ocean, where are we? Ocean Township, New Jersey. Sounds good. And thank you to a couple of our correspondents. Apparently, Nicky's mic was a little bit quiet in that last part, so I do apologise for that. And that's defended by Whiteman. He has 12. Northamptonshire 28 for 1. So far so good, I would say, after the departure of Ricardo Vasconcelos. They've not been scoring at any great rate, but that is not the issue for Northamptonshire at the moment. Crease occupation. Make sure these two are here tomorrow morning, as Whiteman just propels that into the onside again, just trying to get inside the line from Everson and push it past Compton. Compton it is who fields it. He took the catch that got rid of Vasconcelos at square leg in the air.
I think there's going to be, looking around the country, there's obviously with so much play lost yesterday, a lot of games are in the same position as we are with extra time, and so there's some very late finishes elsewhere as well.
Everson to Whiteman down the leg side. Got a bit of lift actually through to Sam Billings, but harmless lift if you like after it's left the batter. 28 for 1 then. Northamptonshire 12 for Whiteman, 11 for Azad here on BBC Redicon and BBC Northampton with Matt Cole and Andrew Radd.
Nottinghamshire now 145 for 6 down at Southampton, so they're effectively 99 for 6. So another, 70, 80 runs, and that could be an interesting one tomorrow. The close of play has been reached at Old Trafford. Lancashire 233 for 8, replying to Surrey's 442 all out, so still a bit of work to do to avoid the follow-on there. Middlesex 157 for 6, so that long partnership between Higgins and Simpson has been broken. Here's Stewart bowling very full to Azad, who digs it out up to mid-on, and there's no run. 157 for 6 in reply to the Essex total of 266 all out, so Middlesex still 109 behind, but when you consider they were 4 for 4 and 30 for 5, Ryan Higgins was the man to go, bowled by Simon Harmer for 70, but John Simpson still there, 59 not out. Here's Stewart running away from us, bowling to Azad, who works that away into the onside. 2 men there, one at wideish mid-on and one at mid-wicket, and it goes to the squarer of the 2, and there's no run. So Middlesex 110 runs behind, 4 wickets standing. And down at Taunton, Somerset 252 for 8 against Warwickshire. That match only started today, of course, because of the rain and the state of the outfield yesterday. Here's Stewart in, bowling to Azad, plays it back down the pitch. Stewart fields moving across to the offside, and there's no run. Lewis Gregory is 64 not out there. Josh Davey made 42. Whole of the pitch now is in shadow, but the slip cordon in full sunshine. Here's Stewart, not a long run. In and bowls to Azad, who again turns it out on the onside. To man just in front of square, and there's no run. In Division 2 at Derby, Derbyshire 321 all out, Worcestershire 312 for 6 in reply. Glamorgan building a very big lead over Gloucestershire down at Cardiff. Gloucestershire all out for 165, Glamorgan's 382 for 8, so 217 ahead. And Durham 376 all out at Hove, Sussex 323 for 9 in reply. Here's Stewart in again, bowls to Azad once again, plays it out just in front of square on the onside, and there's no run. And up at Headingley, Yorkshire 517 all out, Leicestershire in reply 188 for 5, but only at Old Trafford have they finished play for the day, as we just tick up towards 10 to 7 local time. I mentioned that for our listeners in Ocean Township, New Jersey, of course. Here's Stewart in again. Bowls to Azad, who punches that down the ground. Runs for him here. As it goes past the bowler, they're only going to... So they're going to settle for a single. And so Azad is going to keep the bowling with a single off the last ball of the over. He goes to 12. Sam Whiteman is also 12. And Northamptonshire 29 for 1. So they're still 76 runs behind. And we have 9 overs to go in the day. We're talking about that game at Northampton, Matt, with the snow. In the throes of putting a book together about Northamptonshire grounds, and world's worst photographer, but did manage to get a snap of the ground in bright sunshine with the huge angry snow clouds coming up behind the old indoor school, and we're actually using that, I think, for the back cover of it, because it's a fairly striking image. But that was as cold as I think I've ever been to cricket ground.
Yeah, I think that definitely is a new high, a new low.
New low, I
a
think,
new low in
yes.
temperature, that's for sure. Everson for me to Azad, flicks it off his pads, but Yorker length, and will get himself a single fielder down at deep backward square. I was just looking up Ocean Township actually on the popular encyclopedia site, and mentions that Asbury Park, New Jersey, and there is a Bruce Springsteen album, I believe. Is it called that? Someone will tell me quickly. I mean, let's face it, they got Full Metal Jacket in about 5 seconds from my wayward description. So just straightens up a little bit on Whiteman. So he sees it off.
Oh, Kent bossing this one, aren't they? So.
Oh, I like that.
We're here all week. Yes, it was. That was you and me and Ben Smith, who's now Northamptonshire batting coach. We were the commentary team for that game, sitting outside. Gosh, it was cold.
Yes, indeed. Has he thawed out yet? It's one hand, one bounce for Jack leaning at third slip there, I think, as it's cut more or less off the toe end by Whiteman for no run.
I have to say, it was one of the great pieces of common sense umpiring, wasn't it? Because it was Rob Bailey was certainly one of the umpires. I can't remember who the other one was, but when it snowed on the Sunday afternoon, there was probably enough time. But the game had gone anyway, so they sensibly called it off.
So, trying to get inside the line, Whiteman, to pierce the field on the onside. Well, I said the field on the onside. There's not much of it, to be honest. Compton is effectively covering most of the ground in front of square, but he can't get past the field at that point. 30 for 1.
Main highlight of that match was that terrific 100 from Darren Stevens on I think on the first day, or the second, and Ricardo Vasconcelos getting an equally good one for Northamptonshire in that match as well.
He was fantastic. Edged and gone, and finally Whiteman stay at the crease goes. Everson punches the air. And edge behind to Sam Billings, who takes it low to his left. And Whiteman, having been so watchful, goes his 31st ball for 12, and Northamptonshire 30 for 2. And he is taking a very slow walk off the pitch, is Sam Whiteman. He's looking to the heavens, and he may well be thinking exactly the same. Not that the hard work was done, but he'd done so much hard work to eke out those overs with the batting partner Hassan Azad. He goes for 12, and Joey Everson strikes Northamptonshire 30 for 2, still 75 in arrears.
But it makes the point again, doesn't it, Matt, that you're never really in on this pitch, with the exception probably of Zach Crawley, who was out there for 5 hours batting on it earlier. It's always that one that's just going to nibble a little bit. It was well bowled from Joey Everson, and a good catch as well, because it was a thickish edge. Yeah. And Billings had to make a little bit of ground, diving away to his left, and took it really well. 30 for 2. I was just wondering whether we might be in the realms of night watchman, but not the case. So Luke Proctor was going out himself. Now, were Northamptonshire to lose the captain tonight, I think that would be a big blow, because he, possibly more than anybody else in this side, is an adhesive player, potentially adhesive player, will hang around, sell himself dearly, which is why the way he got out in the first innings was such a surprise, just clipping one to mid-wicket, Joey Everson's first ball. But it's a big wicket for Kent to take at this juncture, and they've still got, another 8 overs after this one to try and add to that tally. And say the whole of the pitch now in shadow. But we've still got this rather bizarre. I must get the camera out, because the slip cord, there's like a thin sliver of light between the stands.
So they're standing in.
So the slip cord are illuminated as though they are saintly. Well, I'm sure they all are. Illuminated in the slip cord, while the rest of the pitch is in shadow. It's a remarkable sight. I think you're only going to see at certain times of the day, at certain times of year.
I think there might be a slight delay here because they're waiting for Ben Compton to come back on. He's just putting on the fielding pads. I'm not sure. Or have they got the sub on already? Possibly. Everson bowling to Proctor. Oh, plays inside that one. To be fair, he's got his bat more or less tucked behind his front pad at the end of that. But it was a teaser, I would say, for the bowler just outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper, 34-2. Yeah, sorry, the sub came on for very briefly. I think that's James Logan down there coming on for about 20 seconds.
Jerry Everson proving yet again what a handy cricketer he is. Picked up that early wicket with Proctor in the first innings, and he's just removed Sam Whiteman just when Northamptonshire might have thought, yeah, we're just weathering the storm here. 8 overs to go, so we're going to be another at least half an hour, you would think. Going to be pushing 7:30 when we finish.
Yeah, it's still going.
5 to 7 now.
The wickets slow things down as well, don't they? But only just had the one since the two in the innings, I should say. Since
Sam Billings setting his field with meticulous care. They have a forward short leg and a leg slip and 3 slips in place for Azad. Stewart comes in to bowl to him. Very full, whipped away through mid-wicket by Azad. Runs for him here. It's running out towards the boundary. It's going to be 4. Timed that nicely. Came down hard on it. Very full length. And worked away through the onside by Hassan Azad for 4. He goes to 17. And Northamptonshire to 34 for 2. So still 71 runs behind.
Looks very deliberate this from Grant Stewart, doesn't he? He's bowled a number of those full deliveries, almost look like they're floating in from our perspective. I wonder if that's the length he's trying to hit, or just short of that maybe. He's going. He's trying to York again and again, perhaps.
Well, Kent do have the luxury, of course, of runs on the board. They've got still Northamptonshire 71 runs adrift. Here's Stewart in bowls to Azad, who again works it into the onside, but he doesn't manage to beat the field this time. There's still those 2 men in there. One at wide mid-on, one in there at mid-wicket. And Sam Billings is spending a lot of time and effort to get these angles right. But putting pressure on the batter with leg slip, almost a leg gully. And forward short leg in there under the helmet, but quite deep, not actually on the batter's hip pocket. Probably about 10 yards away. Very full again from Stewart. And I think he might have thought he got through there, but he hadn't. Azad managed to get some bat on it, works it into the onside and picks up another single. 18 to Azad, 35 for 2. The deficit 70.
If you can hear a groaning, squeaking sound in the background, that's nothing to do with me or Radders. It is the floodlight pylons going up.
Oh,
It sounds slightly mournful on occasions, but as if they don't really want to do it. But
like something out of Thunderbirds, isn't it?
It is.
Tracy Island. So, Proctor on strike. 3 slips, still the same field, the leg gully and the forward short leg to Proctor, who's in behind that. Drops it down at his feet in the crease, and the man at forward short leg comes round to retrieve. And there's no run. Yes, it's rather a plaintive sound, isn't it? It's pleading. But the floodlights are going up. Obviously Kent will not want to lose any time. They'll want to have their full quota here and give themselves every chance of picking up another wicket or 2 tonight. Here's Stewart. And again, bowls to Proctor, who works that in to the onside. A very Proctor-like stroke. But the man there just in front of square, and there's no run. 35 for 2 it remains. Northamptonshire having lost Ricardo Vasconcelos. Compton bowled Quinn for 4. That was 6 for 1 in the second over. clipping one to mid-wicket. And Sam Whiteman just a few moments ago caught behind by Billings off Joey Everson for 12. That was 30 for 2 in the 15th over. Here's Stewart in again to finish the over, bowling to Proctor, who plays it out into the offside this time, fielded there by Daniel Bell-Drummond. And that's the end of another over from Grant Stewart, his third. 3 overs, 0 for 8, and Northamptonshire 35 for 2, 70 runs behind. Hassan Azad has made 18, Luke Proctor yet to get off the mark, and we have 7 overs left.
I think they finished squeaking now, the fellow Pollens, as they go up. Probably do some oil, but I'm not going to go up there and do it, that's for sure.
They come on very quickly, these, don't they?
They do.
Some of the grounds, the lights, it just take a while for them to warm up, but these seem to, once they're switched on, they seem to come on quite quickly. I think there's still a bit of...
No, I think you're right. Still a bit of squeak to go.
There's still a bit of whining going on.
I think pylon 2 is started to light up, so it may well have got to its full extent. I don't know if it has to do that before the lights come on. I have no idea with the technicalities. Everson then, bowling to Azad, turns that off his pads. Fine. Is that going to go for 4? No, as if from nowhere. Grant Stewart appears out of the shadow of the woolly stand for us. And they have 2 there. Was that pad or bat? Leg buys. There we are. Yeah, you're right. They're still squeaking upwards.
Close of play at Southampton. Nottinghamshire 146 for 6 at the close, so exactly 100 runs on, 4 wickets in hand. And close of play to Taunton. Somerset 269 for 8 against Warwickshire.
In comes Everson now to bowl to Azad. It's just guided that one away past third slip, and that, will it be 4? No. Cox is after it, and they'll come back again for a couple of runs to add. So 39 for 2. These off the bat. Azad's on to 20. Proctor yet to score. And one of them really does sound like it's in pain now. The floodlight pylons is going up. Are they actually going to be skyward in time to light up and illuminate the pitch? This is it's a race against time.
Well, it's an interesting one because it is actually it is a wee bit gloomy out there now, and I just wonder, there's a bit of conversation going on between the umpire and Luke Proctor, and I just wonder if Luke Proctor's trying to get in the umpire's ear a little bit and just say, well, it's getting a bit knowers.
Is Everson to Azad. The inside part of the bat again glanced away across his front pad, and now take a single down to Grant Stewart at a deep fine leg.
Or whatever the Oldham equivalent of that is.
Yeah.
But,
they should have rhyming slang in Oldham. Perhaps they do, I don't know. That's quite possible.
there's every chance.
Yeah.
Yes, the sun. It'd be a lovely part of the day to be sitting out on the balcony of the Freeman House, because you've still got the last of the evening sunshine there. Most of the rest of the ground is in shadow now, but you've still got the sunshine there. I can't see anybody actually out on the balcony at the moment. It must be, I suspect, a little bit chilly.
Yeah.
The floodlight pylons, meanwhile, are still in pain.
Everson to Proctor, deflects that away behind square. Is that coming back? It is. So just a single down to Grant Stewart, who's a busy man, even though he is outside of our remit, behind the overhang of the woolly stand. 41 for 2, so the deficit is 64 now. Crikey, this is taking an age to go on. Well, perhaps that's how long it takes. Do they not all go up at the same extent at the same time? It seems not. Ooh. Is Everson now falling to Azad? Was that an edge? No. Has it ball hit ground at the same time? Has he not got bat on that? Looked like he played a shot, but umpire's not impressed.
No, he's
Fielders have given up. 41 for 2.
No, well, it's one of the joys of having the replay, of course, is that we can actually have a little look at it. I'll just see what that might suggest. I wasn't sure.
Everson to Azad, to the onside. Daniel Bell-Drummond fields at square leg, and that is the end of the over. And Proctor has 1, Azad has 21. Everson 1 for 10, Stewart none for 8. I don't know if you can tell, but the floodlight pylons are still going up.
my son's playing this evening in
Ah.
a performance of the Mozart Requiem
Ah.
tonight, and I must admit I was sort of thinking, well, I shall be obviously can't go up and listen, but I thought, well, I should be finished just in time to say good luck and all the rest of
Yeah.
it. Now the umpires are having a little look at the light. They've got the light meter
Yes.
out, and I think it's probably. It is. I mean, the whole of the ground, or say virtually all of the ground, certainly the business part of the ground, is now in shadow. The umpires are coming together to have a look. I think, is it Matt Quinn? They're having a look at
he's
the
helping
light
him out.
meter. He's giving him a bit of help.
I think 2 words, absolutely fine.
Yes, no problem at all.
Yeah, he's going, yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
But the batters are now coming to have a look as well. They're both at the same end. And what this does mean is if they do decide to stay on, it just wasting a bit more time.
Yeah,
I mean, we're going
that's
to be
true
here
enough.
longer. Well, the floodlights are now starting to take effect.
Yeah.
The lights are coming on, but it's a question of whether it's going to be in time. Sam Billings is now coming down to join in, so there's a right old brains trust there at the moment.
It's that. No, I think
they're
they're coming
coming
off
off.
for the lights. Well, that will be it then, won't it? Because if the lights can't enhance the. Oh no, they're not coming off.
They're going to put a spinner on.
They're going to put the spinner on.
I think they've been told if you're going to stay out there, you've got to put a spinner on. Now, Sam Billings is immediately calling to the dressing room for the helmet, so he presumably be standing up.
I thought umpire Blackwell had taken the bails off, but was he taking the light meter off the stumps? Maybe. Yeah, it's immediately Jack Leaning is taking the jumper off now.
So Grant Stewart has been told your services are no longer required. And instead, that's an interesting one. The floodlights are now coming on. They're not completely on. But virtually the whole of the playing area, certainly all of the pitch, is now in shadow. But we are going to see some spin. We haven't seen a lot of it in this match. It was 3 slightly expensive overs from Rob Keogh, and painful from his point of view because he managed to intercept a fiercely struck straight drive from Zach Crawley that did his right hand very little good.
I suppose from Billings' point of view here, the Kent captain, is they're unlikely to attack the spinners at this point, these two.
Right.
I mean, if they did and it got expensive, Billings would probably say, yeah, that's fine.
Let's go off.
We'll have, but yeah.
Well, here's Leaning round the wicket, bowling outside the off stump to Luke Proctor, who leaves well alone, goes through to Sam Billings. They have a slip and a forward short leg, and a backward point. Man on the drive at short extra, mid off, mid on. Mid wicket in there fairly tight, the deep backward square. Leaning bowls, and that turns extravagantly, but it was very wide.
I was going to say, got some bounce too, which is great, but if it's nowhere near the stumps, it's not.
It was just about on the cut portion, but only just. Here's Leaning in again. Bowls outside the off stump, tighter line, but again left alone by Luke Proctor. Goes through to Sam Billings. Jack Leaning trying to make sure that the ball is dry and probably that he can actually feel it with his fingers. He's in again and bowling to Proctor, and this time Proctor has to play. Just drops it out on the offside. And there's no run. Bit of bubble out there, as you would imagine, from the Kent close fielders. Official clock on the scoreboard showing 6 minutes past 7 now, as Leaning is in bowling to Proctor, who pushes forward. Out to the man under the helmet at forward short leg. And Billings is suggesting that somebody else should limber up, and I wonder if it's Joe Denley.
Yeah, I think he was just going through a couple of stretches, but
very full from Leaning, pushed forward by Proctor, up on the onside, and that's the end of tidy enough over from Jack Leaning once he just got the radar adjusted. It was a maiden, and Northamptonshire stay at 41 for 2. 5 overs left. Are the umpires going to have another conversation? Ian Blackwell's having a chat with Sam Billings now.
They want someone slower on, do they?
Yes. And it is going to be Joe Denley. It seems a little bit strange when the umpires basically tell the captain who to bowl. But,
yes.
Anyway.
Yeah. I was wondering if Zach Crawley was going to come on, so he could bowl slower than Joe Denley, but no.
But it is going to be Joe Denley.
Yeah. And well, I guess from an end of day point of view, it is going to it's going to come. The end's going to be slightly quicker. Good for the net over rate, I suppose, for Kent as well, as they've been forced into because I think they are one behind at this point, I think. So that won't do them any harm. 41-4-2 then, the deficit at 64. Joe Denley will bowl his leg spin. He doesn't really have the one that goes the other way. I think it's fair to say. He has the one that goes on.
Yeah.
But doesn't really bowl the googly. But he's broken some important partnerships in the past and got himself a hat-trick in T20 cricket as well. So he knows his way around a bit of leg spin bowling. 2 slips forward short leg as he bowls to Azad, works that off his pads and backward a square to Grant Stewart.
I seem to remember when Emilio Gay made the second of his hundreds here, I think Denley might have got him out, I think in his first over, and he came on as a bit of a see if we can get a wicket. And he did the job exactly as you said, break a partnership.
Azad pushes forward on that one. It's up to Michael Hogan at a mid-off, and there's no run. So the forward short leg, wicketkeeper up to the stumps, obviously. 2 slips, Crawley and Cox. Then pretty close around as well. That's a full toss, though, and that was just guided away for 4 by Azad with very little fanfare. 45-2. He moves on to 25. Been very impressed by the way he's played, Hassan Azad, in his second innings.
It's an interesting situation for him, isn't it? He knows he needs, it's a short-term agreement, he needs to make an impression, and he's got every opportunity here, he can bat as long as he likes.
Denley to Azad. Again, it's pretty full, and it's off the shins of Ben Compton under the helmet. Was a brief shout, was that of catch it? I don't think he was going to get to it as it hit his shoelaces. It might have even bounced before it got to him, I think, from everyone's reaction. But Denley, again, it's turned past or clipped past Compton for a single, so 6 off the over. I do wonder if this is the sort of thing where Sam Billings might think, do we really want to be bowling at this point and just conceding runs? If there's no jeopardy. Denley bowls to Azad, pushes forward on that one. They like that one. Oh, it's a backing up from Proctor. Now, what would he say to himself if he got himself run out of the non-strikers end there, do you think?
I think I'd leave him alone for a bit.
He might need to go and sit in a darkened room for a minute and have a think.
Balance.
Yeah. So yes, he was committed to backing up there. 47-2. No harm done. Though, certainly.
Yeah, the umps are having another conversation. It is fairly dark out there now. Maybe they're just going to say, well, okay, we've got through most of the overs and they're coming off.
Oh, well, they are coming off. Yeah.
It just strikes me, Matt, that it's even with the lights on, it is getting a bit gloomy, and you can see that the shadows are now being cast by the floodlights, and that's never a good sign from the point of view of whether we're going to play or not. So that is going to be it for the day. It's been the game has certainly moved on. We've seen 15 wickets fall, the last 3 in the Northamptonshire innings, going from 89 for 7 to 117 all out. Then Kent making 222 to earn a first innings lead of 105, thanks largely to Zach Crawley with a very patient 91, a little flourish of 31 from Sam Billings, 5 wickets for Chris Tremaine on his Northamptonshire debut, 4 wickets for Jack White, and then in their second innings Northamptonshire closing on 47 for 2, having lost Ricardo Vasconcelos for 4. Sam Whiteman for 12, Hassan Azad is 26, not out, Luke Proctor is on 2, 47 for 2, so Kent are 58 runs ahead.
Indeed, we'll join you at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, Andrew Ad and me, Matt Cole, after, you said, a really absorbing second day's cricket after a rain-shortened first. So we'll be back with you then on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Northampton, 11 o'clock. Weather forecast looks good. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Thanks very much for joining us today. Thanks for all your emails and your tweets as well. And let's see what happens on